Lights on and screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like, come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, go! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming streets. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watch him dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like, come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on and screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like, come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, go! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming streets. Come on, yeah. Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, stylish flair. Winning every round, beats to share, beats to share. Watch him dominate every way, every way. Feel the rhythm, join the craze, join the craze. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like, come join the fray, join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on and screen up. Oh yeah. Death Witch in the house. Pump it up, pump it up. Sexy gaming stream. Feeling right, feeling right. All eyes on him. In the zone tonight. Zone tonight. Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, smooth as silk. Playing with fire, what a thrill, what a thrill, what a thrill. Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, on a spree. Get ready, folks, it's time to see, time to see, time to see. Everybody move, swing and play, swing and play. Death Witch like, come join the fray. Join the fray, join the fray. Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Come on, yeah! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah! Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, winning every round. Beats to share, watch him dominate every way, Feel the rhythm, join the craze, Everybody move, swing and play, Death Witch like, come join the fray, Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, stay and sway, stay and sway. Lights on and screen up, oh yeah! Death Witch in the house, pump it up, Sexy gaming stream, feeling right, All eyes on him, in the zone tonight, Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, Playing with fire, what a thrill, Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, Get ready folks, it's time to see, Everybody move, swing and play, Death Witch like, come join the fray, Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, don't delay. Catch that vibe, stay and sway, Come on, yeah! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah! Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, winning every round. Beats to share, watch him dominate every way, Feel the rhythm, join the craze, Everybody move, swing and play, Death Witch like, come join the fray, Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, Catch that vibe, stay and sway, Lights on and screen up, oh yeah! Death Witch in the house, pump it up, Sexy gaming stream, feeling right, All eyes on him, in the zone tonight, Joystick in hand, smooth as silk, Playing with fire, what a thrill, Chat's going wild, hearts on a spree, Get ready folks, it's time to see, Everybody move, swing and play, Death Witch like, come join the fray, Groove to the rhythm, don't delay, Catch that vibe, stay and sway, Come on, yeah! Swinging beats and joystick feats. He's the king of gaming treats. Come on, yeah! Strings so tight, lights so bright. Death Witch is in the zone tonight. Liberty of play, stylish flair, winning every round. Beats.
What's up, witches? Alright. We're live, baby. Let's get in that Discord. We're gonna shoot things, grind some guns, because I did not realize we were so close to the launch of Black Ops 6. So I want to have all my guns and everything grinded before that launches. So that's what we're working on today. I'll probably be switching back and forth between controller and keyboard and mouse, because I haven't decided which one I'm going to stick with yet. What's up with my camera? Yep. Okay. Whoa. Just random lightning? Or did something explode outside? What the hell? Huh. Nothing appears to be damaged. Weird. Loud bang and waiting for me. It's taking so long to play a game. Oh, this is my usual routine. You know, settle in, say hey to the stream first. But yes, I do wait for people to show up. Okay. Post tweets and let everybody know I'm live, etc. Oh yeah, I need to put it up in the Discord too, I suppose. Let's at everyone. Excuse me. Publish that so everybody knows we're live. Everybody in the Discord get a nice little notification there. All right, and yeah, I'm already in the Discord. But what's up, Trickshot? Now we're getting ready to do some zombies. Well, unless you want to play Battle Royale, I'm good for either. I may jump back and forth between controller and keyboard mouse tonight. I hadn't decided which one I want to use. I want to stick with. I feel like my movement's better with a keyboard and mouse, but that aim assist makes it hard to ignore controller, you know. Armory unlocks weapons. Do I have all the weapons unlocked? I don't have that. Well, let's go to aftermarket parts. Just start going down the list, unlocking these. Oh, yeah, let's activate that one. Start doing my armory unlocks. I want to unlock guns, use armory unlocks on guns, because I can just extract them from. You can just extract the guns from zombies and unlock those. So you joining me, Trickshot? What are we playing? We playing zombies? We playing regular? The zombies is just kind of a grind, kind of a boring grind where I just throw on some XP boost and then I grind the extraction over and over and over again. I extract, but I don't actually get on the chopper, and then it spawns a bunch of zombies and I kill them, and you can usually walk away with like 40,000 XP doing that. Play, but you won't be able to talk. Well, what do you want to do? You want to do zombies, or you want to do Battle Royale? I'll probably use the controller for a while, and if I get frustrated with it, I may just hit my mouse and keyboard button and switch to mouse and keyboard. I'm not bothered by what we do. Well, we'll warm up with some zombies. If you got any guns or anything you want to level. Actually, I'll actually try to do my mission. Because I got somebody here who can actually help me. Yeah, jump on here and I'll do my mission. I got to do the, see, I'm on Act 2. Got to do Shepherd. which is deploy to the test site and then successfully test the neutralizer. I'm hoping the two of us can do it together. Probably need a bigger team, but I think the two of us can do it. And I'll just grind my gun levels while I do that. I grinded out that shotgun earlier today to get the double barrel, the dual wielding shotgun. So I got that now. I got this bad boy. This bad boy right here. Boom, with the conversion kit. Let me dual wield this bad boy. We'll hit up a pack-a-punch, and I'll pack-a-punch my weapon. Oh, I should probably take a crystal with me if we're going to do that. So I can have both guns at least level 1. Actually, we'll get both guns to level 2 before we go. So we'll do some contracts. Get to level 2. Get both guns at level 2, and then we'll go. There we go. That'll get one gun to level 1, and I can hit up a pack-a-punching, and I can instantly be at level 1 with both guns, and then all we gotta do is grind to level 2. All right. I'm ready whenever you are. If you want to jump on in here. I'll take Nicki Minaj. She's got the... Nicki Minaj has got the turret, the sentry gun. Oh, let's fire up some music while we wait. I'll wait for you to get in here. That corporate promotional video music. Leading the way in the tech industry. Innovation. Customer service. Quality. That's all I think when I hear this song. Gotta love that copyright-free music. Dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Do you have a dog? I didn't know you had a dog in this game. I want a dog. Alright, go kill the music. There we go. Kill the music. It's a finisher. I want the dog finisher. That sounds dope. So many zombies.
Let's get this done, Deadbolt.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and pack a punch my. Go ahead and pack a punch my gun here. Alright. And then we'll hit up a pack a punch so I can pack a punch the shotguns. and then we'll start grinding out cash so we can go to start grinding out contracts, get to level 2, get our guns to level 2, and then we'll hit the extraction zone.
Switching max.
Okay. Mm-mm. So how was your day, Trick Shot? Yeah, I forgot it auto pings that shit.
Changing max.
Gotta pack a punch these shotguns.
With you, mate.
I'm reloading.
Oh yeah, dual wielding shotguns, baby. Got the good shit.
Switching max.
Switching max.
I guess we're doing this while we're here.
Take pride in this. Max ammo.
All right.
Changing max.
All right, good to go. Let's find some contracts.
This is Dobbs. Have eyes on Terminus Outcomes
Marking
vehicles
contract.
maneuvering on your grid. It's a beautiful day for an ambush.
Forgot to bring a pack pistol.
Vehicle detected.
Well, I mean, if you want to wait till the next run to do this, I guess. Guess we can wait. Let me grab this real quick.
Got your back.
Intel suggests there's a mother load of Terminus weapons in your AO. I want them added to our stockpile.
We'll hunker down to hold that cash. Ready up for a gunfight.
Let's fucking go. Alright, start grinding out the money.
Watch each other's
Throw a
six.
grenade.
Tracking multiple undead hostiles inbound.
Ooh, yeah, we should get dogs too to take with us. I want to be as powerful as possible for this trip. God damn.
Switching mag.
Get out my face. Oh, shit. Something just set off my landmine. There we go. Give me another piece of rotten flesh so I can get a dog. Ah.
Changing mag.
Well done. The fewer guns those mercs can recover, the less trouble they'll cause.
Who dares wins? Time to collect your winnings.
Alright. Another contractor 2, and then we can hit up the level 2 zone and pack a punch. Oh, these are quick and easy.
Marking
We'll go do that one.
contract.
Oh, god damn it. It didn't work quite the way I planned it. I'm almost there. Update up a buy station at some point, but for right now, oh wait, there's one across the street. I can just hit it up right now.
Armed near you in a lone vehicle. Commandeer it.
Switching mag.
Thank you. A hot new banger exposing the truth about Hillary Clinton. Are you spam advertising political stuff in a gaming stream? Is that what's happening here? Q Truth Network. Oh. Q and truth should never be the same. Should never be in the same sentence. All right, fuck it, I'll bite. What's the truth? What are we exposing here?
On your 6.
What's the truth you're exposing? And how do you check the video? Yeah, I'm streaming right now. I'm not doing that. I might check it later, but you know, you can go ahead and give us a preview, you know. Wow, that ain't gonna work. Give us a preview, drop a trailer, you know? Gotta entice people. You can't just say exposing the truth. Truth about what? Like, what happened? You don't have to give us the details, just, you know, give us the topic. I'm more curious as to how you have the truth. No one else does. What makes you special? It's gonna be a conspiracy video, isn't it? That's what your video is? It's a conspiracy video, right? You are on Rumble. I don't know why I'm asking. Oh, you got the ray gun. This might be an easy mission for us then when we finally get to it. I'm trying to upgrade my stuff to level 2 first. I should have brought the ray gun. I didn't even think about bringing a wonder weapon for this fucking moron. La da da. Quick and easy mission.
Waiting for delivery.
Oh. Wish I'd have gotten that before I pack-a-punched. I got enough to get one gun to level 2, but we still need more. What else is quick and easy?
Marking contract.
We'll go do another one. Can I get the vehicle, or is it like in the water, in the water? Oh, yeah. It's in the water, in the water. Never mind. Not taking that. Alright, guess I'm hoofing it. Me. Bad zombie.
Changing mags.
Bad dog. Huh, can't believe I missed. Do. I mean, you got the ray gun. We should be all right. I think we can handle it. Plus, you know, you actually know how to shoot. Every time I play with randos, they kind of suck. Nope. Heard you coming. Oh, that screaming ain't necessary. Bad zombie. Go level 11. What was the max level of this gun? Oh no, like 22 or some weird shit like that. You almost made it.
Listen up. Terminus has resorted to using smaller weapon runs. They just made themselves right for the picking.
Well, let's fucking go. Goodbye.
My cargo vehicle's stashed in there. See if you can't get it open.
Vehicle detected.
La, 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 la.
Watch the sky. There's an helicopter on your tail.
There's always a helicopter. Can't see shit. There we go. Had to wait for the ray tracing to kick in. So it'll give me some visibility here. Oh, okay. Okay. Jesus Christ.
Don't drag out. Send me that package.
Change your mags.
You'll be impressed, Squad. Looks like Fletcher's gonna have to find another way to keep his teams on.
Switching mags.
Get off me, bitch. Centering was off on that last shot. Whoa! Looks like there's a contract right next to us we can do real quick. go from one to the next. Rapid fire these things.
Defend the ether containment vehicle while it's
Oh, it's over there.
thing. Over to you, Barrera.
God, I'm sweating. Are you sweating? Right. ACV roll.
Some of the most cringe dialogue. Let me know if you see a doghouse while we're out and about doing all this shit. I didn't think to look for one on our drive over here. I gotta start checking the mini-map more.
Changing max.
Fuck off. Quick scope. Oh, not so quick if I gotta reload. One down.
Switching max.
With you, mate.
Cool, we can get an extraction run while we're over here. Why can't I place this down? Okay, guess it won't let me put that down. Fuck. Oh boy. Let's fucking go. Give me all that XP.
Oh shit!
God damn.
These breathtaking. As long as you look past them terraforming the EC into a hellscape teeming with the undead.
At least one of us is having fun.
Coming into land. Keep my LZ clear.
Changing max.
God damn the XP. Spawned a horde of zombies. Listen. I'll lead my shots better. There we go.
Switching max.
Oh, great. Here comes the fun part. Canister is ready for transport. Hold on while I sort it out.
Be vigilant. We still need to get those samples home.
No thank you, William. Soon we will more fully comprehend the EC and all its mysteries.
I hope it's the data of your dreams, Barrera. Well
Changing
done here,
max.
team.
I got you back. Okay. We've got almost enough, so we'll go ahead and start making our way towards the Pack-a-Punch.
Switching max.
We got a Jeep right ahead of us we can take. Which is surrounded by grunts. Of course. Oh, that one's already dead. Oh. I missed. I missed that time.
That's another L for Terminus outcomes. Good work.
Vehicle
Alright, I'm ready whenever you boys are. Alright, let's go pack a punch and then we'll hit up that extraction. Level 2 should be good enough, right? Should make our gun strong enough to tear through everything there. Okay. Sure.
Changing mag.
I need more points. Wait, can we give points in this like we can give money in Warzone? Oh no, wait, I got enough. Never mind. I'm stupid.
Reloading.
enemy has
Okay. Now for that extraction zone. Where the hell is it? It's right here.
Marked our extract point.
cardio
I'll get our Jeep.
See that thing on your tag map? Help us collect a piece of him. We'll find new ways to kill his buddies.
Alright, hopefully the rando comes with us. I don't know why he picked up a contract when I already marked what we're doing, but we'll see. Oh, don't want to go that way. Aether storm over there. God damn. These vehicles control like ass.
On your 6. With you, mate.
Okay. Oh my god, why is there so much shit in the way? What's the point in even putting vehicles in the game? Jesus.
Change your mags.
We gotta go all the way around. Fucking damn. Dude.
Got you on your 6. I'm reloading.
Alright,
on the ground.
we're taking the rappel.
Marked our extract point.
My bad. Didn't realize it was that close.
I'm reloading.
What you son, baby?
Okay, my prototype has made it to the transport, we should be good to go. Strike team, there's a helo inbound to pick you up. Soap's got the 411 on mission parameters. Follow his lead.
Switching mags.
Damn, I'm pack a punch at level 2 and I still can't one-shot these guys with a sniper? Kidding me? In the level 2 zone with a level 2 gun. That should one-shot. That's how that should be balanced. Is our rando not coming? He's on his way. Maybe he'll make it in time. We'll wait for him. See how many times he dies doing this with us. He's only got a 2-plate vest too. Let's ride.
On your 6.
Come on, son. Let's go.
Reloading.
All right, he's coming along. Coming along for the ride. Wonder if he knows what we're doing or if he's not realizing what he's getting into here. If he thinks we're just exiting the game.
With you, mate.
All right, here we go. Finally get to advance my mission. Appreciate the help there, Trickshot. Check my Discord while we're waiting for this to load. Dun, dun, dun. Here we go.
Weapon system online.
Coming up on
Initializing
ZZ.
WARs.
Wait for my go. You have your orders. Secure and escort the package to the mission area. Keep it safe until it can be test filed. Let's get it done.
Where's our rando? Is he not loaded in yet?
Got your back.
Says he's below us.
You are a go for Laylo. Give him hell, Deadbolt. Fight! Fight! 12 o'clock! Go!
Switching mags.
Demon hell, that AAA wasn't in our ISR. Do not let those SAMs lock onto our transport board or Jansen's prototype is toast. Take him out!
Watch out for the landmines. Looks like they got them everywhere. Okay, well it will one-shot mercenaries, so that's all I needed. Ooh, shit. I hadn't done this
Oh,
yet,
shit.
so. Piece of
With you,
shit.
mate.
Where's the rappel rope? There it is.
We're burning time. Set your charges on those launchers.
Changing mags.
Transport is entering effective fire range now. Hurry up.
Missile launchers are on the roof. Get up there and plant your charges.
Wait, do you want me on the roof or do you want me down there?
Changing mags.
I knew he'd die. I think we should probably stick together. Alright, I'm going first floor. I don't know if you want to go after the rando or not.
Enemy armor is broken.
Piece of shit. Fuck off. Stop that.
Thanks. Movement.
You almost escaped right in your ass. Ah, damn, I missed. I saw you.
Switching mags.
Ammo depot here.
Weapon ammo has been replenished.
Taking effective fire.
Fuck off!
Reloading.
Oh, it just wants us to go to the roof. Yeah, well, damn it, I could have rappelled outside the building. I came all the way in here to take their specific rappel rope. What a bunch of bullshit. Oh, fuck. Just walked into the lines, then.
I'm taking fire.
Whoa, whoa. Got a plate.
Defenses increased.
Oh, he's down again. I cracked that one. Well, just stand there and take it then.
Changing mags. Contact.
Shit. Alright. I'll plan it.
Got your back.
Where the bad guys at? What do you mean you're stuck? Like glitched?
Oh shit! Grenade!
I know
Taking
you're out
effective
there.
fire.
I know you can hear me.
Hold on, don't waste yourself. I'm coming.
You should know. I've offered a bonus to anyone who brings me.
Where is that coming from? Stop it. It's really rude.
Hot shot. Drone
Switching
deploying
mags.
flare above DZ. Area's clear for now. Get there before Terminus does.
On your six.
Damn it, I can't
Type is
get a
equal
beat
range.
on him.
Arrival imminent. She's heavier than she looks. Took 3 of us to strap her to the ACV.
Alright, I'm going.
All stations, lock down that drop site. I want that package intact.
Sentry gun deployed.
Keep the ACV secure. That prototype's one of a kind.
Taking fire.
Shit. Stop it.
Changing mags.
There we go. Put that fucking sentry gun to work.
Hugo found an Ethereum deposit big enough to really test the neutralizer's effectiveness.
The vehicle already knows the
Switching
coordinates.
mags.
Just make sure the ACV don't get neutralized on the way.
Damn, I missed it. Okay. Wait, can I move my sentry turret and put it on top of the damn thing? Nope, didn't want to do that. I'm coming. I want to put the gun on top of the thing. Hell yeah. Now we're talking. That's what I brought it for.
Changing mags.
He spawned another zombie when he died?
Switching mag.
Hey, big guy. All right. Need y'all to fuck off. Good to go. Shit.
Outbreak is just one of those situations where none of the options were something.
Back. After all, I got stuck with you.
Yeah, I'm working on it. Oh, fuck. I gotta deal with these assholes.
Switching. Come here. Let Nikki fix you all up.
Reloading.
I got you, boy. Ooh, don't want to get trapped in here with them, that's for sure. All right. Time to do it. Go, go, go now. Oh my god! Shit. Holy Christ, dude.
Changing mag.
Oh, I need more nades. Christ.
Oh shit!
Way too many.
I'm reloading.
Jesus.
Alright, packages on site. ACV's done her thing.
The prototype boot up sequence takes a while, and will attract the undead like flies to the moon.
You heard, Jan. You're on site. Expect contact.
Reloading.
Whoa, whoa. Need armor.
I'm reloading.
Go, run, run, run. Holy fuck berries.
ACV's this close to being scrapped.
Dummy, this is ridiculous.
Sequence is complete. Neutralizer is ready to test fire.
Keep them off of it. Did we do it? Oh, we did it. Holy fuck berries. Shit got real at the end.
As you can see,
Yeah, I was trying to
the
lure
test
him
was a
away from it.
success.
Oh, there's an actual
The
story to
ether
this thing.
neutralizer destabilizes any Ethereum within its blast radius. What remains of the element rapidly decays into harmless isotopes. But that was raw, unprocessed.
Yeah, we barely made it.
The material in Zakhaev's vial is highly enriched. My projections show this weapons-grade Ethereum can withstand our prototype.
In other words, you failed. This was a waste of time and resources.
Not true. The principle has been proven. We just need to amplify the neutralizer and recalibrate its output.
And you can do that, can you?
Not quite. But Zakhaev obtained research written by the expert on Ethereum enrichment.
Strauss. Old mate of yours?
Friends are a luxury I can seldom afford.
Zakhaev stored Strauss's research in a vault. It'll be heavily guarded, but that research holds the key to upgrading the neutralizer.
We don't have time for this. Our focus should be Zakhaev himself.
And if we find him, then what? He unleashes his remaining vial and we have nothing to counter it.
Deadbolt might be able to hammer this thing hard enough to contain it. But if the objective is to end it, that neutralizes our best shot.
Fine. Get Strauss's data. See what Dr. Jansen can do with it.
Oh, is she gonna turn? Is she infected? Take your fentanyl.
What is wrong?
It's just a migraine. It'll pass. They always do.
He ain't buying it. Damn, that one got rough. Oh, cool. Got a vehicle skin out of that. The Warmageddon. You still get more XP for just farming the extractions. Jesus. Fast, easy XP, farm extractions. Huh. Got the daily challenge done. Oh, it only goes to 16. Oh, I only leveled one time? Yeah, better off farming extractions with this gun. Guess that's what we'll do on the next one. Alright, Act 4. No, I'm on Act 3. Why is it unlocked Act 4 already if I'm just on Act 3? Two-factor authentication. Complete a defend ground station contract. Kill 20 mercenaries during the contract. Maintain the computer's health above 60%. And get the death perception recipe. I already got that. Okay. Cool. 50 kills while in tac stance. I can't even use tac stance with these guns. Get my perk colas. Alright, there we go. Glad I bought the dual wielding shotguns. I was tearing through the special zombies with those. Jesus Christ, they were required. I just brought them to play around with them. I haven't used them yet since I unlocked it. Still ain't nobody online. Alright. Let's roll this beautiful beam footage. I'm not really too focused on the contracts now as much as I am just leveling this gun. It's only got 2. Well, we can try to do them, I guess. It's only got 2 levels left, so no reason to farm extractions for 2 levels. A level and a half, really, so I'll just actually try to do the mission. So we need to do a defend ground station. I got to kill 20 mercenaries while we're doing it, and then keep the computer's health above 60%. I think we can do that. Let's ride. Yeah, those extraction missions are the best part of zombies. That's when it actually... Oh, back out? Okay. That's the best part of zombies. That's when it actually starts to feel like a classic zombies game. Shit gets intense.
Come back, you stupid bitch, and get in the shelter!
I don't wanna. What's good, Waffle? If you're talking, your mic's muted.
What? Oh, it ain't.
Oh, I
It's
figured.
not muted.
I figured you must have had something muted because you weren't saying nothing.
I was saying something. I don't know what the fuck happened. I wasn't muted.
Oh yeah, it just. wasn't
I
coming through
checked.
then.
Like I went. I was like, oh, am I? And I wasn't. Didn't move up.
Do I want a ray gun? Yeah, if you want to drop me one when we get in there. I'm not. Probably should have taken one for that last mission. Those extraction missions are when it starts to feel like an actual zombies game. Shit gets intense. They're the best part of this game mode. The rest of it's just grinding to get to them. Story's kind of bleh. But yeah, if you want to drop me a ray gun, tell me when you're ready. I'll go to the ready up screen. When I see you ready up, I'll know you're ready. Oh, let's go. I'm only doing it to level the guns anyway. I got the dual wielding shotguns. Leveled that till I got the akimbos. Because those things are dirty. I learned that
Yeah,
lesson last
I
night.
fucking bet. Yeah. Fucking
Dragon's breath.
every
dual
fucking
wielding
time.
shotguns.
Every time. They've done this 4 times, bro. It's fucking.
Dual wielding dragon's
like-
breath shotguns.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're pretty rough.
This is fucking.
I was
this is it.
tearing through. I mean, he's gonna give me a ray gun. I have a wonder weapon, but I didn't even need the wonder weapon for the mission last time. I was just tearing through special zombies. Only one I couldn't tear through with those guns was
my large bag and my 3 plates back.
What in the fuck did he say? Well, let me plug up my headset so I can yell at this dude. Only special zombie I couldn't tear through was a giant fucking 3-headed dog. I was standing under him, just like blasting his balls with dual dragon's breath shotguns, and he's just tanking all the damage. I'm like, fuck, this thing's impossible to kill. I don't think we were supposed to kill it. I think we were just supposed to bait it away from the thing until the thing could go off, because we didn't kill it and we still beat the mission. So, whatever. Maybe if we were both shooting with ray guns, we might have got it. I got it down to about half health with just the shotguns. Just blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. And if you time them right, so you shoot one then the other at the right speed, start shooting one, get about 2 shots in, and then start shooting the other one, you'll never stop shooting the shotgun. Because you'll have one hand shooting while the other hand is reloading. You can just shoot forever. Oh, I didn't need that. Hey, how I get one now?
Reloading.
There's a Kimbo shotguns if you want. I'll take the ray gun.
Got a contract here.
Oh, also here, you can have these. Got a perk and a weapon mod. Alright, so. Did you already mark the thing we're supposed to do?
On your six.
Wait, is there a... Well, I guess I won't need the pack-a-punch. I got a ray gun. Alright. Revive me! I have the ray gun!
Contract marked.
Okay, that apparently wasn't where we were supposed to go. I'd pay attention to who's pinging what. That was your day, Waffle.
That was alright. Just went to work.
Mine could have been better.
Shit, what happened?
Apparently I'm gonna have to get my Jeep serviced because it just kind of gave out on me.
Must have deep pockets if they're deploying this many AERs.
Figures I finally get approved for DoorDash so I can, you know, start making extra money on the side and then the Jeep starts working.
Vehicles with dedicated ground
So
squads.
I gotta take that to the shop tomorrow and see how much they're gonna
AERs initializing. It's
they're gonna charge me to fix that.
get in there and stop them launching.
Find out how much they're gonna grape me.
I mean, didn't you say you kind of knew how to fix cars? I mean, you ain't gonna try to fix it yourself first? Save that money?
What it needs done, I don't have the required tools to fix.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. If it is what I think it is, then I am cooked. It's gonna be expensive.
Grenade.
I'll handle the mercenaries. Y'all get the things. I gotta kill 20 of them while we're doing this mission.
Only one functional rocket remaining. Take it out.
Damn it, Dobbs, get me better visuals. I don't want to miss this.
I'm taking fire.
Okay. Okay.
Switching max.
The fucking flinch is retarded.
Last mag.
Okay, I don't know why it doesn't. These things always glitch out on me. Like tap to interact just doesn't work, but if I try to hold it down, it doesn't interact with it either. Yeah, I can't interact with it. There, finally. I have to like switch weapons and yeah, these are a pain in the ass for me. They glitch out. It doesn't like it when you put the... Wait, this wasn't the contract I was supposed to be doing.
Solid execution, squad. We'll send in a team to clean up the wreckage.
Alright, I need to do a defend ground station. That's the one I need. I gotta kill 20 mercenaries during that and then keep the health of the computer at the end above 60%.
On your six.
Do either one of y'all have a extra pack-a-punch?
What was that?
Changing max.
I didn't hear what that guy said. I don't know. Something about crunching much. Fucking love crunching much.
Fuck is crunching much?
You've never had crunching much?
No.
Oh, you should
Not
try
even
some-
one.
Oh, you should try some crunching munch, man. That stuff's delicious.
I don't. What the fuck? Tired.
Google it.
Swear to God, this better be a fucking like chip brand or something.
If I'm Fletcher Azaka,
No, it's not
there's
chips.
No way I haven't searched
I mean, it is a
the
delicious
site
snack, but it's not chips.
bad news for the bottom line. And it won't be
I
long
would.
before
I
things
could just
like
tell you,
that.
but I'd rather see you.
Oh
read it.
God, that's so. That's this crap. This crap. The shit that like.
Crap.
The fucking the shit that nobody gets because Cracker Jack exists.
Oh, please. Crunching Munch blows Cracker Jack out of the water.
Oh, you fucking lying bitch.
Plus, Crunching Munch got a bunch of different flavors, too. Cracker Jack's just got the
I don't-
one. Whoa.
Yeah,
Whoa,
it's because
what are
it's
you-
perfect.
What are you mad? Cause Crunching Munch don't come with a prize? You want your free sticker prize? Cause it's always a fucking sticker. Okay,
I want
that's
my
the prize.
sticker, bitch.
It used to be cool shit. Now it's just stickers. Remember when I was a kid, it used to be like temporary tattoos, or they'd have these little paper things you could make into stuff, and sometimes it'd be like an actual toy, a decoder ring or something. Not anymore.
Oh wow, they really do only have one flavor. I thought that was fucking a joke. Holy shit!
No,
I
it's
haven't
the,
thought
just,
this shit in a
the
long
one.
time.
Just the one.
Like I go to their products, it's just different sizes of Cracker Jack.
Yep, you can just get the one flavor in different sizes. But Crunching Munch though. Oh, you piece of shit.
I guess Crunching Munch got it on that, but if I'm picking original, I'm getting Cracker Jack.
Oh my god. Stop it.
Because I get that, you know,
All
even
right,
one
I'm gonna
flavor.
need, I'm gonna need actual help here, guys, if I'm gonna keep this thing above 70%, above 60%, because these guys are just like bum rushing this thing. I can't kill them all fast enough.
Switching Mac.
Fuck that rando. If he can't stay alive through this level 1 shit, then I ain't worried about it.
Taking effective fire.
Oh my god, I can die. I hate the ones that just bum rush you with a knife. You want to talk about Call of Duty actually encouraging that playstyle? It's NPCs do it.
Throwing grenade.
Oh shit. Fucking riot shield guy. I can hate the riot shield guy. Can you get him? Can you get him? Because even the ray gun won't do anything to him. I hate this riot shield so much. This is the lamest fucking shit in the game. Comes another one. I don't have any nades.
Changing Mac.
I will spam this fucking ray gun until you die. I'm not letting you damage this thing. We're at 62%. I'm barely passing this mission. Was that a landmine? Yeah, give me the landmine. There.
Here we go again. More mercs.
Oh my god, can I get like an actual like drill charge or thermite or something to deal with the next fucking riot shield dickhead? Guess that'll do. Another one. There we go. Objective complete. Alright, all I gotta do is exfil with the recipe. Alright, now we can just farm other contracts or do bullshit. I'm done.
Actual, I may not be reading this right, but there's already a lot of merc movement.
Okay, gang faces, people. Exfil, stat. Let's meet this threat head
No.
on.
Alright.
Marking contract.
That marked transport is loaded with Terminus weapons. Take it. Get it to exfil.
Hey, bud.
Let's get that door open sharpish. That LTV ain't gonna steal itself.
Alright. Let's roll.
Terminus chopper inbound.
Oh, God, I hate the design of these maps. There's so much clutter and bullshit everywhere. Oh my God. These vehicles are slow as shit. They control like ass. My ping disappeared. Where does it want me to go? Can you open your map and ping it? Oh, I'm driving. Oh my God. Fucking chopper just eating me alive. How's it gonna make the fucking ping disappear? Dude, I can't even, like, find the fucking thing. The ping disappeared. Alright, well, this one's Fubar. Which should have been an easy mission. Just fucking gone because the ping for where I'm supposed to take it just disappeared. God damn it. That's supposed to be a quick, easy mission. Their ping system has been fucked up forever. And they still haven't fixed it.
That target's a face card for sure.
Pings just randomly unpinging themselves all the time. Really annoying.
Changing mag.
Double points.
I don't know what Rando's doing.
You are about to meet one of Hugo's most wanted. Give him a nice deadbolt welcome, will you?
What's up, baby?
I have marked the spot. My team will grab the sample. Pleasure doing business, soldier.
Switching mag.
Alright. We're doing these safe
Marking
crackers.
contract.
Just kind of picking the stuff that's near us. Just farming XP at this point because I've already beat my mission. Oh look, Rando's down again. Didn't he take a companion with him too? So some guy popped in my Rumble chat, Waffle, to tell me to go check out his newest video because he is, he said it's super hot. It's fire. It's a super hot fire video. I asked him what it was about. He said it was about exposing the truth about Hillary Clinton. I fucking hate Rumble.
Oh, hey. Oh my God. Okay, so
Dude, I can't
Colton.
understand a word you're saying. Your mic is ass.
So Colton, one, he changed his Twitter background. I didn't tell you this yesterday, to an AI generated image of him as a politician. And at first I thought it was just some like generic image, and then I see "Keep Texas Strong" Colto Argarcia. And I'm like, oh, okay.
Wait, so he didn't even like take the time to take the image into Photoshop to fix the text and all the shit that the AI gets wrong?
Yeah.
God
Just
damn.
used. And then hold on. Holy shit, he went on a post spree today.
kid's a fucking idiot.
Trump picked up a shift at McDonald's.
I'm gonna start Twitter fights again. I'm trying to bait. Like, that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to bait Colton and his friends to join a Twitter space, and then I'll just pick fights. Where's that last?
Back like I never
Where's that
left.
last blister? It's gotta be downstairs.
Hold on, there was some fucking goofy ass shit. Yeah, no, he retweeted Alex Jones. That was the craziest shit I saw.
Switching mag.
I'm not shocked.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I do think that the Trump going to work at McDonald's thing is kind of fucking funny, though.
Wait, why did Trump go to work at McDonald's? Where's
Because
this last
Hillary,
fucking
or not
blister?
Hillary,
I hate doing these.
because Kamala Harris fucking said some shit like, "Oh, I've worked in the service industry," so he said, "I guess I'm gonna go do it now, bitch."
Fuck off!
It's so fucking stupid. I can now say me and Trump have officially worked the same job.
Well, no.
Put that on my resume. No.
You worked the job. Trump showed up. I don't believe he didn't work at a McDonald's. I'll believe he showed up for a photo op. And he cosplayed as a McDonald's employee, but he didn't do any work. He didn't do any real work. That part never happened.
Nah, he cooked fries, bro. I saw him do it.
Okay.
That's totally the same thing. I promise, Deb. I promise.
Right. So he put his hand on a fry basket. We're all very impressed.
And dunked it.
This is the closest thing to actual work he's ever done.
Yes, sir.
It's 2 seconds of holding a fry bin. Have the ray gun.
Changing mag.
I'll put that in the win column. For damn sure it's a loss for Terminus.
I bet Terminus left some good kit here. Yours now.
Moving here.
Alright, what are we doing next? We can do another one of these.
Marking contract.
So teammate
Switching
down.
mag.
I'm not going to revive that guy. That guy. His Mike is ass and he is ass. Rando just landed in the back of the truck.
Green to strike team. The Mercs hit a weapons stash not far from you.
Alright, I'm gonna have to look up his Twitter after this and then I'll start a Twitter space. Jesus. I gotta figure out what I want to try to argue with people about on Twitter today. Hopefully I can get more than one person to show up. I'm gonna hit at the trending tab this time and see if I can piggyback off of a trending topic. I'm just gonna shit post. Find whatever's trending and say the opposite of whatever the popular thing is to try to get people mad. In the mood to do a little trolling, you know.
You do a little trolling.
A little shit posting. It's just a prank, bro.
Switching max.
I've leveled this car 98. It's only got 2 levels left. I forgot Black Ops. Black Ops 6. I picked the right week to take a vacation. I didn't even plan it, but Black Ops 6 launches in 4 days.
Sorry, man, forgot the picture hair.
Changing max.
What'd you say about Kamala Harris? Can't understand a fucking word this guy's saying.
What did he say about Camel Toe Harris?
How has Trump not made that his fucking nickname for her yet? Like, it's so...
You know what? I'm adding him on fucking Twitter.
You're gonna add Donald Trump.
I'm gonna be like, bro, I don't even, like, politically agree with you, but you really need to start calling her Camel Toe
Camel Toe Harris. Camel Toe Harris.
Yeah, Camel Toe Harris. Ugh.
Switching max.
Well, that's gonna cut into their bottom line and their survival rate.
To the victor go the spoils. Proper job, Deadbolt. Your RTB.
Okie dokie. Oh, we got another one right here we can do. I'm just kind of speed running these damn things.
You know what? I'm not gonna do that because somebody's gonna see that and I'm gonna get canceled.
What do you mean get canceled?
I don't even care. I'm not getting fucked.
I promise you aren't
I ain't getting
canceled from
fucked.
Twitter.
I ain't getting fucked. I don't
You're
care.
not getting fucked. You won't get fucked.
They've
If you
fucked
said-
people.
If you said something, no. Twitter, no. Twitter is run by Elon
Not by
Musk, no.
Twitter. Just some other bullshit in the future, bro. I am not getting hit in the second wave.
How could they cancel you though? That's what I'm saying. It's
Bro,
like,
I don't care. Like, they could just go... They go after people all the time and just, like, get their fucking jobs. Like, fuck. Because they say anything, bro. Like, I swear to God, I'm not doing it. I don't care.
You'll be fine. Oh my God. Fuck it, I'll do it. Jesus.
Get more clout than me anyway, even if it fucking doesn't backfire, so... Go for ya.
Yeah, I wish somebody would come to my job try to get me fired over some of that bullshit.
Didn't you literally get fired for some, like, not internet bullshit, but, like, some straight-up bullshit?
What are you talking about?
Walmart.
Oh, yeah, but that
Like,
wasn't...
you got fired from some woke bullshit. What do you mean?
No, that wasn't woke bullshit. That was just Walmart thinking they were gonna get sued. That's just standard Walmart practice, dude. That's not woke bullshit. Pretty much anytime someone calls the Walmart corporate number, which I'm shocked more people don't, because you always get your way. Like, you can tell them whatever you want and they'll just give you a gift card to make you shut up and sign an NDA. Like, it's just free money. And they print it at the bottom of every receipt. I'm shocked more people don't just call it, because anytime someone's ever actually called that number with a complaint, they just get what they want. Like, Walmart just doesn't want to deal with them. The number's just a trick to get you to sign an NDA, basically. That's like, hey, whatever it is you think happened, even if it didn't happen, we don't want to deal with it. So here's a $50 gift card. Sign an NDA saying you'll never speak of this again. And yeah, that's kind of what happens. Oh, I got a double kill. Damn, killing 2 zombies with 1 bullet. Now that there's efficiency.
Changing mag.
I mean, I've been fired over some dumb shit before, but never like woke shit. But all the times I got fired in the past were long before the term woke and cancel culture was even a thing. So I wouldn't call it that. I said I ain't worried about it.
Conduct a seismic scan of the EC. Any hostiles show up, you keep them off our equipment.
The network of seismic imagers is key to my research. There's a lot of
This job isn't important enough for me to care if I get fired from it to begin with anyway. I can walk down the street. I can walk down the street to another retail store and have a job just like it tomorrow. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Only reason I keep this job is because it's next door, so I don't have to drive to work. I can just take me 2 minutes to walk to work, just because it's convenient and it's an easy job. It honestly doesn't pay as much as my last one, so I don't plan to do this job forever anyway. Sooner or later, they're either going to promote me. Every time I've gone to quit, they've done something to make me stay, but sooner or later, they're not going to give me what I want, and a better offer will come along, and I'll just take that. Because one day that idea of using a new job to leverage a promotion isn't going to work, and then I'm going to be like, okay, well then fuck it, I'll leave. God damn. This mystery box keeps giving me bullshit. Trying to find a gun to extract. Nope, I already have that one.
They're playing too rough with my stuff. Keep them off.
You can handle that on your own, right, Trickshot? Oh, doesn't look like it. You got it, bud. I believe in you.
Oh, I know why. Because he can fucking pay to win. Oh my god.
Who can pay to win?
LeBron James is flexing that he's top 100 ranked in Madden 25.
Oh, yeah, it's
yeah, you can just pay to win.
Where did my gun go?
More of Fletcher's boots incoming.
Where did my other gun go? Cronin Squall, RPK. Nope. Keep giving me guns I already have. Give me one I don't have so I can extract with it and get a new gun. Nope, I already have a Lockwood. Oh, that's it. No more. Alright, where did my actual, like, pack-a-punched gun go? Picked up a new gun and it went flying up on top of the map. Is it on top of the building? Did it fly on top of the building? Where did it go? Off. There it is. Jesus. Okay. Alright, Trickshot, I'm coming. Looks like you're about to lose that. You over there trying to keep that computer alive with 1 HP and a dream. Four seconds. Hey, you did it, man. Good job.
Quite the body count, strike team. Now we dismantle Terminus's Ethereum mining program piece by piece.
Switching back. Got your back.
Switching mag.
Alright, we're gonna do one of these.
Marking contract.
Quick and easy, assuming it doesn't glitch on me this time. And then what we got? 15 minutes left on this run. And then we can probably switch to some Warzone or something because I'll have max leveled this gun and completed the mission I wanted to complete. So, kind of done in here now.
That camp supports Terminus in the field. Stamp it out. Listen up. Terminus has resorted to using smaller weapon runs. They just made themselves ripe for the picking.
Really?
Get that garage opened up. We don't want to hang around.
I'll let you drive the stem. Rock and roll, baby.
I don't want to stress you out, bruv, but the mercs have scrambled a bloody helicopter.
A bloody helicopter, so not like a regular one. Ooh, fancy. Yeah, I'm super pissed off about my Jeep right now. I was on that wait list for Instacart and DoorDash forever, and I finally get off of it so I can start earning some extra cash. Give the wife something to do during the day while I'm at work. And then the Jeep gives out. And I know it's going to be expensive to fix, which pisses me off all the time.
Those spoils won't go to waste.
Oh, it sucks. Motherfucker!
If you explore inside, tell me if you find any RSF. Rocks, spores, or fungus?
Oh, he made a... Cute. He made a Ghostbusters reference. Alright, what do we got near us now? Oh, we got another safe cracker.
Marking contract.
It's a pretty dope Halloween skin, too. It's got like a ghosting effect to it.
Changing mag.
Intel suggests there's a mother load of Terminus weapons in your AO. I want them added to our stockpile.
Deadbolt. Locals won't take this sitting down. They'll be hell ahead.
Go get him, bud. Alright, we're good to go.
Closing on your strike. Put one right in between their blowing eyes.
Throw a grenade.
Loot to place a little bit.
Switching mag.
Deadbolt actual. I am seeing anomalous energy surges 11 miles up. Hard to tell, but I think we got trouble on the way.
Changing mag.
Need to play some Fallout 76 too. I still ain't checked out the new map for that. I remember you said earlier that you wanted to get back into it. And then Silent Hill came out.
I like went and checked it out for a second, and I was like, eh.
Did you do the new map, or did you unlock that yet?
I
gotta play through more of the story.
I still gotta beat the main fucking quest, and it's like I'm stuck in the bunker that I need to do it in, and I just can't
I was about to say I can help you do it.
get to the end.
The plot gets better towards the
Switching
end. You can
back.
tell at the beginning they were trying to find a way to make the original plot that had no NPCs tie into the one with NPCs. So for the first part of the game, you're just kind of redoing that again. Why can't I open this reward rift? Okay. Nope, it's not letting me open it. Cool, it's glitched for me.
Got your back.
Alright, well, I ain't worried about that one then. Probably ain't have shit in it I needed, no way. We'll go do this one.
Marking
Get a decent amount
contract.
of XP from that one. Oh, let me check out the... Anything I can sell here? No. We'll go on foot, and if we run across the doghouse, I'll get a dog. That's what we were supposed to do last game, but we forgot to do before going to do that mission, was take a dog with us. Not that it would have mattered, he would have died so fast with all the shit that it was throwing at us. Ah. Missed.
Deadbolt actual to strike
Oh, look at the time. Oh, we got plenty of
and
time.
recover
We got time to do one more in the next
no
one.
diversions.
Maybe. All right. Well, we can exfil, I guess.
Stand by for pickup.
Sure. I mean, it's on the way to the
Marked our
exfil.
extract point.
But yeah, we'll go ahead and exfil then. I don't want to not exfil with the stuff I got because that's part of my mission.
Check the tags. On your six.
Ah. Then we'll do some regular Warzone. I'll probably keep switching back and forth between controller and keyboard and mouse to see which one I see if I do better with
Switching
keyboard and
back.
mouse. Remember the last time I played with keyboard and mouse, those guns were so hard to control when you compared them to the controller. Like aim assist made a huge difference. But maybe I put the right attachments on them, they'll be usable again. It's just the flinch is so terrible with no aim assist. I just hate trying to snipe with a controller. That's why everybody who plays controller just sticks with close range guns and just tries to get in your face. Because controller clearly dominates the close range game. Oh, I didn't even see that trick shot. Don't matter, I'm already almost there. I'll just keep running. That's
Dark ether vortexes are growing in this area. Burn it up. Take the team from here.
I mean, we only got 6 minutes. Maybe we won't have time to pull it off.
Rather, these ACV on the road.
And we'll skip the contract and just head for the exfil. Oh, well, we're right here. Well, we can try for it, I suppose, since it is just right here. If it, we can always bail on it if it gets too close to the time before we can get there.
Drive systems engaged.
With you, mate.
Changing mag.
Reloading.
Yeah, we can hit that to quickly get back when we're done with this.
Switching mag.
On your six.
Initiating ether vortex purge sequence. Ether containment protocol enabled.
Throwing grenade.
to stay on top of it. We can't afford to let it stop moving. We don't have a whole lot of time left. Wow, it's like instant melted him.
Switching max.
Damn it.
You get all these samples. And we're cleaning up too.
One more. We're gonna be cutting it close.
Can't get any better than this.
We'll make it out.
All too happy to entertain.
I believe in us. If we
Changing
miss that, if that one gets overtaken, we'll just hit that Aether Tear and fly to the one on the opposite end of the map. I don't know which side of the map the storm's gonna start spreading from. So if it's our side, we'll just fly to the other one. We'll make it out though.
Switching max. Oh shit!
Damn it! What is hitting me? Do you not? Neither one of us have a self revive. Oh well, this is over then. That's wow. How did we die right there? God damn it! That means I missed this. I'm about to do the whole mission over because I have to extract with the thing. Oh my god. How the fuck did that happen?
Changing max.
Like, what the fuck just overtook us so fast? It's a level 1 area.
Samples will give us a spectacular amount of data. I'll be cataloging it for days. Happy to be
Oh god.
Resume patrol strike team.
Plead for help. Maybe we'll get lucky. We're close enough to an exfil. Maybe another team will see us and come grab us real quick before it's over.
Yeah, and you got hit with like a fucking gas grenade, dog.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck hit us. Like, that's never happened before. Where's the fucking chat? How do I access the chat? How do you get to the... How do you get to the chat on console? How do I open? God. Damn it. Like, that's the one thing I need to do is exfil with the death perception recipe, and I have the recipe and everything. We did the whole mission. All I gotta do is exfil. And oh. I don't see nobody coming. I don't know how to access the chat.
SSO, you see
There it
these
is.
sat images? Storm's here.
Enter
and it's
text
no
chat.
fucking joke.
Well, we'll see if anybody comes. Where's the gas coming? Is it coming from the other side of the map? Like, which side of the map is the gas coming from? Don't see it creeping in yet. There's 4 people left on the map. Nope, 1 just left. There's 3 people left on the map. Whoa, closest one to us. It doesn't tell me their names if I go over them, does it? No. He's near the exfil in the level 2 zone. I don't think anybody's going to come. We're too late in the match. Most of the players have already left. Fuck me. It's the circle. The circle expands. Oh. God damn it. There's a full squad right next to it. But they're going to head to the other extraction. The one guy who may be able to save us. One guy who may be able to save us. Doesn't look like he's coming. No, he's heading to exfil. Oh, god damn it. I mean, I have to do that whole fucking mission over. I can't believe neither one of us had a self-revive. How did we not notice that? Like, we should have went to a buy station and got one. If oh my god, we had so much money too. Like, this was a completely needless death. Ain't nobody coming to save us. Yep, that dude's gone. No, he got a vehicle. Maybe he's gonna drive the vehicle over here. Please come out. Nope. Nope, he got out the vehicle. He's at the extraction. Oh, he's headed this way. Please come help. C5. And then we'll hit the extraction right next door and get the fuck out of here. We got gas masks. We got time. The gas doesn't spread that fast. Looks like he is coming. Yay! Maybe this isn't a complete wash. Helped by a kind stranger. Yep, there he comes. You are the man.
Queen of raps all fixed up.
Why am I in third person? Okay. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Would you like?
Gotta move. We got time to stop.
Opposition team, I'm starting this game.
Oh my god. What the hell is happening?
Back like I
Oh, I ain't got no armor. Like, why am I dying so fast? There.
Approaching extra location in T-minus 15 seconds.
Switching max.
Has visual on LZ. Keep it clear.
Ah, we made it out. This dude is the man. You're a very helpful rando. Doesn't happen often in Call of Duty. But damn if he didn't come at the last possible second. Mission progression, yep, got it. Damn, 21,000 XP. I wasn't even running a boost on that one. 21,000 free? Yeah. Damn. I should have max leveled this car 98. Yep. Ooh, I like the camo you get for the challenge too. Pixelated ghost. Ah, we made it out. That dude is the man. All right. I'm gonna take a break before we do some resurgence. Before we jump into some war zone. Into the war zone. We get enough people together that we can do private matches. Do our own battle royales. Alright, but first let's see what's trending on the Tweeter. And try to pick some Twitter fights. That's what I feel like doing tonight. Here, I'll fire up some music while we browse Twitter. All right, what is trending on Twitter right now? Sports, McDonald's, politics, sports.
I'm working at McDonald's for some reason.
Sports. Baddies Caribbean reunion is trending in the United States. What the fuck is that? It doesn't even have like a... It doesn't even have like a category attached to it. Looks like a Baddies Caribbean reunion. Oh, it's just a... I guess they're from a show called Baddies. Just a bunch of hot black chicks. Got it. Well, you'll get no argument from me there, so I guess McDonald's it is. So, what do we title this Twitter space? Piss off the Trumples. And be able to cash in on this hashtag to get noticed.
Trump working at Diddy's mansion? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
What about, I like where you're going with this, but we gotta include McDonald's as a hashtag in order to cash in on the trending thing. So how about
Trump ain't working at McDonald's. He working in Diddy's mansion.
No, I got it. Trump's working at McDonald's, wishing he was at McDiddy's.
I guess. It's like,
I can't not call it McDiddy's. Alright, fuck it. Let's just let's go to create a space. Create your space. Everyone can speak. What do I want to talk about? I'm gonna add him too. At real. Wait, what is his app? Is it real Donald Trump or the real Donald Trump? Search real. Is it the real Donald Trump? The real Donald. Wait, is he banned from Twitter?
no, he's not.
No, yeah, he can't be because Elon Musk is like his best friend. What the fuck is Trump's Twitter handle? I know it's like a real Donald Trump, wasn't it? Yeah, real Donald Trump, not the real Donald Trump. It just brings up a bunch of parody accounts under it that was confusing me. Jesus. Okay. Alright, Donald Trump. I'm gonna copy your at and I'm gonna at you. See if we can get banned in a Twitter space in real time. Tending to work at hashtag. Alright, let's see. Trending in spaces. So you gotta tag it. Where's politics? I'm gonna give it some categories for it to fall under. Let's do U.S. national news. Politics not like a fucking category on here? Tech news, weather, science news, entertainment news, national news, ESPN, business news, New York City, health news, California, earthquakes is a category, Los Angeles, Texas, Chicago, Florida, South Dakota, like every state. Guess I could do Florida. Guess that's what I'll do. I'll do Florida and Washington, D.C. Try to get attention that way then. Jesus. There doesn't seem to be any other like category it falls under. What the fuck? Alright, start now. Alright, Twitter space is open. Send you a like. Mute myself and test my mic. Ba, 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 ba. Yeah, it looks like it's working. Okay. I'll put the Twitter space over here, top of the Discord, so I can see it next to the Discord. That'll work. All right. Oh, hey, now you're, how do I make you, so how do I make you, I'm gonna put this button. Invite co-host. There we go. Alright. Now.
Oh damn, you gonna get so many motherfuckers in here.
That's the idea.
Change my mind up in that shit. Oh god. All the diddlers.
I am rage baiting pretty hard. The McDiddies is, oh, come on, it's comedy gold right there. Trump sucks. Change my mind. See if we can get some people to grow a pair of balls to come in here and argue with us. Alright, I'll kill the music. We'll do some Call of Duty. Alright. Assuming you're ready. You're ready, Trick Shot? Hope you still got the stream open and you can still hear, because we're about to go hard on these Twitter fights. I want to attract enough attention. I can have some good ones. I can post as content, and hopefully I can make this a thing. Just a regular segment we do once a week or so. Twitter fights. We find some trending topic to fight people on. Just even if we don't believe the thing we're fighting them on, we just fight them on it anyway. We just pick Twitter fights once a week. For the sake of entertainment.
Gee.
You know, some next level trolling going on here. Alright. Alrighty. See if all that zombies practice pays off.
Enemies are dropping in the area. Watch the skies.
Oh, where'd he go? What the fuck? Yeah, the zombies definitely running on a different engine. Like the aim assist feels so much different in this than it does in that. Of course, Kyle lands on top of me, so I can't just practice shooting.
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized.
Problem is, they've made so many muting that guy in our squad. His music's in the background. Okay. Problem is, they've made so many changes to like Warzone itself that like when you go to play the non-Warzone stuff that's still running on the base engine they haven't updated, the game feels so different. All right, we're going Doc.
LZ Mark, get ready to jump.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Oops, I mean right there.
Moving.
Hey, where we dropping?
I need recon at my location.
On my ping.
There's somebody on top.
Taking fire!
Fuck, got a guy behind me.
Kill confirmed. We located the rest
I
of
got
them.
him.
Alright.
I need some goddamn plates. We're gonna rotate toward bio. Heads up. He's down.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Can't fucking see him.
Enemy buy station incoming.
Can't believe I wasn't able to finish him off.
Target area marked. You're cleared hot.
This is Longbow 3-1. Target acquired. Strike inbound.
That thing's not going anywhere.
What? Ooh.
I finished him off with airstrike and he freaked out. He thought he got away too. As soon as I got him, he was like, what? This is some bullshit. Oh. God damn, I love the voice chat.
Yeah, that was bullshit. He was opening a box when I caught him.
You're back on station.
And he clipped
Get
me.
after it.
I don't know how. Some bullshit.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
It's all good. I got your mans though. All that matters to me.
What? Come on, I even hit it with the drone first.
I got you.
Like I cracked his armor with the drone and I had one. Okay,
So
whatever.
close. Maybe next time.
It's time to kill this fucking retarded.
Nah. Nah.
That's the shit that pisses me off when I do everything right and still get fucking wrecked for no reason. Like I didn't miss a shot and I hit him with a drone, and he's able to run through all that shit and just fucking melt me in 6 shots with whatever fucking metal weapon he was carrying.
Fuck.
Why are so many people over here? There's not usually that many people in this area.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, right there.
Didn't know it was
right
you.
outside too. Another dropping on you. He's inside. He's downstairs.
Loadout drop headed your way.
I got you.
Need an actual fucking assault rifle here.
Tag it.
Where they at? Talk to me, Goose.
Oh, I got you.
Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Get hunting.
Fucking shit.
Out there have increased payouts. Get to them first to cash
They're just
out.
like sniping us from bio. Just oh my god. So many of them over there.
Thank you. You got my snake.
That took way too long.
They got cooked.
Enemy soldier incoming.
I see you.
Come on and get me. I hear him coming. Trick shot the fuck.
Yeah,
are
I
you
see
doing?
you, bro. Should not this guy in the helicopter coming to us?
I'm coming, boom.
Yep.
Oh, they got a sniper on us. He ain't sniping me, motherfucker. Where the hell's he at?
Free stuff detected.
Whoa, shit!
Oh, what the fuck?
Rocket launcher.
Gas is
Dude,
closing
that was
in.
close. God dang. Where that came from?
Searching
Enemy
Come from over there. He shot that shit from downtown.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Alright, I'm getting out of here. Fuck staying up there.
Come on, peek that shit, bitch. Don't know who the fuck you messing with.
Your
That's
squad
the issue.
made it to the safe zone.
Sounds like I'm messing with a pussy.
Hostile mosquito is online.
You got reinforcements inbound.
Yo.
Damn it!
25 remain.
This teammate
I got a
dropped
motor.
down on me.
Motor strike. Where? Where at?
Dusted him.
Where the fuck are my teammates?
Gotcha.
I didn't even get the kill there because you revived the guy. What'd you get? One's jumping down here with me.
Alright,
I'm down here by myself.
mission parameters.
Talking shit to people on proxy chat.
Redeploying.
These two randos are still in the spot we landed at the beginning, like they won't leave. They're in that loop where they keep fighting people and then those people respawn and then they fight them again and they're just in this
Yeah,
endless
just
loop of fighting each
come in.
other.
Yeah, he's up top.
This is not the gun I wanted.
Station prices have been reduced.
I'll get the guy up top. Don't worry about that. Oh, I fucked up. He's weak though.
Dropping into the area.
No, I'm not. What you talking about?
All right. Squad mates located in HVT.
Fucking using a riot shield, bro. Get your ass.
Get after him.
And then I finished him as he's talking shit to you, Trick.
Increased.
You're right, he did fuck up.
Resurgence is about to end. Make it count.
Fuck is he at?
I got you, bro. Yeah, I got him.
He was bitching at you, Trick Shot, for using the riot shield. Called you a pussy. Fuck it if it works. Give me my gun back.
You're losing ground. Move it.
Tactical measure has been deployed.
Morning.
All squad members are in the
Where
safe
you want to
zone.
move?
It's up to you, man. We'll follow suit.
Fire sales over.
Shots being
Adjusting
fired.
prices.
Get down. Enemy sniper here.
Here you go. Recon.
Kill streak active.
Shit. Damn it! I can't. Why can't I lay down? Thank you.
Has closed. No more second chance.
Okay.
Fucking screwed on that one.
Name added to
Hostile advanced UAV deployed.
Drop point sparked. XP boost inbound. Keep your eyes up for prize contracts. You'll earn more buck for your bang.
A polyatomic key card.
What the hell is that?
Where you at? Oh,
I'm in here with you. Where's that sniper at?
weapon ammo has been replenished.
where you on me? Yeah, I'm on you.
Gas is inbound.
Take this Reaper.
All right, your squad's in the safe zone. XP
I
boost
got
activated.
I got a Reaper.
Good shit.
System status nominal. Cardio detected.
Where we going?
Enemy helo marked.
Be advised, there's an enemy
They got a
squad
trophy
gunning
over there.
for you. Friendly buy station deployed.
Yep, landing on the roof behind us.
Face are broken.
Friendly buy station is ready. Be advised, enemies deployed a buy station.
There we
Nice.
go.
Okay. Okay. Let's go, bro. This shit.
Enemy movement.
Gas is moving. Head to the safe zone.
Yo, cuz, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Gosh. Alright. Gotta go.
You have a buy station inbound.
Was that you who dropped that buy station?
Wasn't me, but somebody did. I'll take that. Yeah, I was about to say we already had one over there. Guy landing on us.
Deployable buy stations ready.
Whoa, behind me. Whoa, watch out.
Got gas moving in. Advise you enter the safe zone. Got a lot of contact. 10 remain. You're almost done here.
Good shit.
Gotcha.
Same team, same team. We gotta get in there. Watch out behind me.
Oh! What? Oh, he was right there, too. What? Yo, get
Up top,
that
up top.
researcher on my body.
Uh,
Oh, nah. Damn.
It's a valiant effort. Keep your head up. Return to base.
Y'all wanna run that back?
I won't let anyone else die under my watch.
Alright, we'll run it back. They were decent teammates. Gotta get better at movement with the controller. So much better at movement with a keyboard and mouse. In fact, after this round, I'll go back to the lobby so I can switch to keyboard and mouse and see how kind of play matches back to back, swapping between the two and see which one I do better with. I can beam people easier with a controller, but I can't move as well. I can move better with the keyboard and mouse, but these guns are shaky as fuck. So, put me in out waiting room so I can hear it. Let me see if it'll not kick you out this time. There you go. Nope, kicked you out. All right. Waffle, we're going to have to move to waiting room for Trick Shot. For whatever reason, his PlayStation doesn't like my streaming room. All right, I'm moving back to the waiting room.
Come back, you stupid bitch, and get in the shelter!
All right, we're back. What is happening? Is it loading a match or something? Why is it so why is the screen wigging out?
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by.
Heading to the war zone. Woo-wee. Damn. Waffle, here. Take this. Look up this guy.
System status nominal.
Look up this guy on Rumble. And we'll kind of skim through or watch his truth about Hillary Clinton video he was advertising in my stream. I don't want to watch it on stream because I don't know what kind of bullshit he's putting on Rumble. But I mean, he's definitely not in my chat anymore. But now I'm curious. What does he think the truth about Hillary Clinton is? I know it's gonna be some bullshit, but then I'll go to his video later and leave a comment on it. You know, fact checking.
It's a 1 second video that says penises. Oh wait, never mind. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say fucking Rumble.
It's Donald Trump and Joe Biden's fucking anuses with their flags on it. There you go. That's what you missed out on.
Yep. Glad I didn't pull it up on stream now. I know better than to do that dumb shit on Rumble.
Supply
boxes marked. Secure those locations.
It's not even a good troll. I miss the days when you just got rickrolled.
Yeah, no, it's just fucking cringe.
Rumble's a fucking shit show. Got a guy on me over here.
Enemies dropping into the AO. Target down. Marking the rest of them. Supply box secured.
Hey.
2 to go.
What the fuck?
What's going on? Talk to me, Goose.
There's a team at Stronghold.
Your squad mates back on station. Good work.
Hostiles deploy their
Team at Stronghold.
He ain't ready for this thug shit.
Donald ain't ready for this thug.
One supply box remaining. Move and secure that daggum thing.
We gotta move these secure that daggum thing, man. I tell you what.
Mates redeploying. Well done.
You got a trick?
He said he wants you to move him in and out, I guess. Or is he in fucking game chat?
Yeah, no, I already did it. He can't join the he can't join the stream chat. That's why we moved to the waiting room. I tried to move him up there and it always his PlayStation just auto kicks him out of it for some reason. I know they fixed that problem on Xbox, but apparently it's still happening on PlayStation, so.
You got reinforcements inbound.
I see him, I see him.
Got enemy spy drones tracking us. Let's fly.
I'm dropping on you.
Watch out, mortar.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Mike on my team.
No one on your team has a mic. You should be in Fortnite.
Kill confirmed, and we located the rest of them.
Got you, bitch.
Your squad made it to the safe zone.
Kid sounded like he was like 6 years old.
I'll be right back.
Hey, get in the car, Trick. We need to work our way over to them. Team shouldn't be split up here. Oh, sometime today.
Hey.
Help
Right
is
there.
on the way!
Oh, there's one right behind you. One.
Oh, shit. We just gonna keep driving then? Sounds like y'all are in over your head over here.
Another one. Right here.
I didn't realize you were getting out, Trick. Alright, I'm circling back around. I'm coming.
Oh, there's two in the bathroom.
2 in the bathroom. What, are they having a Diddy party?
Yeah, that's right.
Good work.
Oh, shit. Getting shot at. I'm on my way.
What?
Damn it.
Oh, it's over though. It's over though. I got you. Yeah, bitch.
Shit.
And what?
Hello.
I got you.
Hello.
Well, hello there. Is that your real voice, or are you doing a thing? All right. Sounds like you're doing a thing.
Ah, miss me.
Should be a fun conversation.
Efforts to reimagine economic systems that actually address
So, Donald Trump sucks. You're here to change my mind, or you just here to do funny voices?
I'm looking forward to getting started.
Well, the question I have for you, sir,
How does this nigga catch me through the fucking door?
is your mind able to be changed?
I wouldn't have posted this if it wasn't.
Bro,
I
I
would
was on
have.
the other side of the wall.
Okay. Well, give me the 3 things that you think Trump sucks. Why do you think Trump sucks?
Oh, I can only pick 3?
Well, I don't want to. I mean, we could drag it on, but then that wouldn't be a conversation. So
Well,
we can start with 3.
I mean, I guess I could
What
start
the
with the number
fuck,
1 reason being
bro?
that he's,
I see my
anti-democratic,
teammate up there.
anti-American shithead who tried to
That-
overthrow our government.
Alright,
so.
trick shots.
Alright,
then
personally, I
two
think that should make him an enemy of the state, but the Supreme Court decided to make him immune for some reason.
Okay. What did he personally do to overthrow the government?
Did we not see the same news? The man incited an insurrection.
Mm-hmm. And what did he say?
What did he say? Oh God! Let's see. There's a list. You got to fight like hell, or you're not gonna have a country anymore. All of the rhetoric leading up to it, and then as they were attacking, he sat by and watched for 3 hours while he hoped his little plan would work. It wasn't until he realized it failed that he actually stopped them.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of pissed off Americans.
And why were those Americans pissed off?
Because they didn't win.
Yeah, that's not an excuse to overthrow the government. Being a sore loser isn't an excuse to try to overthrow democracy.
The government or democracy wasn't overthrown. The right.
Yeah, you understand. Wait. You understand. Attempted murder is still a crime. Like, you can't go to court and be like, yeah, well, nobody was murdered. I failed at the murder attempt, so I'm good, right? That's not how that works.
You wouldn't be a murderer. Attempted murder and murder is not the same thing.
Right. I didn't say he had a successful insurrection. I said he incited one. The attempt is still there. Like, that's
the people that were on the other side.
What was that?
So Donald Trump was not the person that you're mad at. Donald Trump.
No, he is definitely the person that I'm mad at.
Okay.
Why would I not be mad at him?
Well, because he wasn't the one that went into the Capitol building.
You don't have to physically go in to incite the riot, like to incite the insurrection. Like, you know that, right? Like, okay, Charles Manson.
The people of the country have every right to do what they did.
No.
Yes, they do.
No, you don't.
Yes. It's called a civil war. No. Yes, you don't know American history if this is your position.
I know American history. You don't. You
Well,
have a right to
then
a
you know
civil
that
war.
it's
That's why
this-
it's a,
then-
that's
then
why
you
it's
know
a
that
war. You're going
then-
against the
war.
thing that
We
you're
are
supposed to
in
have right
war. You see, you haven't fully digested the situation you're in, young
for.
man.
Oh yeah. Well, please help me digest, sir.
I will. The goal here isn't to change your mind about Trump, because
it is.
regardless, well, no, because it doesn't matter. Because here's why:
Oh.
Donald Trump. This is the last 4 years that you'll deal with Donald Trump. His era is ending,
Okay.
right? So the reality is that you are in a war, and whether you fully can accept that, your kind is
My
losing.
kind. My
Yeah.
kind. What is my kind?
The opposite of Trump,
Which is?
which is
What are you referring to? Give it a name.
the opposite.
Which is what?
Labels aren't intended. See, there's a 90 million or 100 million person support of Trump. And it's a very large amount of people from all different races, sexes, and backgrounds.
Not really
A
seeing
lot
the
of
point
people.
here.
Well, my point is that what happens next if Kamala wins is a lot of those people are now desperate.
Okay.
And you have to understand a word called OPSEC. And you're putting a target on your head because
So I'm
you're
going to stop you right there. So let me get this straight. Your argument is that I should vote for Trump under threat of violence?
Yes. That is my argument.
Okay.
And if you don't like that, then you hope Trump wins.
Is that
Not
is
you
that
personally.
is that is that really okay?
not
lay
personal.
it lay
This is
it
not a-
lay it
right.
lay it out for me.
I just did. This is not
Exactly.
personal,
No.
Okay.
Let's walk through the scenario here. Kamala
Mm-hmm.
wins, then what happens? Spell it out. Tell me how this goes down.
Well, if Kamala Harris wins, right, the Trump movement doesn't end.
Okay, so what happens next?
There's too many powerful people that support Trump. You have a lot of people that are on Trump's side that it's like Elon Musk came out and said he's fucked if Trump loses. He's fucked. Like
Fucked how?
everything. Well, that's his words. I don't know. Maybe
Yeah, I
others.
mean, I don't.
Maybe he has
understand how.
private matters with the government. Who knows?
Maybe
But
maybe he bet a bunch of money on Trump winning, and if he loses, he just loses all his money. Like I mean,
No,
I'm
and
fucked if he
that-
loses could mean a lot
That's
of things.
I think that statement's pretty weird, because I don't think Elon Musk is betting when he's the richest man in the world on Trump, like a physical bet, like a monetary bet. No,
Yeah, why not? I mean, you've got money to burn. I mean, he threw money.
no,
he flushed
because
money
he
down the
doesn't
toilet
do
for
that.
Twitter.
It's right. No,
What are
no.
you talking
dude.
about? He has lost billions upon billions on Twitter and is still losing money on it. But he
You
wanted
know-
to burn that money so he could have a platform to, like,
Yeah, well, you're
spread
buying
all its
something.
bullshit.
Not everything has to be for profit. It's called a non-profit organization.
Yeah, Twitter's not a non-profit.
It's
I'm
also
not
not
sure
a
how
public.
that's relevant.
It's not a public company either.
Not anymore.
Right. So he doesn't have any responsibility to shareholders.
I'm not saying he has responsibility to shareholders. I'm saying
So it's a private business, dude. He can do what he wants.
A private business he's losing a lot of money on.
He doesn't care.
The whole point I was making is he doesn't care about his money. So why wouldn't he burn a bunch of it on a bet?
But why? There's no fun in that.
Maybe he has a
I don't-
gambling addiction. You don't know if he enjoys gambling or not.
Really?
Are you friends with Elon Musk?
You're
Are
pretty.
you guys boys? Do you go have coffee together? Like what?
You ever heard of a straw man argument? That's what you're doing. So
You have
hold on.
danced around
We're not
my
even.
question.
We're not even done yet. Relax.
Okay.
I was just
walk
using
it-
Elon
I
as
was-
an example.
I was asking for a step by step. Kamala wins, then what? then what? Elon's fucked. Like I don't understand where the violence.
No,
comes in.
I
Like,
think
I'm
that
getting you
I
to
think
spell that out
Democrats
for me.
I think Democratic city politicians
Mhm.
are now going to have serious attempts on their lives.
Okay, so
Seriously. And I'm not here to, it will not be me. I am not a violent person. But yeah, I definitely think there is a large amount of people that are not going to live in the world that Kamala wants us to live in, and things are going to start getting a little more what you would say tactical.
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 Yeah, I'm gonna need you to define tactical for me.
Well, you can Google it,
Oh no, I'm a dummy. I want to know what you mean by it.
sir.
Tactical
I'm
how?
not. This is not. I'm not. You're not in a class. I'm not teaching a class.
Okay. I know what
So
the definition of the word tactical means. I want to know what you mean by that.
I
Tactical
mean what the
how?
word.
What's going to happen?
I don't. I just told you. I think that there's going to be a lot of Democrats and public figures that
Just
start having to
saying-
worry.
Yeah. But just saying it's going to get tactical, that implies a lot more. I want to know what you're implying here. Like the military doesn't give an order, all right, guys, it's time to be tactical. And then everybody just knows what he means. No, there's a plan. What's the fucking plan? What does that mean?
I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
I'm
you
not
said
in
it
charge.
as if you knew something. I mean, so you're just guessing?
Yeah, this is a hypothetical conversation.
Okay, well, hypothetically speaking, what do you think? What do you think the plan is? Other than Democratic leaders may have attempts on their lives, what else? Like, okay, so you're walking me through it. Kamala wins, and then they go
Also-
after some Democratic leaders, and then what?
Also, attorneys that represent pedophiles.
Attorneys
so
that represent pedophiles.
So when you have a pedophilia case, all attorneys'
why-
names are public.
Cool.
You
Why
would
are-
listen, sir. If you'd like for me to talk, you're becoming very impolite.
You're
being impolite.
I'm trying to figure out why the fuck we're talking about pedophiles now.
You didn't listen to the word before pedophiles.
Attorneys, yeah. Why are we talking about attorneys that represent pedophiles? I'm not sure what that has to do with anything here. Thought we were talking about Kamala winning and people being mad at Kamala's world. Is she pro-pedophile? Like, what do pedophile attorneys have to do with anything?
Kamala Harris is a representation of a system. She's not the system. We don't live in a communism.
Yeah. What does it have to do with pedophile attorneys?
We're not going to live in the world that supports pedophilia.
What world supports pedophilia?
Okay, this is nonsense.
What? Yeah, you are speaking nonsense. What?
No.
What
You
world
obviously
supports
don't.
pedophilia?
You don't look at public records. You don't know about pedophilia cases.
Oh, I guess you should go ahead and fill me in then. What?
Well, you don't.
supports
You're just
pedophilia?
listen. I say a word. Listen to me. I say something, which is usually the fourth or fifth word. You take one word and then you take it out of the sentence and then ask me a question about it.
No, I took more than one word.
No. Your
Attorneys are pedophiles. I get
conversational
what you're
skills are.
saying.
You don't have good conversational skills.
You're not saying anything. All you're
No, I'm giving you a
jumping from one
tactical.
thing to
I'm
another.
telling you.
Tell me.
I'm telling you.
You said I don't. No one wants to live in a world that
you go
supports
first.
pedophiles. What world is that? Because that's not the one we live in now, and it's not going to be the
It
one
is.
that you
It
live
is.
in with.
It's called Pizzagate. It's called the Hunter
Pizzagate's
Biden.
not a thing. What
Yes,
do you
it
mean,
is.
Hunter Biden? He's not a
All right.
pedophile.
Have a good night, dude.
What
I'm
are
not
you even
doing
talking
this.
about?
You need a Valium. You're crazy. Bye bye.
Oh no, you are down the QAnon rabbit hole, dude. You are crazy. Pizzagate, Hunter Biden, you're just throwing out like QAnon talking point buzzwords. Fucking idiot. Holy shit. The hell was that? What the fuck? This gun's impossible to control. Stick with that one. Waffle, you there? Wow, I fucked that all up. Sorry, my head went in the game. Wolf Waffle, you still with me? I think my co-host is falling asleep or something. So the last guy comes in and just spouts a bunch of nonsense and then leaves. Yeah, that's, I don't know what I expected.
One supply box down. 2 remain.
Oh my god. Oh man, I'm never gonna be good at this game.
You're getting another chance. Make it count.
It's not your fault, Trick Shot, but I'm blaming you.
Two supply boxes down. 1 to go. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. You're losing ground. Move it.
I don't know what this is, but I'll take it.
Your squad mate's redeploying. Well done. Good kill. Marking the rest of that squad on your tac map. Go get hunting. You've got reinforcements inbound. There are 24 enemies active. Kill them all. Your squad mate's redeploying. Well done.
Yeah, you don't say.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Contract complete. All supply boxes found.
You with me, Trick Shot? Waffle?
Fire sale active. Buy
Well, thanks for the content, crazy guy.
Keep your eyes up for prize contracts. You'll earn more buck for your bang.
Free stuff detected. Cardio detected. Armor level increased.
Behind us, bud.
Get ready. Resurgence window's about to close. Enemy soldier incoming.
Damn! What the fuck, dude? Tried to slide and he just crouched, really. Wow.
Failure ain't fatal. It's just an opportunity to do better. Fire sale's done.
Alright, I'm gonna switch keyboard and mouse here, Trick Shot. I guess I gotta leave the headset on my controller, and then I'll have to reach over there to mute it. Because there's no push to talk, even with keyboard and mouse on console for some reason. Alright, let me switch it over. Make sure I got everything good on PC. Hey, Waffle, you with me? Guess not. Alright. press my switcheroo button. Okay, here we go. Settings. Aiming input device. Mouse. And we'll give it a go. My movement with a controller is just so ass. But your trick shot, you still with me? I understand if you can't talk because it's, you know, you gotta be quiet at your ass. So throw something up in Twitch chat. What happened in Florida?
Nothing happened in Florida.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Watch out, watch out.
Time's over. Now you deploy to the war zone.
Sup, Craig?
Resurgence. Stay alive to keep your squad in the fight. Alright, soldier, mark a drop point for your squad and go get after it.
Alright, guys, good talk. See you on the ground.
Sorry, bro. I was muted. What happened now? What are you talking?
Just saying hi. How you doing, man?
What's up, bro?
Just chilling, gaming with no pants on, you know.
Oh,
Living the
that's
dream.
What's up, bro?
I have 2 mores. Why do I have 2 mores? I don't need 2 of these. Oh shit, that's a loadout box. Hell yeah. I already got my loadout
Yeah,
weapons.
there's one right over here. There's some loadout boxes over here. There's one more over here.
Yeah, I got one.
Huh?
Good shit.
Oh, yeah, I might.
Ammo, armor box in here. All right, good shit. Good job, guys.
Oh, my fault. My bad, my fault. Someone at bio.
Yeah, I'm rotating over to bio. I'm gonna head up onto the roof. Meet you guys there. Roof's clean. Bomb drone. He did.
He did. Bro killed him. Oh. Yeah, his teammate's shooting from the other side.
Where's he at? Talk to me, Goose. Yeah, I see him. I see him.
Oh, he's definitely.
Watch out! Nice throw.
I'm about to be
He's behind that robot penis.
Where?
I don't have a sniper. Coming up behind us. Coming up the stairwell. Got you, bitch. He's dropping in. Watch out. Got him.
Oh shit.
Stairwell.
How's that miss? No, he's in his building.
Hola, Potinki, gracias.
Hola, bonita.
Gracias por esas rositas.
Oh, mamacita. Mi caca es grande. Where's he at?
Oh, I'm getting sniped, bro.
You know where it's coming from?
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Whoa, whoa. Stairwell behind us.
It's from a few places.
Alright, fuck it. It ain't worth hanging out in that window, man. Trick shot. Regroup on us. Oh, Jesus. I'm coming up.
Oh, he's still sniping, dude.
Yeah, he's still sniping down
I'm
there.
not sure.
He's cracked. He's cracked again. Good shit. Oh, watch out. Got it. Good to go. comms vest does, but I got one now.
Setting Claymore.
Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted. High value contracts are in play. More risk.
Yo.
Right behind you, trick shot. Where we going? On the roof.
Resurgence is about to end.
Must have bailed.
Be advised, an enemy squad is tracking your location.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Ooh. How? They're really worried about that.
Going up top.
Get your squad to the safe zone. No one
Sorry.
is left behind.
Itchy trigger finger.
Fire sale's over. Adjusting prices. Looks like this intel reveals the location of the next gas spray.
I did not mean to pick that up.
Station for decryption.
Y'all can do it if you want to. I don't care.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Got him.
I don't like give me a 6-step pump for myself.
Good shit.
Be advised, resurgence is no longer active. This is for keeps.
Second floor, second floor. He came through the window. Shit. Down below.
I didn't even mean to get down there.
Landing on
Slipped
us.
off the rock and
Oh,
we're
fuck.
back up.
Landmine. Whole squad.
On the ice. That shit.
You got this, trick shot.
He bought me that. He bought me that. I can't see. Definitely can't see. Oh, there's two of them. Yeah, I didn't know, bro.
Don't go for the thirst. As soon as you're down, I'm just pivot to the next one. I mean, you got it that time, but you could have probably downed both of them right there.
You're in the top 10. Keep knocking them out.
You got it, babe.
Gas
Get out of
is
the
moving.
get out of the open. What the fuck is Wolf off?
This nigga ass.
Can't believe he missed all of that.
You can easily beat him, bro. He boot cheese. You got it.
Aquí en la casita hay uno. Vente, arriba.
Still outside, bro. He booty cheats. You got it.
Plate, 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 plate.
So you want to get sniped without saying you want to get sniped.
Yeah, there's two of them over there.
Gas is closing in.
They can shoot through that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you, brother.
Tons of them. They're like everywhere.
Good shit.
Somewhat.
Dude, that fucking gun screen is annoying. Oh my god.
No tengo más humo, por si acaso. Bueno.
Ooh, aim's getting a little shaky here. Breathe. Slow down, Trick Shot. Breathe.
Buenísima.
You got it.
¿Cuántos quedan? ¿Uno?
Uno. Viene.
Don't forget to plate.
Ahí va.
Ah, so close. So close. Good effort.
Mission complete, but I'm tracking more threats en route. Prioritize extraction.
God damn it. $14,000 for the match. Is Waffle still gone? God damn it, Waffle. How the hell did you miss that? I'll try making a second loadout here, where I run the shotguns instead of my shotgun instead of the conversion kit. Still wield this mofo. Where's the laser that gives me? Hip fire accuracy. gold ones.
Weapon AI.
What's the name of the other talking one? Battle Buddy? How much is that one? I liked that one better than the other one. I should have got that one instead of this one.
Weapon AI system. Attract mode activated. Refined, sophisticated. The all-new Bullet Buddy.
And a little Halloween. There we go. Heart is pounding from the adrenaline. Yeah, your aim was getting a little shaky towards the end there. You were that fucking close too. I don't know how you didn't kill the other guy. Like, he slid head first into all of your bullets. It was all headshots at point blank range, and he just didn't go down. Like, I don't understand what happened there. I thought for sure you had it. The other guy was down, and he was the only one left. I thought for sure with that slide he did, and you being prone, and him just sliding into headshots, that he'd have gone down before you were able to get up. But I don't pretend to expect consistency from COD at this point. In my opinion, you got robbed of a victory right there. Come on, Waffle. No, you did everything right. I think the game just robbed you of that last kill, because he went head first into all of those bullets, and it didn't even show the kill cam, so I couldn't see how much health he had left. Like, I thought for sure he was going to go down right as he got in your face, but he was able to melee you. I think it's bullshit, but whatever.
This room still going, or you guys shutting it down?
Oh no, we're still going. What's going on, Max?
Oh, you know, bored on Twitter, so space hopping.
Well, there you go.
I noticed the title. I wouldn't really argue against your point. Perhaps you want a different debate.
Oh, so you're not a Trump supporter?
I mean, I don't vote anyway, so even if I was, it would be moot. I am concerned a bit how people who view Trump voters seem to, at this point, consider them evil to the core. I'm not sure that's
are you
beneficial, but
are you talking about they see Trump supporters as evil to the core, or the other way around?
Correct. Yeah. I mean, regardless of the fact that I don't vote, and even if I did, I probably wouldn't.
It is completely ironic that you just said that. The guy that was in here before you, staunch Trump supporter, and he threatened violence on everyone who didn't vote for Trump. He said, "You guys better vote for Trump, or else there will be war. We are gonna take you." Yeah, like, he's just. I mean, when you're saying things like that, how do you not expect to be called evil? You're basically saying that we're gonna take that if we lose, we're gonna take it by force. Like, we're winning one way or the other. It's basically what he was saying. Like, we're gonna win no matter what.
I don't disagree with you there either. I'm not one of those people who puts their head in the sand to what January 6th was, right? I think.
Oh, he definitely was. And the sad part is there is an alarming number of people like him.
Well, you're not going to get much debate out of me. I would say that's equally concerning. I only thought I'd start with the quote way people view Trump supporters first, just because the title of the room. And I smoked a bowl earlier, but no, I don't disagree with you at all. Like, it is very concerning.
Yeah. Well, it's behavior like that, and I'm hoping. I don't have numbers in front of me, but I'm hoping that he's just a vocal minority that's very loud, and that most of them aren't like him. It's getting harder and harder to tell, though. It really is. But when people call them evil and say the things they say about them, I completely understand where it's coming from. I have talked to many, many people like him who are just completely down the QAnon rabbit hole and are threatening violence if they don't win.
Can I point one thing out? Would that be all right?
Yeah, sure. It's a free country. Say whatever you like.
Twitter's an especially bad metric for sanity these days. I don't think you're going to get much
I'm not
sanity from the crowd out here.
Oh, I'm not talking about Twitter.
I
Sadly,
know you're not.
I am related to people like him.
Well, my only point in saying that was when you said it, it's getting harder and harder to tell. My point was I wouldn't use anyone on Twitter as your litmus test. But as to the point you just made, right, or the comment, really, I mean, yes, it is dividing families as well. So that.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of my thought with this room is like, okay, like maybe it'll be good practice. I mean, but right now, I mean, if I can't talk my own family out of it, how the hell am I going to talk anybody out of it? Like, I don't think these people can be talked out of it. I don't think they can be brought back to reality.
Well, if I might say this, right, maybe they can't be. However, a good starting place would be, and I'm sure you'd agree with this, but then let me follow up and elaborate. It's coming from a place of calmness with them, but as to how one might achieve that in the modern world, I think there's a good quote. It goes something along the lines of, it's very easy to view your enemies as evil when the tragic truth is that they're almost exactly like you. And the reason I think that came to me is you mentioned that this is within your own family. So clearly these people are not rotten to the core, right? So there has to be some kind of meaning in that. And I think what it might be is that, right, your enemy is not that different. There's a quote I like, which is, the Nazis were evil. They didn't tip their waitresses badly, though.
Well, my thoughts on the whole, like not being rotten to the core thing, it's not yet, but that's the thing about rot, is it spreads. And I'm wondering, like, how far gone are some of these people?
Well, and again, I'm just some random dude on the internet. It's not my place to give anyone advice here, but have you ever heard the phrase, brainwash, not evil?
I have.
So it's kind of like, there's a great story about a Jewish person in the 90s.
Yeah, it's the same concept as, the Nazi soldiers weren't evil. Most of them were just guys following orders.
Oh, no, they were most definitely evil, to clarify. I'm saying we shouldn't put our own family, just to clarify. In Nazi Germany, there were definitely brainwashed people, but there were too many people who were dealing out the brainwashing to kind of try to make any excuse for what was going down there. That's unacceptable. My point is that when it comes to trying to communicate with people, especially in the modern day, if you just look at them as if they're brainwashed, it might be easier to come from a place of calmness, right? The psychiatrist who evaluates his patient doesn't recoil in disgust when the patient says something that's unacceptable,
of course. So, naturally, I recorded the conversation with the last guy, as I have this one. So, which I'm sure you're probably expecting from a Twitter space.
I mean, everything on the internet's recorded now. It is what it is.
And I'll probably post it up to YouTube. But you can see through that conversation that as I'm very calm and collected, as I am right now, I didn't attack the guy. I was very cordial. And being nice to him only seemed to make it worse, as he takes the niceness as I'm winning, and then he just starts placating you. But the minute you have any kind of disagreement and you're not being steered in the direction that he wants you to go, then the crazy rhetoric starts, the threats, Jesus, he pulled out so many conspiracy theories. Pedophiles, Pizzagate, all of it comes out the woodwork then.
The Illuminati, the vaccine, the Zionists. Oh, the Zionists are
so-
taking over the world. We know. Yeah, I've seen them. I've been on Twitter a long time, friend.
So unfortunately, for people like him, the only way to get the truth out of him and to get any actual conversation to be had is to be somewhat heavy-handed. Because as long as you're nice, then he's just going to be a wolf in sheep's clothing and just placate you and just pretend that he's normal, knowing that he's just like leading you down, trying to, test the water, so to speak, to see if he can lead you down his crazy rabbit hole with him. And then the minute he finds out he can't, it becomes a bit of a shit show.
And maybe it's semantics at this point for me to say it, but I think you can be heavy-handed while being very calm about it. I mean, you can calmly tell someone they're a total idiot that needs to stop reading whatever they're reading, right?
Maybe. I mean, I thought I tried that.
I think you can.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I tried that, but like I said, I'll put the conversation up on Twitter so you can see, or on YouTube so you can see it. Same name it's on here, of course, but you could see me try, and it didn't. Like the stuff he said just came out of nowhere. Jesus.
No, I get it. I mean, I really do in this case, because it's very hard to keep your cool when you're talking to, Trump supporters, the really hardcore ones, not the quote-unquote nuanced ones. And before you know it, like, they are
I tried to go down. Yeah, and that's what he did. He spent the whole time just gish scalping. Because I tried to go down the rabbit hole with him. Tried to be nice and kind of go down the rabbit hole with the I want more information kind of thing. So he tells me that there'll be violence. And I was like, well, what do you mean? What kind of violence? Oh, well, people will be upset if Kamala wins, and they'll be angry. I'm like, I'm sure they would be, but what do you mean by, like, couldn't get direct answers out of him. Like, what do you mean? Like, is this a threat? And then he finally admits, like, yeah, it's a threat. If you don't vote for Trump, then they will try to kill Democratic leaders, and we will attack you.
Can I ask you something, though, just to be totally fair? And I mean, nobody can prove who they are online, right? Much less with a non-profile like me. But I think I'm kind of showing that I'm not really one of them, if that makes sense. But for the record,
don't come off as crazy yet, anyway.
Well, we're all crazy, but I mean, I don't think I have the Trump derangement syndrome on either side yet, right? Like, I've been in the trenches so long that if I ever was like that, I'm past that now. Now it's just apathy and a genuine urge to want to collect, what people think at this point. But just to be quote unquote fair, as they say, do you think if Kamala gets elected, or excuse me, if Trump gets elected, there won't be violence regardless, like from people who don't want to see him elected?
Not from the election itself, no.
Say more.
It depends on what he does once he's in office. Do I think like there'll be violence immediately just because he's there? No. If he turns out to be a bumbling idiot who accomplishes nothing, then no harm, no foul. No one's probably I think it's his actions that are going to lead to it. And if he is able to do more damaging actions, like he was able to somehow convince the court to give presidents complete immunity, if he's able to do more things like that just keep giving more and more power to himself, and God forbid somehow even manage to change it so that presidents can have more than 2 terms, maybe then. But I don't think like just him being there alone is going to do it, no.
Let me ask you a more personal question, right? And forgive me if this comes off as incendiary. Do you think you took that position because A, all the evidence points to it, or B, it would really suck to have to be, quote, on the right side, but know that there are people on the, quote, right side that are deranged? Meaning...
Oh, I'm sure there are, but I don't think...
But the question is more of a philosophical nature. Did you come to the conclusion because of evidence, or did you come to it because it would suck for you to be wrong here? More specifically, but for my claim to have any value.
Mine's more off of evidence. I just haven't seen enough evidence from the majority of the people on that side that they would be just violent because he's there. Whereas on the other side, I have. Jesus.
So, can I give my answer on this?
Sure.
I think the tragic part, when I look at it, and granted, I mean, I'm a pretty paranoid person in general, right? So I'm not a great litmus test for for human spirit when it comes to the boat working. But I think when both sides are screaming, that the other side is evil, not expecting violence is foolish. And I say, let me put it this way too. Let me just say more real quick. I'm the guy who wants to buy the cabin, who's perfectly fine being alone. Let me give you a context.
I completely understand that.
Well, let me try to one up it then. So when COVID went down, I didn't leave my property line for 495 days. That's a long time. But what's my point being that I think I'd practice for that. But from the perspective, anyway, going back from the perspective of the guy who's just like, give me a cabin because you're all going to get each other killed. I don't have any particular care for either side's point. I'm only looking at it through the lens of, will this break out into mass chaos? And I think through that lens, once you take away the political aspects of which parties' points are the ethical and humane ones, right? And all you're left with is what's going to actually happen. Okay, now I think, going back to my earlier statement, it's foolish not to assume that there won't be violence if either candidate is elected to be president of the United States.
Well, I guess where I'm at with it, I mean, you're probably correct to assume that for either one because of just where we're at. I guess where I fall on it is like I default back to logic, which is okay. Probability of violence if this one wins versus probability of violence if the other one wins. And I feel like the probability is lower. If like I feel like that side's got less probability for violence. And you shouldn't vote for like what that guy says is, vote for Trump or die, basically, like there's going to be violence. Like you shouldn't vote because you're scared of violence.
No, I agree. Let me say this too. I agree with what you said, but I will point out something statistically. If there's 100% chance of violence, if Kamala gets elected, and there's only 80% chance of violence, if Trump gets elected, I think, you can say, well, yeah, this one's lower. It's lower by 20%. That's a pretty big statistical difference. But it's still, from the perspective of me, the guy in the cabin, really high.
Max, I mean, both are probably higher than they should be, but where I'm at with it is that's one factor, and then the other factor is, okay, with damage, you let Trump in, yeah, you've got probably a lower probability for violence, but what's the probability of damage being done to our institutions? Lasting damage that could last longer than his 4 years. Because that was that other guy's big argument is, look, it's just 4 years. You guys will survive. Just let him in for 4 years. Like if it's just 4 years and you're telling me that he can't really accomplish much in 4 years, so what's the harm in letting him have it? My argument would then be, well, what's the harm in letting Kamala have it then? Like, why are you pushing for him to have 4 more years? He's already had his 4. What can he do in 4 more? If you're saying he can't accomplish much anyway, then why are you fighting so hard for it?
I mean, so I know it's a rhetorical question, and, I do think that it's foolish to ignore that, presidential terms can have long-lasting impacts on how, things play out for a country. So, of course, I don't think his point had merit. But I would say one thing, right, which is it is, and maybe this is tangential, so forgive me if I'm taking us on a rabbit hole, but it is weird how this is the election where not only, how do I find the words? Not only are the parties so split in how they want to talk about who to elect without nuance, but the issues that certain candidates represent here are also divided to the point where how can anyone agree about anything unless you're 100% in agreement across the entire board? So it's like, first, are we voting for the same president? Then it's how do we feel about the Middle East? Then it's how do we feel about abortion? Then it's how do we feel? And I can name off 10 issues. Well, what are the odds that me and you, Death, are going to line up 100% across 10 separate issues? And then how are we going to function if disagreement upon one of those 10, meaning we're still 90% alike, results in the other person pointing and saying, well, you're just evil? You see a problem there, right?
Yeah, I will agree that single issue voters are that's a terrible way to vote, because you're right. No one's ever going to agree on every single issue. That's a ridiculous standard to ask for. But I don't know how to phrase this without it sounding childish, but yeah.
No, go for it. I can take it, bro. I'm okay.
That side kind of started that.
Say more.
Even going all the way back to 2016, like Trump's entire campaign strategy is to straight up demonize whoever his opponent is, to rally the mob against them.
I mean, I could see that. Okay, let's say they did start it. I mean, that's fair enough, right? However, surely you would agree that in 2024, leading up to them, we got, 16 days or something? I mean, we have more issues now, in general, that this society is fighting over than we did in 2016. Like, I mean, that's my opinion, of course. But I think
COVID happened since then. Obvious. Yeah, the economy's changed dramatically. I mean, yeah, sure, there's a lot.
But so let me kind of rephrase what I said earlier, but just in a couple sentences. You seem like a nice person. It seems like we could get it along at a barbecue, no problem.
Yeah.
It really sucks to think, though, that we'll talk about 9 different things and then high five, and then we'll talk about the 10th thing, look at each other like we've lost our minds and not speak anymore. Which, you correct me if I'm wrong here, Death, may have happened to you with a friend over the last year.
Oh, sure, it's happened with family members. Oh, sure.
But notice, though, that's something beyond who we're voting for. That can't be a good sign.
I agree. It's definitely a bad sign. The thing is, there is a 100% failure rate on the other side. Every single person, and I'm not just talking about me, everyone I know who's had someone that stopped talking to them over that one issue like that, every time that's happened, it's been the Trump supporter who stopped talking to them. They have an all or nothing and it all goes back to that rhetoric that he started. He has indoctrinated them into an all or nothing mindset. I mean, going all the way back to, I mean, even now, like this is the guy who can't even admit he lost the last one. Like, he still won't admit he's lost. It's all or nothing. Either you're all in or you're out. And I don't see that same mentality from the other side.
But surely, I mean, forgive me for holding your feet to the fire here, but surely
that's what you're here for.
The example you provided, albeit probably 100% accurate very often, is anecdotal, and surely you're not suggesting that Kamala voters haven't been the ones at some point.
I'm sure some have, but I'm not talking about the voters. I'm talking about I'm talking about the leaders and the mindset that they push onto those voters.
Oh,
The
sure. Okay.
mindset
Yeah.
that,
No
that
problem
they
there.
put them
Yep.
in. And that's not anecdotal. It is fact that not only has he not admitted that he lost the last one, but his vice president won't admit it. Like no one who doesn't want to be completely disowned by him will. Which has created all kinds of conspiracies on his side. There's Trump supporters who believe that he's the president, that he won the last one, he's the legitimate president and it was stolen. Like all of this leads into what happened on January 6th. Like it was a snowball effect. Like they didn't all just decide to do it on a whim. That was a snowball that started rolling from the moment that he came down that escalator. I mean, he was planting the seeds for that mindset before he even lost. Telling people, if I lose, it's because they cheated. It's because they stole it. He was priming that pump already. I haven't seen a single leader on the other side do that, ever.
To clarify that last part right there, do what specifically? Sorry.
The priming the pump before the election's even over. The whole if I lose, okay. it's because they cheated. You know, planting the seeds of, hey, we might have a fight on our hands. Don't let them steal it from me.
So I mean, again, you're not going to get pushback here, right? If and I think I understand exactly what you're saying. If what you're saying is that Trump started and really is the only one to continue this preemptive, if I lose, it's because they cheated strategy, again, you get zero pushback. But what I think, because somehow I've turned into like the pro bono there, but I think one thing that they feel robbed in, right? Because again, I'm looking from the cabin at my country, right? I can't just say 50% of people have to be shipped off to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, right?
Like,
so
you have to find a way to reconcile this.
Well, I know I have to find a way to get to the cabin, but I'm just trying to observe.
I meant the proverbial you as a country. Like, we have to find a way to reconcile this, regardless of who wins. Like, this can't continue. This has to end with this election.
But what I'm saying is, okay, so you've made a great point, and there's no argument there. However, I'm pretty sure that there are things being said by, we'll just say the left, keep it simple.
Yeah, sure.
And when it is blatantly untrue, right? And I have my own tin hat stuff, right, in this world. I try to divide it equally to the left and the right, but I have my own left side tin hat stuff. You know what I mean by tin hat?
Yeah, tinfoil hat.
Okay. So whenever they bring this up, they are just ridiculed nonstop. And I don't mean like ridiculed as in, you know, someone points at them and calls them stupid. I mean, they won't even acknowledge it. On some level, right, the right is asking for a cookie, right? So what I'm saying is when you don't grant a cookie concession, like I've had a lot of debates in my life where I feel like I'm losing the debate, but there are certain parts where I bring up a point or a question or a fact, and it is obviously a point to me, and they just totally blow past it or steamroll it. And it's like, to me, I see that as dangerous, but what I think my point is to the right. They see that as we don't count at all. You don't even consider us part of this country. And I might have been a little, it might have been a little hyperbolic at the end there, but I think that's the spirit of it.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, you're not entirely wrong. They do that, and they do, and you're absolutely right. Like, that's kind of what I was pressing that guy on when he was in here, was more or less just like trying to figure out what information he has. Where is this conclusion he's come to coming from? And they don't, most of the time, I'm not going to say all of the time. I'm sure there are some, and there's probably some things they have answers on, but I'd say 9 times out of 10, you talk to someone like him, they have no answers. They do this weird Jeopardy thing where every question is answered with another question, but no actual answers ever given to whatever they were asked. It's very frustrating.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and again, I don't want to do too much in defending them because I think there are levels, right? But there are clearly people on the right who are just normal, for lack of a better phrase. They do not engage in politics that much, right? And I think what they've observed, we'll call them the most reasonable of the right. How about that? What they are observing is what I just said, which is they try to bring up an issue that matters to them, that has value and is based on facts, and they're just told, well, I don't have to give you a cookie because you support Trump, so you're a lunatic. That doesn't make the most normal
Yeah, which
guy.
I agree. That's not the best approach.
Well, it's not just it's not about the morality or the pragmatics of the approach. That guy, who was the most reasonable, is now going to side with the lunatic because he kind of tried to side with you.
Right, because he's been pushed into that direction. Like a prime example of that,
right,
is Kyle Rittenhouse. Despite the fact,
oh, I was going to say a different one, but let's go with.
I mean, he was obviously acting in self-defense. No reasonable mind could view that video and what happened and think that this guy had murderous intent.
Careful, Death. They're going to cancel you.
But yeah, that's exactly what
I'm just kidding.
He was not a Republican either, but they demonized him. And even after he was found innocent, he acted in self-defense, he did everything right. There are people on that side still to this day, they just refer to him as a murderer and refer to him as Republican. Like, they did it so much that, like, the only people who would still talk to him, who would give him a pat on the back, who would tell him that he did the right thing, were the crazy ones, were the Republicans, were the people that they were accusing him of being. So you kind of pushed him into that camp, and now that's who he hangs out with. That's his group now, and it's your fault.
I mean, Modulo, I think he was already in the camp, but he was kind of doing the thing where he was talking to the person outside of the fence, right?
Well, I mean, looking over everything, there's not really any evidence that he was fully in that camp. I mean, there was evidence that, like, he hung out with people in it, but I mean, if you look through mine...
I was talking about the proverbial Trump supporter.
Yeah. Oh.
Right, that guy is looking outside of his little MAGA camp with all the crazy people trying to get a liberal to give him the cookies so that he feels like they can be friends. But then the guy outside the MAGA camp pokes him with the stick and says, no, Kyle Rittenhouse was 100% evil. Get back in your MAGA cage.
Yeah, and now he's in the MAGA cage, despite never having been in the MAGA camp before any of this happened.
Let me ask you something.
He was just a guy who didn't want his dad's business to burn down. Like, that's all he was.
I mean, they don't even get me started on how they feel about the whole COVID and business thing. But
Jesus.
Yeah, well, let me ask you something, Death, because you do seem like a reasonable person, and at least for now, the conversation's going well, right? And I'm going to be on YouTube apparently, so I better try. I'm sure you've noticed the right has gravitated towards cryptocurrency, yes?
Oh yeah, Trump himself is pushing a coin now.
Let me ask you a couple questions, because I want to see, one, how you view that scenario, and two, it's kind of like a did you know this thing. So here's some fun questions for you. Ready? Okay, did you know that Trump already released an NFT collection like 3 years ago?
Oh yeah.
And okay, so you did know that. Did you know how it all played out?
I do know that absolutely none of the money from his NFTs, and definitely none from this crypto coin he's doing, none of that is campaign money. None of that goes into the campaign fund. And to his credit, he doesn't advertise it as such. But
no, I meant, did you know how the project went?
What, with the with NFTs?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know exactly like how many he sold or how it ended.
Okay.
I
So-
assume
so
he probably made some money off of them for sure.
So question number 2: Do you know who, for a long time, for a really long time already, I'm sure you can name multiple names if you do know, have been, we'll say the anti-crypto people?
Yeah.
Do you know?
No, do tell.
Like Elizabeth Warren.
Oh, you're talking about like government officials who are anti-crypto, not just like that anti-crypto
Yeah,
crowd,
so-
so to speak. Yeah, okay.
So I'll save you a headache in my point, which is that there's an overlap between the people that the right kind of demonize in particular and those on the left that don't seem to be very favorable of crypto. Now, let me get to the meat and potatoes here. It's very scary to me watching the left basically just go full anti-crypto because some idiot made a coin, right? Like that never happens in crypto or anything, right? You've never had an idiot make a coin before Trump, clearly. And yeah, I know, right? You got a little kick of that on that. But what I find is that now it has become the equivalent, and you probably won't like this, but hear me out here. It's become like the equivalent to the anti-vax issue. I'm someone who, let's say others have said, have a pretty decent conception of how blockchains, and I do mean plural, work, right? However,
right.
I hear stuff about, and I hate using that term cryptocurrency, about blockchains in general, tokens and coins and non-fungible tokens, ERC 721, 1155, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
I hear comments about this stuff that are so so ill-informed.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's part of the problem is that 90% of the people mad at it or supporting it on either side, 90% of them have no idea what it is.
No, but that's not exactly what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when I see a leftist say something completely absurd about crypto, and the right provide basic citations for how it's just not true, then I think that falls into the cookie example, right? But if I've done a bad job in kind of tying it together, forgive me, that I'm trying to bring up an example where you can see the problem is spreading beyond an election. Because 10 years from now, we'll have, or excuse me, 8 years from now, we'll already have 2 presidents go by.
Yeah.
But I think we're still going to see this schism over this quote unquote technology. I don't know. It's very strange to me. It's worrying. I hesitate to bring up specifics because I don't want it to become a point of contention in this conversation.
No. The optimistic side of me goes like a lot of the problems, not just with crypto or blockchains, but with a lot of the issues is just lack of knowledge, lack of understanding. So that's why I don't do the oh you're bad so no cookie thing, but instead it's like you brought up they have an issue and they want to bring it up and the other side doesn't want to hear it. They just don't want them to have the cookie. I more go, okay, what is your, like, I'm trying to think of a good example. Well, like the ones who are mad at the transgender prisoners in California getting surgeries.
Oh, geez, let's just go back to crypto.
I mean, I was trying to the first one that came to mind, but it's definitely one that they don't know enough about. They think that Kamala is, she did that in California, she's going to do it everywhere, which instead of going, well, no cookie for you because you're crazy, I go, well, what do you know about that? Like, what do you mean by that? What is she gonna do everywhere? And then I try to get them to explain exactly where they're coming from. Okay, but what do you mean by that? What is she going to do everywhere? How would this affect the average voter? Why would you be against it? And what it usually boils down to is they have no idea how that would work in the real world. They have no idea what that would mean policy-wise. They have no idea what that would even look like. All they know is trans people scary. I don't like them. I don't want a politician who supports them. And so when you ask those lines of questioning like that, you eventually boil down to what their real issue is, because their real issue isn't the thing. Most of the time, isn't the thing that they're saying is their issue. Their real issue is usually either fear of something, or just I don't like something.
So, and again, trying to avoid points of contention, but let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Do you really think the way you phrased it is how they feel? Let me reiterate it, and you can correct me if I kind of get it wrong here. You said something along the lines, I'm paraphrasing, of they're transphobic, and they're afraid that she's going to do a bunch of things that are going to increase their quote problems with
Right.
the trans people, right? Just let me ask you the question again. Do you really think that's what they feel? Like that's basically the essence of what it can be reduced down to. And it's okay if you want to change your answer. But
For a lot of them, yes. Like and I'm willing to bet that for a majority of them, I'm not going to say all. There are probably some who are educated on it, but the majority of ones I've spoken to or I've seen, go on stuff like Piers Morgan or other way bigger streamers than myself, talk about it. Usually, if you go down a line of questioning that requires like an actual to try to get their thought process behind how did you come to this conclusion? Why are you against this thing? And you start trying to boil it down. And most of the time when I see those conversations and you get them to finally stop doing the Jeopardy thing where they answer a question with a question, eventually the mask comes off and it's just, oh, I don't think trans people are real, and I don't think that we should be paying to indulge someone's mental illness, or well, I don't want them in the country. Them who? Like, why don't you want them here? And then you're able to shoot down or point to policies that contradict what they're saying, or you're able to educate them and say, well, that's not what that would do. That's not what this would do. And then eventually they default to the argument of, well, I just don't want them here. Well, I just don't want this thing. And that's, you can't really argue with what they want, but at least you got the truth in the end.
So let me try and show a different light on it, because I know this is a very unpalatable subject in the modern world, but I don't think they're saying exactly what you think. I think they're quite literal about what they say. They say, there's no way, forgive me for sounding like a total brute here, but that they're saying, I don't think that somebody with a large penis can be a woman. Now, personal opinions on that aside, remember that whole thing about the right feeling kind of gaslit? So let's just say, for the sake of argument, right? Science is updated. We've learned new things. I actually used to go to Dr. Ian Copeland's room a lot. He's a very big trans advocate. I've seen many a room about trans issues in there. I even watched one of the, I think it was the head of, or one of the heads of the Klinefelter Syndrome Foundation go up in there and talk about stuff kind of in a back and forth with Dr. Copeland, who is extremely pro-trans. I kind of do think that sex isn't binary. In fact, by definition, if you have things that happen like XXY or XYY or certain other conditions, it's hard to argue that it is not a spectrum. That being said, if you're a regular person, right, 20 years old, or excuse me, not 20 years old, let's say 40 years old, right? You can't tell them, well, yes, you grew up your whole life in a particular way, and for the last 35 out of your 40 years, nobody would have ever debated this with you, not really, and you never heard about it on the TV, and you never saw any of these issues in the news, but actually you've been wrong your entire life, and people with 9-inch penises can in fact just be women from the start before they even begin to transition, and now you're a certain kind of bigot because you didn't accept that as fast as possible. As I screamed at you, you were wrong, you don't understand biology. See a problem here?
Yeah, I agree. My approach to it is I don't really try to go with what you believe or don't believe. I always go down the road of, because you could say the same thing for someone who's racist, for instance, who doesn't like black people, and go, okay, well, I mean, sure, you don't like them, but they have the same rights as you, and they can work at the same places as you, and they can do all the same things that you can do, and that worked out fine, right? Like, what was the harm there? So my thought on the trans thing and the path I usually go down is, okay, well, regardless of what you believe, if they're not hurting anybody else, and you give them the right to do this thing, and they can transition or they can do this thing, and you give them rights the same way you have rights, and as long as they're not using those rights to hurt anybody else, what does it matter? Like, it really doesn't matter what you believe at that point. It's, why stop them from having a thing if anytime there's been a group that wanted the thing, and then you tried to stop them from having the thing, you gave them rights. For instance, you tried to, women couldn't vote, and then women couldn't work, and now they can vote, now they can work. Turned out fine. Black people were 3/5 of a person, couldn't drink at the same water fountain as us, couldn't be integrated. We changed all that, we integrated them. Turned out fine. Gay people couldn't get married, we didn't recognize gay marriage, made that legal, gave them all the same rights as you. And it didn't destroy the institution of marriage. All of your marriages are fine. All of your marriages are still respected. No one treats marriage any differently now that we've made that legal, so there was no harm there. So there's no historical evidence to ever prove that, like, stopping a thing will have a good benefit versus just give them their rights and treat them the way they need to be treated. And as long as
Might I point something out, though? I don't think the pushback is typically as black and white as this. For example, excluding crazy bigots of the highest order who hate everyone.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a whole other can of worms nowadays too with the Aiden Ross thing. But maybe we'll get to that. But what I think you might know is that their pushback doesn't usually come in the form of saying they're not human, they don't deserve rights. It usually comes, and it's coming more and more, in the pushback exclusively from, ironically in the context of this conversation, traditionally female genders, meaning biological ones, according to the ones who are doing the pushback, saying exactly what you said isn't true, and then providing some examples. Now, of course, I feel my own certain ways about the Riley Gaines, Leah Thomas scenario.
Sports is.
But let me just say this right here.
Of course.
Well, but see, I think that's the pushback they're usually saying, and that usually is where the debate devolves. And I think that, again, when Riley Gaines, and I'm not trying to pick a side here, but it's going to be really hard for me to look Riley Gaines in the eye and just say, okay, well, you're obviously some kind of evil bigot because you don't agree that your entire life's work culminated in losing by a fraction of a second.
So where I go with the sports thing, because you're right, it does usually come back to that. And where I go with the sports thing is I say, well, sports, there's no law for sports anywhere. Every single sport you watch, is owned by a private organization who make their own rules, and there's no constitutional or governmental right to sports. So the government has no say in that to begin with. So that's a different thing. What I'm talking about, and then I try to steer them away from that, and I go, well, what I'm talking about is I'm talking about like actual laws and legislation that would give them just normal human rights. There's no law on the books. There's no legislation. There's no constitutional amendment that says everyone has the right to play sports. Sports are nowhere written into those laws. That's a thing that you earn through talent, and then a team lets you play on it, owned by a private organization. Like even your average everyday American can't go play for a college team. Like most Americans are never going to play for a college team. You're never going to play for the NFL. You're never going to play for an organization. You're never going to play for anything other than recreation. 99% of the population. Do they feel as if their rights have been taken away because they weren't allowed into that club?
True, but Death, I mean, as the kids like to say, like let's keep it a buck, no cap, right? There are laws against discriminating, especially against minorities, which, if we were to go with the logic that trans folk were just regular folk in every way, but they happen to make up a smaller population of the total, right? Well, then specifically banning them and saying, well, there's no constitutional right to let you play. I mean, that would be against discrimination laws.
I mean, I've got my own thoughts on sports. Like, I mean, my default argument with that is after I steer them away from that and I go with after I take them down the road of, okay, well, what about just giving them regular rights? Let's start there first. How would that affect you? How would that be bad in any way? Even if you don't believe trans people are real, even if you don't believe that, that 9-inch penis person is a woman.
Well, and I just want to say this.
What's the harm in letting them transition? Like, how does that affect you? Like, why does that matter? Well, once I take them down that road, and we've gone down that road and we've gotten past that, then when the sports argument comes up, then my argument always goes to, well, I don't think the answer is as simple as banning one group from sports or another. I think sports need to be viewed differently in general, and I've thought this for a long time.
Let me say this right here. I'm gonna say two things, right? I'm gonna go super pro trans argument here real quick. I got this one straight out of Ian Colton's room. Shout out to him, he's pretty dope. But
all right.
But okay, so first of all, would I be correct, and just kind of go with me here, help me out, right? Would I be correct in assuming your position on sports might be because, genetic males have an inherently, biased and advantage when it comes to certain sports? But well, just let's keep it simple. It's basically that, right? No judgment. Let me just say that would be what it is for a lot. Let me elaborate though.
If I'm forced to give a yes or no answer, then yes, but there'll be a big asterisk next to that, which I can tell you what my view on sports is after
but you're definitely not on trial here. You're not on trial here. Don't worry. So it's like before you know it, it's like YouTube cancels Death for being trans. No, I'm just kidding. So here's something interesting to point out, though. It's actually, according to some, transphobic to care about that, and here's why. Okay, so we don't care when people have a genetic advantage normally. Shaq clearly has an advantage. So does Yao Ming. Okay, Larry Bird. Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi in soccer. Nobody wants to say the obvious, which is Messi has an unfair advantage. He shouldn't be playing against anyone. Right.
So you're going down the road I was going to take you down already, but go ahead.
Well, there you go. Then we both probably know this, which is if we're going to ban trans women who transitioned from genetic males because they have an advantage, that's transphobic. If we don't ban just people who have an advantage in general, because we're back to discriminating against one group. But here's the second, and just kind of bringing it all back. Nobody wants to talk about the fact and I know it's crude, forgive me, internet, but the 9-inch penis issue, here's why. It's not just about the fact that biology can change. Yeah, our understanding of the human condition can change so much that what was once known is now radically condemned, and that happens all the time.
Oh yeah, it can
However,
and has, yeah.
However, I think you're going to have a really hot mess if you're just trying to convince the entire public. I want to answer the rhetorical question you asked earlier. How does it affect you? Okay, well, let me tell you something. I don't know how old you are. I'm almost 40. Okay, amongst my peers who have children, it's a contentious issue. You know, some people wouldn't care, some people would care heavily. Go ask their grandparents, meaning my parents or other parents above me. Or excuse me, you know what I'm trying to say, right? Just
Yeah. You're kind of going down all of the roads I was going to take you down anyway, but go ahead.
But if you ask people's parents, meaning 60-year-olds, how they feel about their grandchild, quote, transitioning, they're horrified. I'm not trying to say that proves anything. I'm saying go tell them.
Right. Which I
They
understand. So
don't
we're-
understand biology and they never have.
So
Like, good luck.
So we're in the same age bracket, and I do have 2 children who are approaching the age of puberty, 9 and 10 years old, and all of a good, not all, but a good number of their friends' parents fall right into that category that you just mentioned, where that stuff scares the bejesus out of them.
Just imagine they're the grandparents.
And then I point at my own children. And I'll point at my brother too and use him as an example, but that's a different story. But I'll point at my own children and I'll go, so go ahead and try to convince one of my children that they're not a girl. Just go question them on it. And it always ends with my kids going, no, I'm a girl. And I know I'm a girl, and I'm always going to be a girl. Like, my kids know what trans people are. They know all about, how trans stuff works. And they know what they are, because it boils down to you sitting down and having an uncomfortable conversation with your kids. Your kids can only be influenced if they don't have the information and you're not willing to be there to guide them. And another prime example of this, I told you I was going to go to my brother. My older brother is gay, and my dad is a pretty hardcore Republican. And you're talking back in the time, he's in his 60s, and you're talking back in the time where it was just shameful to have a gay son. He didn't.
I'm assuming he wasn't living in San Francisco back then.
Right. Oh no, the accent is accurate. We live in the South, so.
I didn't say that, friend. I didn't say that.
It should be obvious, but yeah, it's one of those things where it was considered shameful. He would have been judged on it, and he was scared it was going to have a reflection on him, and. Instead of sitting down and having a talk with my brother and trying to see, where he's at and what he thinks, it was we don't talk about it. And my brother ended up being gay. And there was it's a period before acceptance, but in the end, and that's what I always point to him, I was like, you can go talk to my dad now. In the end, what harm was done? Did it really matter? Not really. He's still your son. He's still the same person. He just has a different identity now. The trans stuff's a little bit different, because depending on how far down the trans road they want to go, is there going to be a surgery or is it just an identity thing, etc. But they're still the same person inside. And a lot of what led to that, or a lot of what, like a lot of a lot of my brother's younger years were just wrapped in confusion and no answers. And then you have parents who just don't want to talk about it and act like it's the worst thing ever and aren't willing to even entertain the conversation. So where's he gonna go to explore those feelings and to ask those questions if he can't go to his parents? Well, he's gonna go to the people who may give him the wrong information. He may go to the people who want to steer him in a direction.
But if I might, there's a lot of combustible material there. Many points to address. I'll just try to hone in on one. Admittedly, my brain power is not always at full capacity.
It's like
but
4 a.m. here, so I'm in the same.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, so look. There was kind of an implication in the point you were making about how your children know who they are, right? The implication being that trans children would know who they are. Now, what that would imply is that there is no social contagion, which is something you probably hear in the dialogue often when debating these people. Now, and I can't speak for trans people. That's for damn sure, right? I don't have no place doing that, but
I'm not going to say
let
there's
me finish.
no social contagion. Go ahead.
Let me finish. I know that if you look for something, you're going to find it everywhere. I also know that if you don't look for it, you're never going to find any examples of it. I have been on the internet a long time. I've been on social media only 4 years, which is really weird, right? Like,
I understand.
But
me and you grew up in a time before the internet.
More specifically, though,
I'm used to social media.
What I'm saying is, I was on the internet since I was 10, right, all the time, but I didn't use any form of.
It was a much different place back then. Because if you're tapping on 40, and you're talking about when you were 10, I mean, yeah, the internet existed, but social media wasn't what it is now. Being
Facebook
social on the
came
internet
out.
Was a different world back then.
Facebook came out whenever the hell it came out. I never made one, is my point. I didn't have an Instagram until 2 years ago. I didn't have a Twitter until 2 years ago.
What about the MySpace thing? I mean, that came from
Nope,
Facebook.
none.
Yeah.
I was purely playing video games and like web surfing. I never talked to other human beings outside of video games.
So you didn't do any? Okay, so we had a little bit of a different experience. So you didn't have, because I was the same way. I was online then, and I was social, but it was all, AOL Instant Messenger and, TeamSpeak to have voice chat for video games. Yeah, like it was.
Well, you need friends
small
for
circles
AOL
kind of
Messenger.
thing.
So,
Yeah. It was small. It was small circles thing, but not really a. Like, you weren't getting online on those things and meeting new people. There was no discovery tab on AOL Instant Messenger. You weren't talking to anybody on TeamSpeak that you didn't already get their ID from. Like, you're not finding people randomly on these things the way you can just scroll on Twitter and see hundreds of people now that you don't know and just instantly interact with any of them.
If I might, though, just to get back to the point, if you're suggesting that there is not a glamorization of certain, let me ask you this: why is it so taboo to say the same glamorization of transitioning is there when no taboo exists for any obvious other thing that you see happening? All kinds of things are glamorized. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. All kinds of things are glamorized on the internet. Basically, everything is glamorized on the internet. Therefore, it would be statistically improbable to say that glamorization of transitioning isn't also there. If that exists,
no, I agree.
If that exists, going back to the original point, it's not the most easy to swallow pill for the right to hear, there's no social contagion at all. That's just a racist talk.
I wasn't saying there's no social contagion. I was just about to mention how you brought that up. The point I was making isn't that there's no social contagion. Of course there is. I was making that point about how there was a social contagion even back in the late 90s and early 2000s around gay people with gay marriage. The point I was making with my children and the social contagion is you guiding your kids and giving them the information strongly like reduces the chances of that contagion. Like a lot of I mean, you saw it in the early 2000s and you probably see it some now. Like there were some gay men who thought they were gay and then later became straight and they were just confused. It's the same thing with trans people. There were some people who thought they were trans and started now they regret it. You've heard of the detransitioners. They were just confused. My goal is to alleviate the confusion. You alleviate the confusion.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut in there, but again, even just to the point you made, bro, I can't. Wait, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just to the point you just made, I can't speak for detransitioners either, although I've heard what they say, and I don't think a lot of people like what they say because they, and again, I can't speak for them, I can only speak for myself, and I could be wrong in what I've seen, but from what I remember, the ones that spearhead a detransitioning movement, if you would, talk heavily about the pressure of society and
right.
Perhaps they are a pawn in the game of somebody who just hates trans people and puts a spotlight on their talking point.
But what you don't,
everything is a psyop. But,
right, but what you don't hear them talk about is their parents talking to them about all of those things that led them down that road to be, feel like they were lied to or whatever. Most of them will have roughly the same story, which is my parents either didn't believe it was real or didn't want to talk about it, or it was this, they think it's all nonsense. Like they didn't even entertain the conversation, which is the same conversation I have with those, friends of those parents of my children's friends, which is, well, have your kids asked what a trans person is? Have you explained it to them? Have you told them? And then if the answer is yes, then my next question is, well, what did you tell them? Because now it's well, did you tell them the truth? Or did you try to scare them away from it? Because that will have the opposite effect. If you, it's kind of like the Christians with the way that they explained gay marriage to people back in the early 2000s and the late 90s.
Too many subjects in the soup. Well, let's keep religion out for a second.
I'm not bringing religion into it, but that group had an
Why
effect.
Why you gotta say the Christians then? Why can't you be like
I was getting
the
to that.
Why gotta be like the Protestants? Like,
no, I didn't say that. Well, Christianity as a whole, those parents, and I know because mine were those parents who just didn't really explain what it meant to be gay or have those gay conversations, and
but wait,
explore those feelings. It was that. No, let me finish now. I'll let you finish every time. That I keep making half points and never really going where I'm going.
Interrupted me a couple of times, Steph. Come on now.
But the point I'm making is that with my brother, when it came time to talk about, when he had questions about being gay or what gay was, it was always the same answer. Oh, it's a sin. You're going to go to hell. Just demonize it. And then he goes out into the real world and he starts talking to other gay people and meeting other communities and finding out that, it's not an evil thing. None of these people seem evil to me. None of this seems wrong. And then you start feeling like your parents lied to you. So to wrap that back around to the trans thing, when I say, have you talked to your kids about what trans people are or asked them, then my next question is, well, what did you tell them? Because if all you told them was that trans people aren't real and you just told them a bunch of right-wing talking points instead of actually explaining what it is, then they're going to go out into the real world and the same effect is going to happen again, where they're going to feel like their parents just gaslit them and lied to them. And then, the social contagion is more likely to happen for two reasons. One, they have a group that understands their feelings and is willing to talk to them about it. And two, now you got that rebellious side of you as a teenager that wants to be like, you know what? fuck dad, he's wrong, I'm going to do this anyway. So you've got two factors that could lead to that contagion. Do you know who the creator Keffals is?
Can I respond to that before we go down
sure.
that quick? Is that cool?
Yeah, sure.
So, I mean, it feels like a cake or eat it too, and here's why. If they know who they are, well, talking to them, regardless, they'll be who they are. And two, and again, this isn't a judgment, but maybe you can clarify, right? I don't think. Just to elaborate on the whole, they become a teenager, and are you saying they would go trans to spite their parents because their parents never explained what trans was? Elaborate
it's a possibility, which is why I asked you if you knew who Keffals was.
No, okay, sorry. Then please explain.
So Keffals is a trans Twitch streamer, creator, whatever you want to call her, who is kind of famous for creating a website called the HRT Directory. And this website was a collection of information teaching children how to make hormone blockers and hormones in their bathtub, so that if their parents didn't want them to transition or didn't want to sign off on it and they're minors so they can't get it from their doctor, they can make it at home. Extremely dangerous. She would also go on Discord and in her community and brag about what she called pink pilling children. And when I say children, I mean children my kids' age, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old. Pink pilling them, basically convincing them that they were trans. And then convincing them to transition, that would be the cool thing to do. And a lot of them, as her way to convince them that they were trans, was to ask about their parents and basically tell them that their parents lied to them and use herself as an example. Oh, I'm not evil. Do I sound evil? Do I sound confused to you? And then give them all these resources that contradict everything their parents told them. So now they're left in a position where they're confused and angry because they feel like their parents lied to them. She more or less groomed them into being trans. That did happen. So the social contagion.
So you're suggesting that
it can happen. It would be disingenuous to pretend like it couldn't. Now, do I think most trans people are doing that, or do I think it's a huge issue? Not really. But to pretend like it doesn't happen and that can't happen, that either you're trans or you're not, and it's a binary thing and you know what you are and there's no confusion, and to pretend like all of those talking points aren't real, yeah, that's where their frustration comes from on the right. I completely understand it. I don't agree with it, but I completely understand it because it is real. It does happen. It's just not as big a problem as they think it is. And it's not as likely to happen if they take some responsibility and, actually have uncomfortable conversations with their children. And
just to clarify one thing, why uncomfortable?
For people like them, and I default back to and use my parents as an example again, like, it's a lot easier to tell my gay brother that being gay is a sin and demonize it, and we ain't talking about it, and say that we're not going to talk about this anymore and try to like scare him out of it, than it is to sit down and ask him what he's feeling and have him give you answers that might make you uncomfortable. That's an
So you're
actual
basically
conversation
saying
that's hard to have for parents like that.
I think I understand. You're saying for a parent who would fear their child being trans, it would be uncomfortable to talk about it.
Yeah, facing your fears is always uncomfortable.
Okay, so just because we seem to understand that part, taking it way back, I mean, what do you say to the people who, like, again, the original kind of part, like, there's some people that don't agree that there is a legitimate medical condition that we would refer to as being born into the wrong
right
sort of biology. I mean, what we're still left with this dilemma. Okay, we can't. Wait, sorry. I mean, what would you say about that?
Well, like I know exactly what you're talking about. There's a bunch of them that'll just tell you trans people aren't real. That they don't.
Well, and there's some that would just say, I don't think that's how biology works.
Yeah.
Right?
Most of them, for whatever their reason is, their argument usually ends up being the same, which is it isn't real. That it's not a real thing. Some of them will say that's not how biology works. Some of them will say, oh no, it's not a, or it is real, but it's not a physical thing. It's a mental thing. They're not trans. They're sick. They're mentally ill. I've heard all of those arguments, and I go back to the same thing, which is okay. Well, if you think they're sick, for the people that think they're sick, I go, okay. Well, then how do we help them? Isn't that what we should want to do with sick people? Let's help them. What's the answer to help them? And then you can point to a bunch of research that shows that there's no harm in letting them transition. That tends to help them more than pretending that it's not real and trying to talk them out of it. Just like gay conversion therapy didn't work. You can't pray the gay away. Gay camps didn't make gay men straight. So
wait, can I point one thing out though?
Yeah.
And you can correct me if you don't think my analysis is logical here, but people being gay has been a trait of humanity throughout all of history. The question is, did we condemn it or approve of it as a society, right? But this particular issue, I would dare to say, is actually something that you have to ask people to kind of rewrite their entire knowledge of what being a human is from the perspective of, let's say, sex versus gender, which, to be fair, the person you'd be convincing would think is one thing. Everyone's known that certain humans, male and female, have been attracted to the similar gender. That's not news. What is news is the concept of sin, especially when it's founded in religion, right? From a philosophical perspective of what do we want to do about it. And fortunately, humanity has progressed to a point where I think the acceptance based on, true love and seeing that there really is no reason to be against any gay person. There is no reason, period. I mean, that's kind of new. And it's, I think, becoming more accepted by the minute, right? Because we're becoming more civilized. But again, without being curmudgeonly, it's asking someone to change their mindset on a philosophical position is very different than asking someone to rewrite everything they were taught in school about biology on day one. Like that, you're not just asking them to say, well, you know what?
I understand the task at hand.
Okay, so but that's
it is different, and it is harder. So that's why
how do you deal with the?
I try to personalize it as best I can and kind of boil it down to okay, well, even if what you're saying is true, what's the harm in letting them transition if they really want to? I'll agree that there should be a different process for it. But, I mean, to say that it shouldn't happen at all, try to find the common ground with okay, well, I'll agree with you that it is a problem, and it's too easy to happen at the moment. Maybe there should be a different process to determine who really is trans and, needs a surgery. Because that's what they're scared of is, well, you're going to mutilate a person who might not actually be trans. But they're just confused. And then what? So my go-to there is, okay, well, let's change the process for determining who gets that surgery and who doesn't. And still let them get it. Outright outlawing it isn't. At this point, you have to understand, and that's what I try to get them to understand. At this point, you have to understand that you're not going, that even if you outlaw it, you're not going to stop it. They will find a way. One of them made a directory on how to make the hormones in your bathtub. If they really are trans and they really want to transition, they will make that happen. They will.
Right, but I'm forgive me for interrupting. What I'm trying to say is you're making good arguments in their realm. You're not talking about a biological argument to convince them, which I think is essentially, at the end of the day, right, what they are asking for. People are saying, explain this to me from the perspective of biology because it goes against everything I've been taught. You can point out those other things you just did, but that won't convince them to say, okay, well, then I truly don't understand biology.
Right. Well, the point of my argument isn't to say that they're right or wrong about the biology. My point in the argument is to show them that the biology part of it doesn't really matter.
I see. Well, I guess for a lot of people, that's what their entire faith is contingent upon, right? Like their faith that trans people are, let's just say, as you said earlier, are sick or something, or whatever, mentally ill. It's contingent upon their understanding of biology. So it would seem important to them.
Right. And convincing them that part doesn't matter and trying to get them to wrap their head around the bigger picture, which is how the person sees themselves. And even if they can't change their biology, because these people who believe the thing about the biology and are like, well, this is what I've been taught. They also believe that even if you get the surgery, you're still the same biology. Like you haven't changed your biology, you've just changed your physiology.
But they've certainly changed their physiology. I don't know if they've changed their chromosomes, but they were physically different.
Right, and that's what they fall back to, is the chromosomes and going, well, biologically, that's still a man. Even though he doesn't have a penis anymore, he's changed his physiology, he's changed his appearance, he's still a man. And then I try to wrap that back around to my argument and going, well, see, the biology part doesn't matter then, because you're kind of admitting that the biology part doesn't matter, that they're going to change their physiology anyway. Like, what matters is how they view themselves and how to make them better if you do think that they're sick. And if you don't think that they're sick and that they're transitioned, then the argument goes to, well, what's the harm in letting them transition? I mean, I'll agree that there should be a more staunch process, because their fear is that someone who's not trans will be tricked into transitioning, will be talked into transitioning, will, someone vulnerable. And Keffels and her bullshit definitely didn't help that argument. She's probably the single-handed example as to why that argument has any merit with them whatsoever, as to where that argument even came from. That's probably where it came from. Keffels was by far the absolute worst trans advocate spokesperson on the planet that they could have had. And if you've got the time, whenever you're bored, next time you're bored, instead of jumping in Twitter Spaces, just get on YouTube and look up one of the mini video documentaries on Keffels.
I mean, I've definitely
She's genuinely a shitty person.
I've definitely seen examples. I don't want to be the pro bono side of the right anti-trans pretend lawyer advocate for too long. But if I might say one last thing, let me paint the final picture. Okay, so you fast forward the clock 50 years, right? 70% of the country is completely pro-trans in every way. They even think of biology different than they did before.
Right.
And 30% of the country says, no, we still have the bio textbooks from 16 going forward, or 14 going forward. We're not participating in this. Do you then allow for the taking of their children if the child wants to be part of the 70%? And more importantly, maybe not more importantly, but just to its logical extreme, does that mean, let's say, any country which doesn't participate in this is now considered a country full of child abusers?
No, I wouldn't go that far. I mean, there's always going to be a percentage of the population. And I'm going to try to wrap this back to something I meant to bring up earlier, and I just keep getting on a little tangent here. But there's always going to be a percentage of the population who are just going to refuse to believe whatever the consensus popular thing to believe is. Like, right now, there's a percentage of the population who want to believe the Earth is flat. Like it's, even though that hasn't been questioned in a very long time, just because they want to be, I don't know, contrarian, I guess. But I try to make it as, I always try to default back to the argument, which I'm gonna wrap it all the way back around to the sports thing we talked about earlier, which I didn't get a chance to bring up, is that I try to make it this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. That part doesn't matter. What you think they are doesn't matter. What biology is doesn't matter. What matters is, if you really want to make it about mental health, the mental health of the person and how to help them, and what's healthier for society as a whole. And I would go back to sports, where we go, you want to know my personal take on sports, and it's not about whether or not trans people should be led into sports. I think sports should be redone in general. I don't think the way we do it now is like you said, Shaquille O'Neal has a biological advantage. I don't think the way we do sports now is fair. Like, I don't understand why the only sport we have that tries to differentiate by physiology is boxing, or a combat sport, where you don't just let any two men get in the ring and fight each other. No, they have to be comparable size and weight. Otherwise, we all acknowledge that's not a fair fight. You can't put Peter Dinklage in the ring against Mike Tyson. That's not a fair fight.
To be fair, you can't put most people in the ring with Mike Tyson.
I don't want to get like a fuck.
When are we going to get to see Logan Paul fight Mike Tyson, by the way? I want to see that.
That one I will pay to see. But yeah, it's, we acknowledge it in that one sport, and I always found that odd. So why aren't we doing other sports the same way? Why aren't we going, okay, here's the basketball league for people 6 foot and over. Here's the basketball league for people under 5'10", under 5'5". You know, why aren't we going, you know, here's the tennis league for people of this size and strength. Here's the swimming league for people of this size and strength. Like, why aren't we breaking it down physiology to make it as fair as possible, so that all the team members on both sides of the team are roughly the same, so that it's a fair game. Now it's a matter of skill and not, I'm just biologically gifted. But we don't do that with any other sport.
Don't take this the wrong way, but based on everything you just said, I only have one question. Are you now, or have you ever been, a member of the Communist Party? I'm just joking.
Member of the what?
A member of the Communist Party.
No, I'm not.
Because you basically just made it. You know, you get the joke, I'm sure.
Yeah, I get what you're going for. Like even with the trans thing, I show them that it doesn't matter, because one of the big things that they love to point out there is, well, I don't want to have to learn new pronouns or change the way I don't want to have to address them in a way that doesn't feel natural, and I refuse to call them this or call them that. And my answer to that is one that I'm just shocked that no one else has thought of, is to, well, don't call them any pronoun then. You can just opt out. Because if your fear is that they're forcing you to participate, just and they're trying to change your language and they're trying to force you to participate, just opt out and don't participate. Well, how do I do that? How do I address them if I can't use pronouns? Here's 2 pronouns that are universal that you can use for everybody and nobody can argue with. You can refer to them as this person or this individual instead of using a gender. And you just won the game.
Here's something I genuinely don't understand at this point. You seem like a smart person. Do you ever hear the phrase level 1, 2, and 3 politics?
I do.
Okay. When you're responding to their literal words, which, and forgive me if this is an assumption, it seems like you've had this conversation with, quote, them more than once, right? Let me just say this right here.
Yeah, I'm related
Let me
to
just
most
say this right here.
These are conversations I've had many a time.
Oh, well, you know, I don't know if I can help with that, but I don't talk to people about their family as my lesson one. But all jokes aside, you know they're not really talking about the pronoun.
I'm very aware. The point isn't to like. The point is,
But with that, can I?
You're right. I do talk to them all the time, and the point behind that isn't to teach them anything, and isn't because I think that they're being literal. It's quite the opposite. It's I have to try to beat them at their own game. They're playing chess with my words here, which is I have to out logic you. I'm not going to teach you anything. You have to kind of learn a new language when you argue with or speak to people like that. That's what I've learned from arguing with my family is you have to, and people like them. And since I won't make it about my family then, but people like them they're not being literal. They're being disingenuous when they say stuff like that. So
let me clarify. That's not what I meant. And forgive me for interrupting, but I appreciate that you let me. It's good back and forth. Like, no, what I'm trying to say is they're saying, let me speak for them, which is stupid, but they're saying,
devil's advocate.
You were asking me to change my whole way of life, my understanding about how to speak, the way I view life. You're basically coming to them and saying, I understand the future. I live in the present. You guys are kind of behind the times, and you got to get with those times because I said so. That, I mean, in the context of human history, is something that has been feared and also foreshadowed.
Right. So they're saying
bad.
People will tell you that they don't like to be told what to do, and when you approach it the way that I just did, with this individual, this person, you learn that it's not really about, we'll go all the way back to the beginning of the conversation when I'm like, you can dig down and find out it's not really about the thing they say it's about. It's not really about them having to change the way that they talk. Because you've done that your whole life. You've all done that your whole life. You used slang when you were younger that you don't use now. No one says jive turkey anymore. Like you've all done it. You've all already changed the way you talk
because they wanted to, not because they were being told they have to or they're bigots.
Right. And that's exactly my point. Is if you use the phrases this individual and this person, because it's not really about you having to change the way you talk. It's about you not wanting to give them the satisfaction. It's about you not wanting them to win. It's more about you don't want them to police your thoughts. So when you tell them to say this individual and this person instead of pronouns, so you're refusing to give them the satisfaction of a pronoun, but you're also not like giving them the satisfaction of calling you a bigot for misgendering them. You found a way to beat them at their own game. You found
Do you think none of it comes from a place of being genuinely worried that if they don't act the way they're told to, even by mistake, that they could lose everything? You don't think that's a component?
Oh, I'm sure that's a component. That's why I say that it doesn't give them the pleasure of like calling you a bigot and having that negative effect on you. So you get the satisfaction of not having to give them what they want without the repercussion of refusing to, basically. It's that checkmate move that they're looking for. And when you present them with that checkmate move of going, well, now you can refuse to give them the pronoun while still avoiding all of the negative repercussions that come with misgendering them. Well, now that you can do that, will you change the way you speak? Most of them wouldn't not only change the way they speak, but they would take pleasure in it. Because they feel like they won.
Wait, hold on. I gotta say this, and respectfully, as they say on Twitter. I hope you've heard that phrase here before. If not, I introduced it.
I don't know how much respect there actually is on Twitter, but yeah, I've heard the phrase.
Well, hopefully there's some here. So respectfully, and I want you to just think about this for a hot second.
Sure.
The way you're speaking about an entity, which we've referred to as them, has been in a way that has credited them with incredible maniacal and cunning abilities, all to avoid a word. What I'm saying, right? And by the way, don't take that with a grain of salt. I'm not saying you did something wrong, but
No,
what I'm saying is,
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
If my earlier point about how your enemies aren't demons and devils, but in fact almost exactly like you, then they probably have a similar amount of fear that you also hold. And what I'm saying is the component of watching a demand that they've never heard about before be introduced, and having watched others suffer great social and financial catastrophe, sometimes even for making a mistake, has not helped them believe any of the claims that are being made, much less the one about how they never understood biology to begin with. You would think that if these new biological facts being brought to light, and I say that in a neutral way, actually are so scientifically canon as of late, that there would be the same level of willingness to educate on this as anything else without being called a name. So just as an example, if I'm teaching someone paleontology and they're having some doubts about potassium argon dating methods, if they ask some questions or say that's not how I understand it, nobody screams dinosaur denier at them, or you don't believe dinosaurs are real.
I can point you to some people who do.
Well, I'm saying if I was a teacher in a classroom trying to educate a student.
Sure.
But it doesn't.
Sorry, I was thinking of
You know,
Jordan
and
Peterson. He's the teacher that would. But go ahead.
You know, and I get apprehensive about these conversations too, right? Like I don't want to say something to harm anyone, much less a trans person, and I also don't want to be unable to hold my own positions on this issue openly without having tons of people just say, well, that guy's a uneducated bigot dinosaur from a forgotten age, right? So I'm just trying to say, even I have apprehension here. And I'm essentially on your side, right? So I can see how when half or more of this country is literally being demonized for not understanding this, quote, new era, and then basically being given no cookies when they point out the radicals on the left side.
Which I completely understand. That's why I make the conversation with them, you know, as long as I'm going to use folksy Southern sayings, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I don't know how else to say that without sounding like a total asshole, but
I never liked that saying because Cesar Millan does that every day.
Yeah, but the point behind it is like people like that. A lot of those people who are old and that's not their understanding of biology, you're not gonna get them to understand new biology at this point.
Yeah, well, admittedly, though, a lot of them are young, and now they call them based.
Well, for the old people, it's just too much information to learn at their age, and they just either don't have the energy for it or just aren't willing to focus. And for the younger people who don't, that's not. Theirs is more of an unwillingness to learn. They don't want to know. They've made up their mind. So for them, it's not a knowledge thing. It's really an opinion thing for the younger ones. But regardless of which age group it is and what their motivations are, my goal is the same. And it's not to teach you. It's not to make you relearn biology. It's not to change your understanding of the world. But just it's more a conversation of acceptance. Even if you don't understand the world you're in, it doesn't change the fact that this is the world you're in now. And you got to learn how to live in it.
I mean, bro, I'm going to be 100% like no cap here. I've read 1984 a lot. And I know people say they read it and then they can't even tell you a single thing about it, but
yeah, I know it's sounding a bit dystopian. I get it.
Oh, it sounded, yeah, just a little bit, my friend. What was it? He who controls the future controls the present, and he who controls the present controls the past. I mean, that, you know,
I get how it sounds, and I probably didn't word it the best. Like I said, I don't know how to do it without sounding like an asshole. But the truth is, the world is going to change around you, and even if we're not talking about trans stuff, like I had to have this conversation with grandparents when, you know, iPads and smartphones became a thing, and you know, my granddad going, "Oh, you guys are gonna feel real stupid when this whole internet fad is over." Yeah, the world's gonna change around you, even if you don't understand it. It's a fact of life. It's going to happen, whether or not it's around a political issue or just around like how the world operates on a logistical level. Like, it's just, that's the progression of humanity. Like, you know, like the world's going to change around you, and you can either learn to live in it or shut yourself off away from it and have others do it, you know, like, I mean, what do you...
And you do remember you're talking to a person who said they're going to go live in a cabin, right?
Yeah, I guess that's your other option. You can do that. You can get yourself a nice bunker and stock it with canned food and wait out the apocalypse, I guess.
Hey man, you might call it the Copen bunker, but I call it the place that has food in the apocalypse.
Yeah, world's biggest man cave. I get it.
Hey, it's not going to be cushy in there. It's just going to be survivable.
No, I mean, I totally get it. And look, don't think the thought hasn't crossed my mind to do that. There have just been times when I'm like, you know what? I don't want to participate in this anymore. I'm not suicidal.
Spill the tea.
I don't want to kill myself.
Tell me the last time. Tell me the last time. Spill the tea here.
It's going to sound really stupid.
Well, again,
I guess
if we're talking about bunkers, I mean, we already do.
I just had a moment where I was at work and kind of had a Groundhog Day moment where I'm going through the same routine every single day, and I realized that I don't want to do this anymore. I'm so sick. There is nothing I detest more in the entire world than aimless fucking small talk. I hate the same conversations every fucking day. I hate having to pretend that I give a damn about any of you people when I'm at work. We're all here for the same reason. We're not friends. Why do we have to pretend like we're friends? Why can't we just do our job and go home? That's what we're here for. We're all here for the same reason. We're here to do a thing that we get paid for and then go home. And after we go home, none of us are going to talk to each other again until the next day when we show up to do the thing again. Why do I have to stand around and pretend like I care about any of this?
Not dystopian sounding at all. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
And then I'm like, yeah. And it does sound a little dystopian. And I'm like, you know, and then COVID happened. And at the point that COVID happened, I'd already been working from home because that was my answer to the office work I was doing was going to be, I'm not going to work from the office anymore. I'll work from home so I don't have to deal with these people. So at the time COVID happened, I'd already been working from home for about 3 years. So for everyone else, COVID was a lockdown. For me, it was a fucking Tuesday. Like, it didn't... I thought... I kind of got happy for a minute. I was like, oh, maybe now the rest of the world can understand where I'm coming from and learn that all of that shit you used to care about doesn't really matter. Maybe they'll adapt. Sadly, they did not. Well, not all of them. Some did. Like, I think a lot of companies did have changed their stance toward work from home, and a lot of people are realizing that you don't... A lot of the cordial interaction that you have to put up with at work isn't really necessary. And I would even argue counterproductive to your job. A waste of time.
Yeah, that, you know, most crypto bros would say that was the start of his arc right there, but then you took it a different direction.
But yeah, I mean, I could do the same thing you're talking about. I could probably just go live in a cabin and be fine, and just live on the internet and out in the woods and not have to interact with real people. I probably could. But
the internet, that's not what the cabin's for. The cabin's for growing your own vegetables and hopefully not getting shot up by the feds one day.
Whoa. You talking about cutting me off from a porn now?
Oh, Lord.
All right, man. Man's got to get
Lord
a
have
sweet,
mercy.
sweet release, be it in a cabin or in an apartment building. Like, I'm only human here. No, but I understand. Like I get the mentality, but then I start like actually contemplating it and going, it probably would be more trouble than it's worth, and would amount to not much if I were to do it. If I were to actually just go live in a cabin, like, would it... Opting out of the system doesn't change the system. And it...
Yeah, I think the real purpose, at least for me, is getting, like, self-sufficiency in an actual way before it all falls apart. I mean, the world keeps turning, but, like, I've never been more of a doomsayer than I am these days, right? If I might tell you my moment.
Oh, sure.
I mean,
love hearing those stories.
We probably don't have time for a whole other rabbit hole, but essentially, you know, some point in the last 12 months, it just became pretty obvious to me that, you know, World War III is around the corner, boys and girls. I don't know if you
That's possible.
agree. I mean, most people don't think...
Maybe not.
Most people don't think it is, but, like, to be frank...
I mean,
don't know
I
if you
could see it happening, but I could also see a world where it doesn't.
Did you see just the other day, North Korea has officially sent troops into Russia to help Russia fight Ukraine?
I did.
I mean, did nobody think that just a bit wild? Oh, nobody?
No, I mean, it is a bit wild, but do I think it's like signs of World War III? Not really. I mean, I try to stay in the world of realism where I go, I try not to be a doomsayer, where I go, well, I could see a world where that happens, where things escalate and escalate and escalate, and we reach that point. I also see a world where, you know, the serpent gets cut off at the head and the crisis is avoided. I could see both worlds happening.
One thing to notice about world wars genuinely is that when they're world wars, there aren't single heads to be cut off. They go from serpents to hydras, and
sometimes.
Well, I mean, the only other 2 world wars we had were many nations, so I would say so.
Yeah. But there was a point in both of those things where there was like one head. If you go back far enough to the beginning to the early stages of the conflict, there's usually an inciting incident or two, and steps that could have been taken to avoid it. Now, is it always one singular head? No. But 1 or 2 heads is better than the many heads that becomes a world war. So there usually is a way to avoid it. Like some people would argue, you know, if you could go back in time. I know you've heard the fucking meme. If you could go back in time and kill Hitler, would it stop World War II? Would you do it? And there probably was a point where doing that may have avoided the war. But you'd have to take him out at the right point in time. But that would be an example of a singular serpent that could have been taken out, that could have prevented an entire world war. What I like to remind everyone is Hitler wasn't always Hitler. Like, he wasn't always the most evil person ever. He was a regular politician. There was a turning point in which, like, he reached a level of power where he transcended into something else. So if you can take him out before that point, maybe it would stop the war.
So, a couple things to point out, and not to be the actually guy, but if I might, I mean, Japan had already launched a campaign in Manchuria way before we could really say World War II had kicked off as a result of German aggression. Some other things to notice is that from people want to say stuff like, okay, well, you know, back in 1921, when Hitler walked into a bar and saw a small party that would become the, you know, National Socialist Movement, Nazi Party, right? He was just a regular dude, albeit before he did that, he was in jail for 7 years after trying to throw a coup of the Austrian government where he was born. So I'm not sure he was ever, quote, a regular politician. Usually those guys don't spend 7+ years in jail for trying to overthrow their government before they became Supreme Chancellor of a totally different country.
Well, I don't mean he would have been like a high ranking, but there was a point where he was just a politician rising to that point. I mean, before the 7 years in jail, you know, what was he then?
He was a revolutionary. He tried to overthrow the Austrian government.
Before that, what I'm saying is if you go back far enough, Hitler wasn't fucking born evil. It was the events of his life that led him there. And if you go back far enough, there's an event that wouldn't take him there.
I suppose that's true. Albeit some people do have high sociopathic tendencies even from childhood.
Even sociopaths. There's usually an incident or a point in their life or something that gave them a thought process to go down this road. And then there's another universe where they weren't shown that thing, and instead their sociopathic energy was focused on something else. You know.
But I'm not sure what we're saying at this point. I understand that you probably could have sniped him at some point, and maybe the histories of the world would have played out different. But I mean, there were other countries.
I was just trying to make more or less just the point that sometimes it can be a singular head, but the snake metaphor probably wasn't the best, but.
It is a good metaphor that there are points in time where a singular head can be cut and the entire thing ends. But I'm just saying, in general, when you see world wars, there are many nations, and we're kind of looking.
I just try to educate people into the whole, like, you could do more if you actually cared about the world. I mean, if you're selfish and you've given up, sure, go live in your bunker, go live in the woods. But if you actually care about the world and, you know, obviously you running off into a cabin in the woods when you've got kids and family and all that stuff, and then what are you going to turn your back on all them too? If you care about your kids, your grandkids, your family, the world around them, it's probably in your better interest to adapt and maybe help guide them through it, maybe even change it, than it would be to just opt out. So that's usually the educational path I try to go down with them. I don't try to rewrite their knowledge of something as much as I go, look, even if you don't understand this thing, you know, like if you were a parent back in the late 90s, early 2000s who had a gay son, and you didn't understand it, you still don't believe being gay is real. You think he's sick. Like, it's all those same things they say about trans people now, they said about them then. Like, even if you thought that, it's probably better to adapt to the world where these things exist and help guide him through it and help, you know, maybe even give rights for those people than it would be to try to ship him off to a camp and try to change him. Try to bury your head in the sand. Because just like you don't like being told what to do, telling him he can't be gay and telling him that if you are gay, then we got to change you back because you're not allowed to. Well, he don't like to be told what to do either. You're only going to make it worse. It's better to understand it, adapt to it, and help guide them through it. And maybe your son is gay. Or maybe he was just confused. Maybe he's just experimenting. Maybe he just has some feelings he doesn't understand. You can help him work through it. But not trying is definitely not the right answer. So even if you don't understand what gay is or what those feelings are or what that feels like or what it means, it's still going to happen around you. It's better to understand that this is the world now. This is the direction it's going. Let me help this person navigate it. Let me learn how to navigate it. I don't have to understand how my car engine works to know how to drive it.
Hey, just while I got you here too, because we were on that other topic. What do you think about this Twitch situation? I don't know if you do Twitch, but
Yeah,
what do you?
I'm actually live on Twitch right now.
Oh, there you go.
Which situation in particular?
You haven't seen?
I've seen.
Sure. Can I pin up a tweet? Can I pin up a tweet?
Yeah. I'm not sure which one you're referencing. There's a few.
Okay.
Twitch has a few controversies around it at the moment.
Fair enough. I don't watch Twitch, but I've seen this thing on Twitter. So let me pin this up. Oh, I don't have. Oh, there, I can do it. Okay, it should be at the top of your room.
All right. How do I see that?
So we call it the Jumbotron if you like.
Okay, yeah. It just popped up. Gonna be honest with you, this is my first Twitter space here. I was just kind of seeing how this would go. I didn't honestly expect anyone to show up, but a few people did. Okay, let's have a look at Twitch support. We wanted to address concerns we've seen about whether we're preventing Twitch account signups in some regions. When signing up for a Twitch account, you can select an account verification method, email or phone, for added protection. Following the October 7th attack, we temporarily disabled signups with email verification in Israel and Palestine. We did this to prevent uploads of graphic material related to the attack and to prevent the safety of users. Signups were not disabled, and we continued to see signups from both regions. Users could choose to sign up with phone verification. We've learned that inadvertently we did not re-enable email verification. Oh, yeah, Twitch dropped the ball again. No shocker there. We deeply regret this unacceptable miss and the confusion that it has caused. We have fixed the issue, meaning all affected users can sign up with email verification. Like, I get what they were going for, but yeah, they dropped the ball. We've also heard concerns about whether our community guidelines apply to all content on our services. Hey, there we go. There's the one I was talking about. We continue to enforce our rules as consistently as possible, which is not at all, and are actively reviewing content and taking enforcement action where needed. Yeah.
They even community noted it, bro. I didn't know the community note was there. I saved this from earlier.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Yeah, I just saw the community note. The ban was based on IP addresses, not email addresses, which in most cases cannot be geolocated based on the address only. Sign up was impossible even when using a phone number.
Boom shock. And that way, one more bonus, just a cherry on top. Read the responses to the tweet.
We'll read a few of them. Oh, God, of course there's a fucking Frogan clip on here. Why was a similar policy not implemented in Ukraine and or Russia? That's a good question. Did Twitch respond to that one? At Twitch support, answer the question. Very good question. And just scrolling through.
I think I can speak for Twitch support when they didn't answer nothing.
Oh, yeah, they're not going to respond to literally any of this. Why is it when we report these two particular clips for blatant TOS violations, Hassan and Frogan, yeah, those are the popular ones going around, hateful conduct against protected classes, you dismiss these reports? They're not going to answer. Because they aren't consistent, and we all know it.
Voting terrorism.
Oh, yeah. Because they aren't consistent, and we all know it. You know, why does Asmongold get banned for his take? But Hassan can have a literal terrorist on his stream and show terrorist videos. He's done multiple things in those two streams alone that were way worse and violated way more TOS than the one speech that Asmongold gave. But we ban Asmongold and Hassan never gets banned. Yeah, of course. Because they play favorites. Yeah, I've seen the memes. Because they don't.
My point in saying read the comments was basically, I don't think there's a single good comment.
I wouldn't be surprised. I'm surprised. Damn, I forgot the tweet. So somebody made a website. What's Twitter's CEO name? Fuck, I forgot his name. Twitch CEO. Twitch CEO. Who's Twitch CEO? Dan Clancy. So if you go to danclancysucks.com, because someone made that a website, it is a collection of all of the times that Twitch has played favorites and not consistently enforced its rules, including some by the CEO himself, where he openly admits that he is a Hassan fan. There was one clip where he's showing off the new Twitch app, and he hands the person to go through the Twitch app on his phone, and he hands the person his personal phone, and that person starts using the new Twitch app, which functions a lot like TikTok now, where it just feeds you stuff from your follower list. And his follower list is filled with the left-wing, like extreme left-wing political streamers and booby streamers. The two classes of streamers that rarely ever get banned for violating the TOS. Shocker. Yeah, so it's a lot of stuff on that site. You should check it out. But I mean, I can kind of understand what Twitch may have been going for here with the not wanting signups during that time. I don't think they should have lied about doing an IP ban, because yeah, an email ban wouldn't have done anything. If you're really trying to ban people from those, block people from those regions after the attack because you don't want them obviously live streaming terrorist content or live streaming stuff that may escalate the conflict. I completely get where they're coming from. You don't want to have a negative effect on an escalating conflict. You don't want to be involved in that.
Just to clarify too, you're aware that they're about a year and 2 weeks late into re-enabling it?
Right. I was going to caveat that by saying, but you should have been more transparent. An IP ban makes sense because you want people from those regions to not be able to make new accounts just so that they can escalate a conflict. But you also need to open those doors back up when the threat of that escalation is over. So Twitch, of course, dropped the ball like they have many times in the past. So no shock there. Twitch's moderation team is probably the worst in any live streaming social media platform out there.
But some people, I'm going to play the journalist if you don't mind. So some people have pointed out that they've never done this for any other conflict in any country, no matter where it was or how grotesque that conflict was.
Oh, I never claimed they were consistent. I'm just saying I can understand the thought process to why, or at least to play devil's advocate, what their reasoning would be if they had to give it a reason, which they kind of danced around with this statement without outright saying it. But like I said, I get the logic behind it. Twitch is just inconsistent with its logic. I get the logic behind a lot of the stuff in its TOS. The problem is those rules aren't evenly enforced across the board. Twitch is a lot of things, but consistent ain't one of them.
What do you think the logic is?
What, for this?
Yeah.
Well, obviously that to stop them, to stop like live streaming events that could escalate the conflict. Like, I can totally see the logic. If you wouldn't want someone glorifying an attack by live streaming it if there was going to be a second attack. You wouldn't want on either side. Like, I can totally get that.
But I guess
here there.
And forgive me for pressing here, is sure we can agree there, albeit how many months have to go by before it's clearly they didn't forget to re-enable it and they just didn't want to.
Now, as far as the time frame goes, I don't think there's a set time frame as much as it is just being able to read the situation. So it wouldn't be like, oh, well, after so and so months they definitely should have stopped, as much as just when the threat of that happening is all but gone, then you re-enable.
All right, last one on this one, but then I got to ask you one other for a different thing. But last one on this. Why would they, for example, not be consistent with the recent fighting in Lebanon versus, this one here? Wouldn't What's the reason for their inconsistency when it comes to this one particular conflict?
It's most definitely politics. As much as they like to, as much as Twitch likes to shout that everyone's welcome and they don't, they're very much a left-leaning platform. The CEO himself is a Hassan fan, so he probably aligns with Hassan politically, and that's definitely bleeding into the culture of the company.
Yeah, I don't use Twitch, so it was a bit vague, but I'm gonna, and you correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm gonna infer what that means is that they, and again, emphasis on correct me if I'm wrong, but if something's bleeding into the culture, from what I've understood about Hassan on Twitter, he seems to be pretty pro certain groups that may or may not be designated terrorist organizations from many countries.
All right, Hassan's about as far left as you can go. He's basically the Alex Jones of the left, if that helps break it down any. He says a lot of crazy things. He supports a lot of crazy things. And he's very America bad. He's about as far left as you can get. And for the CEO to openly admit to being a fan of his, and the fact that Hassan never gets banned for anything ever, like he had he had one of the Houthis who was, some people call him a terrorist, but yeah, like he had one of those guys on his stream to interview him, and the guy the guy was showing videos which are directly against Twitch's TOS, where he's showing videos of them taking boats by force, basically committing acts of terror. So he's showing videos of this. He's got the guy on his stream, which an interview would have been fine. It's not the fact that he had the guy on his stream. It's the fact that he agreed with everything the guy said and basically just spouted his propaganda for him and gave him a platform to preach, when by Twitch's own admission in this very tweet, they specifically banned IPs to stop that from happening. And then your biggest streamer brings one of those people on his stream to platform him anyway. Why is he not banned for that? Because he's Hassan. And the rules don't apply to him.
You know what the Houthi flag says, right?
I forget the exact quote, but yeah, it's something terrible.
It's
it's pretty obvious.
America,
yeah, it's pretty obvious.
To Israel, curse the Jews, victory to Allah. God is great. I mean, some might say that curse the Jews and death to America, does sort of
qualify.
And
I mean, they sound like terrorists to me, but if you ask Hassan, he's a freedom fighter. Yeah, like Hassan's interview with him was just straight up propaganda. It was just him. The only questions Hassan really asked him had nothing to do with anything. It was just ask him a softball question, have a laugh with him, and then let him preach his propaganda for the rest of the stream. Like one of Hassan's questions was, "Do you watch One Piece?" Okay, so you brought this guy on to ask him about anime, and now you're going to sit there and laugh and agree with him as he talks about how bad America is. How is this not bannable?
Well, let me ask you that. Why do, and maybe this is just my opinion watching from the cabin, but why does the left seem to have a problem condemning what is pretty obviously terrorism?
I wouldn't say the left as a whole. I would say the far left.
Okay,
Hassan doesn't represent the. Like I said, Hassan is the Alex Jones of the left. Does Alex Jones represent most of the right? Nah, he's kind of an extreme. Hassan's the extreme on the opposite end. Most of the left probably would condemn it, I would imagine, myself included. The problem is the ones with the platforms, yeah, I would, and I'm streaming, but I'm no one's watching me. I don't have that platform. Hassan has that platform. So the big ones with the platforms are the ones who seem to have a problem condemning that stuff and doing that stuff. Why? I don't know. I just like I can't wrap my head around the logic of like the right-wing people like I argued with at the beginning of the stream. I can't wrap my head around the logic of thinking that, you know, Joe Biden's a pedophile. I don't know, like, where are you getting this information? Like, I can't wrap my head around the logic that brought you there. I also can't wrap my head around the logic that brings Hassan fans to the conclusions that they come to.
Here, let me make a statement. You pick it apart if you think it's wrong. Okay, so I'm going to make a statement. On the far right, you have Nazis, and they say, kill the Jews, death to Israel. On the far left, you have a bunch of people who say, kill the Zionists, death to Israel. I'm going to say, even though I can't truly wrap my head around either one, it seems like they hate Jewish people.
Yeah,
Do you think my assessment's wrong?
I was going to say, there is a part you can wrap your head around, and that is that Zionist is just another term for Jew. They're going to say it's not, but that's how they use it. They just replace the word Jew with Zionist, and bam, you're good to go. Now you're not racist. It's a way for them to be racist without having to be racist.
It's funny, actually. Somebody the other day was asking me, how do you know if an anti-Zionist is an anti-Semite? And I said, well, if they say something like, you know, you Zionists faked the Holocaust and you should all be killed in a gas chamber, I usually figured that they kind of gave it away with that one, but...
Yeah, there's a bunch of funny quotes where they use Zionists, and it's clear that like the only person you're describing that could be a Zionist in the way you described them would have to also be Jewish. Like, it's clear you're just talking about Jews. Just admit you're talking about Jews. No, because if you admit that, then you have to be racist.
Well, as you may have noticed on Twitter, some people do in fact say Jew, and then they are like, I'm based, and then they have like, you know, 150,000 followers or something.
Oh yeah, I'm
like
sure that there's some, but the left doesn't want that label. The right seems okay with that label, or a certain section of the right. Your Groypers, your Nick Fuentes types.
I don't remember many Republicans at the UCLA encampment, but... saying.
Yeah, no. Well, no, I'm saying like they'll openly admit it. Where a lot of the time the left will use dog whistles and dance around it and not openly just say what they mean. They want the moral high ground, but they're also racist at the same time. So that's why we say Zionist instead of Jew.
I mean, it is.
Jew would be racist, but Zionist. Look, your average everyday American, they don't know what a Zionist is. Sounds scary though, I guess. Yeah, most like you could probably stop your average everyday person on the street and ask them to tell you what a Zionist is, to define it, and they couldn't. Most people couldn't.
Well, sure as shit ain't people living in the city in the Matrix, I'll tell you that much, Death.
No, it sure as shit ain't. But it's that thing of, well, any word that's got a ist at the end of it sounds bad. Sounds like a bad thing.
What about philanthropist? I'm sorry, I'm just pulling your leg.
Well, have you seen the controversy around Mr. Beast? I mean,
Fair enough.
They don't seem to like him
Fair
right
enough.
now.
Well, they didn't like Mr. Beast when he cured blind people and built wells,
See?
so I don't know what they want.
Philanthropist. If it's got an ist at the end of it, it must be bad. Thank you.
Yeah, I could see how, since you're streaming, it could be apprehensive to talk about this. I mean, a lot of these people, from what I'm reading on these comments, are just like absolutely pissed, and they're just saying it for what it is, albeit, you know,
Twitter is at this point pretty openly right wing.
Yeah, but all these comments are from Twitch streamers. Like Destiny's been talking about this nonstop. Not that I don't know if he's on Twitch anymore.
No, he got banned years ago.
How did he get banned?
Not sure exactly. I don't even think he's 100% sure. He's got a few theories, but it was just basically having the opposite political take of Hassan. And Hassan, basically what it boils down to is Hassan doesn't like him and wanted him gone. And Hassan wants something, he gets it. Which is the only reason why he hasn't been unbanned. Twitch has unbanned Sneeko. Twitch has unbanned Donald Trump. Twitch has unbanned everyone but Destiny at some point in time. Like as far as big
Didn't
name
Twitch
streamers go.
just?
So
Am I wrong about? Didn't Twitch just sign Nick Fuentes, or was that Kick or something?
that might have been Kick. I don't think that was Twitch. There's, I would be shocked if Twitch let Nick Fuentes in anywhere near their platform, more or less give him a contract.
It's either that or Kick, and whichever one Aiden Ross
Kick might.
vouched for him on.
Yeah, that's Kick then.
Okay.
Kick I could see. Kick has no moral compass.
Well, I don't know if we can, really say that Twitch does after this either. I mean, they have to. Let me ask you this. Let me just tie it up in a bow. I mean, do you think it's wrong to say, as an analysis at this point, that their options are A, deal with the open terrorism, or B, face massive legal action? You could be, or something of that nature, right? I mean, they can't just allow this to spiral with no consequence. I know I got the hard ones. Sorry.
I mean, what would the consequence be, though?
Well, promoting terrorism is actually still a crime. So, that.
I mean, well, realistically speaking, what are the chances?
Realistic. We are still a country that will prosecute terrorist association and cooperation.
Yeah. Like, I get
And we're
that.
still a country
But
prosecute
realistically speaking,
discrimination.
what are the odds of Twitch being prosecuted for platforming or promote or allowing this stuff on their platform? Like realistically speaking, what are the odds?
I mean, I know it's maybe halfway rhetorical, but if you're asking me personally, I think they're quite high. Based on what I've been reading, many people are lining up class action lawsuits because when you ban essentially 46% of all Jews on the planet for a year and 2 weeks and then say, oops, we forgot. But we also just didn't happen to forget these guys who are breaking terms of service by terrorist promotion, making fun of,
Yeah, but when you say things like it's against the law,
let me answer. Because if you're really asking, I think it's high. I think that organizations will not just sit here and take it when class action lawsuit is quite easy. And on top of that, it's not like it's going to stagnate, right? It's not like Hassan will do this, have backlash, receive no consequence, and then be like, you know what? I've just learned my lesson on my own because, I'm just different now. I think it's pretty obvious. Did you see the panel at TwitchCon where they ranked people based from Arab all the way down to Israeli Jew?
With the chart?
Yeah.
Didn't they have a chart? Yeah, I saw that.
I mean, you think that stuff is going to go without a discrimination lawsuit for all kinds of things?
That's why I was being specific with my wording, because when you say things like against the law and prosecuted, well, you're not talking about a lawsuit there. You're talking about a criminal charge. What are the odds of them actually being criminally charged? Pretty fucking low. Lawsuit, well, now anybody can bring a lawsuit. Probably a good chance that they'll get sued. But actually criminally prosecuted for breaking the law? I doubt it. I really
Can I ask you something? Let me just paint an analogous picture. How many people a year do you think get arrested for copyright infringement?
Well, you can be criminally prosecuted without arrested, but I see where you're going with this. Probably not a lot.
No. So, in fact, it's quite a lot. People often, when getting arrested for the crime of downloading hundreds of movies and thousands of songs and all that.
No, I wasn't thinking about that's more pirating software. I'm not sure that's just or like pirated movies and stuff. I'm not sure that's just
My
copyright
apologies on the
infringement. That might
exact
fall
crime
under
they're
something
being
else.
prosecuted for. But my point is that it's quite high because we actually do have law enforcement agencies across this country that take crimes quite seriously. I don't think it would be wise for people to assume that the Department of Homeland Security is not going to be like already talking about stuff like that. We don't laugh that stuff off.
I mean, people and corporations are two different things. Like if I did, and especially one as big as Twitch, it's owned by Amazon. Okay, like if okay.
Wait, can I just make one comment, Death? Tax evasion is not a matter of national security. Just for the record. And yeah, companies get away with that shit all the time. However, we're not talking about white-collar petty crime here. We're talking about promoting terrorism. I mean, there's no higher level of no crime that you can really do at that point. It'd be better to be considered a violent murderer than it would be to be a terrorist co-conspirator.
I'm not disagreeing with you on the charge. I'm just reading the room as far as what I think will happen. You're right, something should be done. But do I realistically think something will be done? I just don't see it. I mean, I see lawsuits, but I also see Twitch just getting away with it.
Do you see them getting away with it ad infinitum or ad infinitum?
No, I mean there will be a breaking point. Like they will have to change their habits to there will be a point where they won't get away with it forever. But there's probably a threshold that they can get away with that very few other platforms could. Like if Rumble or Kick were to do this, they probably wouldn't get away with it. But if it happened on YouTube, which I think it has in the past, and they didn't get criminally charged, they kind of did the same thing. I think that
yes, but to be fair, and forgive me for interrupting, but to be fair, I think YouTube kind of reacted in the way where they were like, "Oh my God, we don't like terrorism, goodbye." Whereas Twitch is now openly coping and trying to make excuses for it.
I mean, YouTube definitely handled it better. You'll get no argument from me there. But they also still didn't get in trouble for it.
Well, I think it's because their lawyers were listened to. I can't imagine Twitch's lawyer team right now is like, you know what? If they don't like how he's promoting terrorism, fuck them. We'll just do whatever we want. They can. I don't think the law firm at Twitch is saying anything other than you cannot allow this. It is bazonkers.
For what it's worth, I hope I'm wrong and that something does come of it. But I don't. I think this will be the equivalent of. Like, as far as what will happen from this particular case, I think this will be the equivalent of, like getting pulled over by the cops for speeding and them just giving you a warning instead of a ticket. Don't let it happen again. If it happens again, you get a ticket, then they wag the finger. I think that's probably what will happen to Twitch here is if anything happens at all, it'll be them, government will wag the finger and give them you might see Dan Clancy or the CEO of Twitch in front of doing one of those hearings like Zuckerberg's done in the past, like CEOs have done in the past when they get in trouble, and then they go give a 10-hour fucking hearing or whatever, and then in the end of it, it amounts to nothing. It's just them getting scolded by Congress and questioned for 10 hours. It's embarrassing and it's fun to make clips of it, but do they actually get criminally charged with anything when those happen? Almost never.
I mean, you are the Twitch expert, to be fair. It's not my forte. And I think one thing, though, is precedent for this, right?
If we're going to go on the list of laws that have been broken on Twitch that they've already got away with, this is just another drop in the bucket. They've gotten away. They've had problems in the past with stuff being streamed on their platform that was illegal, and they pretty much just update their TOS and be like, oh, well, we didn't notice, or like, oh, they slipped through the cracks, or we're working on it. You know, like they pretty much just give the same shitty excuse, similar to statement, very similar to what they did here. Like they had a child porn problem at one point. They had a porn problem in general, which is pretty bad for a site that's, you know, minimum sign up
For
age
gaming.
is, well, its minimum sign up age is 13. So it's a site meant for children, and they had a problem with actual porn stars streaming on Twitch. They weren't streaming on Chatterbait or Strip Chat anymore. Actual real life porn stars found out that they could make more money on Twitch, so they just started streaming there and promoting their OnlyFans. And sometimes wardrobe malfunctions would happen if you tipped enough money. They basically just treated it like Chatterbait, yeah. Like a softcore version of Chatterbait. They had a problem with that for a while. Like they've had these problems in the past, and then they get their little scolding from the government, or they get their little yelling at by Congress, and then they say, well, we're implementing this, and this. See, we're already addressing the problem, and then don't let it happen again. And then as long as the problem went away, no harm, no foul, and no criminal charge. They get to keep on trucking. I don't see this time being any different. I'll admit the offense this time is probably more extreme. Definitely more extreme. I would say terrorism is more extreme than porn, but do I think it's going to be treated any differently? Not really. It should be. And for what it's worth, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't think I am.
Well, I don't think I'm winning this part of the debate, but I do think I have another reason for my cabin. It's like, terrorism's a thing now, openly on my platforms that people watch in my country. Yep.
I mean, I don't just live stream on Twitch. I live stream on a multitude of platforms. And I stay on Twitch because it doesn't cost me anything to stream there, and it's got a bigger audience. But if I got banned from there tomorrow, I just genuinely wouldn't care. I'm not.
I mean, it's just not a great sign for the country. That was my point.
It's no secret that I'm no fan of the platform, but I don't think Twitch is necessarily representative of the country. Like even if I don't even think. I'm not sure what Twitch's. I'll have to Google it here in a minute. I'm not sure what Twitch's total viewer base is. Like how many people actually watch Twitch. But I would wager a guess it's a small percentage of the country in the grand scheme of things. I mean, it's probably a very big number, but when you've got, you know, hundreds of millions of people in the country and Twitch is maybe 1 or 2 million, like it's still going to be a small percentage in the grand scheme of things. So how big a threat is it really? You know, is that's what the argument's going to be. If
but as it turns out, it's going to be. Yeah, as it turns out, the most violent revolutions of any kind are overthrown by a small percentage of the population who happen to be usually young, fit, radicalized, and wielding guns, right? It doesn't matter.
For what it's worth, I agree with you. And the irony is that those same people who would use that as a defense for Twitch, and don't get me wrong, they absolutely would. The people who want to, like Hassan fans and, you know, like those people would defend Twitch by saying, if they're saying that Twitch is bad for the country promoting terrorists, their defense would be, well, only a very small percentage of the population even watch Twitch, so we're not that big a threat. The irony there is those are the same people who would turn around and tell you that January 6th was one of the biggest threats to our country, despite the fact that even a smaller amount of people were responsible for it. So,
I'm not going to lie, Death. I've been looking pretty hard at what's going on, and you're not going to get any pushback from me that neo-Nazis on the alt-right are going to be part of said revolution. But I'm not really willing to concede that there is not a radicalization of the youth in general, including the left. And I mean, I think it's fairly obvious. I mean, I wouldn't ask you to live in my world and accept that as just fact. However,
no, I understand, and I agree. I mean, it's not that I'm not gonna, fucking put my head in the sand and pretend like it's not happening. It absolutely is. But
a lot of Hitler by young. Let me tell you something. So I watched I don't know what the chick's name is.
I guess I'm
It's
just
like,
not as doomer pilled as you in the like where this could go.
but let me give you an example, right? Just let me give you an example. So I think I could check my bookmarks. It's like Demi Lux or something. Some streaming chick got put on to Nick Fuentes. She's watching a Nick Fuentes stream. He's saying stuff like women shouldn't use the internet. It makes them unmarriable. He's saying all this stuff, right? And after he gives this big speech, she pauses this, the video, and she looks at them and she says, "Well, chat, maybe he's spitting." Have you noticed recently? And I know this is going to be kind of a grenade, but just hear me out here. Have you noticed, genuinely, since October 7th, since we allowed people to scream at the Zionists, wink, wink, other people have allowed their taboos to be broken to justify that first thing being broken. So women, more than ever now, young women, are willing to listen to Nick Fuentes' positions about women because
Oh yeah,
to
the whole
call,
TradCon wife thing. Yeah, I've seen the memes.
but what I'm saying is that it's you can't allow one tradition, one taboo to be shattered without justifying the rest being shattered. Have you noticed there are black streamers who are openly promoting Hitler?
Yeah, it's
Do you see that what I'm saying? Once you allow one group of people to be victimized, you're nothing but a hypocrite. And in today's world, there's nothing worse than being a hypocrite. So you say, "Fuck it, you can shatter my taboos too."
There's a lot of them out there, though. I mean, the whole.
Do you see my point?
The whole double standards thing has been around for a while.
But what I'm saying is they removed the double standard by allowing themselves to be. Everybody's allowing their own group to be victimized to justify the victimization of the original group after all the nonsense went down. Do you see what I'm saying, or is that sounding like gibberish?
No, I agree. You end up in the victimhood Olympics.
It's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that you're watching people remove any chance to be called a hypocrite by allowing the unallowable. So to literally translate that, I see a lot of black folk tolerating white folk using the N-word. I see a lot of women tolerating misogyny. I see a lot of this kind of pattern, right? And I think it started with...
I don't know if I've seen a lot of black people allowing the N-word.
Well, I don't know
seen.
if you... So yeah, well, perhaps you should be looking at the far-right neo-Nazis' ability to use platforms like Omegle to spread their not-so-good message. Maybe,
but is that happening in the real world? I'm not seeing any... I don't think that there's a large amount of white people in real life saying the N-word in front of black people in person with no repercussion. I don't see that happening. Online,
I agree. But that's not what I'm saying. But online is where this started. You also in real life have seen only some of the physical manifestations of Jew hatred be accepted. There's still some pushback, but make no mistake. Right, this started online. I mean, you were on. Correct me if I'm wrong. You were on Twitter after October 7th, correct?
Oh yeah, I was. I'm
okay,
terminally online in an individual over here. So, no, I get it.
Okay, and even. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
So even though we probably have different feeds and algorithms, right? What I'm saying is there was a lot of talk against Jewish folk. Everyone turned a blind eye to it. And so to prevent themselves from being accused or exposed as a hypocrite, they also turned a blind eye to when it started happening to everyone else. You ever heard the phrase, what starts with the Jews doesn't end with the Jews?
No, that's a new one for me.
That's a new one? How much you know about well, I won't bother you with the histories of Jew hatred, but suffice to say, when Hitler wrote Mein Kampf, it wasn't a book that only talked about the Jews. Oh, he had very interesting ideas about, you know, every single ethnic group you could ever imagine. Right? Have you ever seen the show The Man in the High Tower? Or was it The Man in the High Castle on Amazon?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I don't. Well, no, fortunately. Like, the only thing I've watched from Amazon is The Boys.
Oh, it's a great show.
I don't watch a lot of TV to begin with. But
The Boys is amazing, for the record. but it's about a future where Nazi Germany won the war, right? So all that's really left is Nazi Germany and Japan for the most part. They've conquered almost the entire planet at this point, right? Half of America is like New Germany. But the point is that at this point in the story, the Japanese are no longer useful to the Germans, and they, you know, Japan made an alliance with Germany. Obviously, it was part of the Axis powers, but they found out in this hypothetical future that when they said an Aryan super race, they weren't including, you know, people of the Japanese ancestry. So now the Japanese are basically these second-class citizens that are terrified at any moment they're going to be the new Holocaust. They just have to do whatever the Germans say. This is the point, right? I was making earlier.
Yeah.
Do you see how that ties back?
Yeah, I see it.
What starts with the Jews doesn't end with the Jews.
Oh, yeah, no, I get the phrase. I don't know. Like, I always try to. I guess I'm not as doomer pilled as you, because I try not to let what I see online taint my view of reality. I always have to ask myself, like, okay, well, this seems like a big issue online, but is it a big issue in the real world, or what are the chances of it being that way? And
well, when we have, so sorry to interrupt, but when we have literally a protest every weekend in New York, in Teaneck, New Jersey, in Brooklyn, right? When we have a protest every week on college campuses, when last semester we had literal encampments. You ever watched that footage of what happened at UCLA? The night they, okay, that was just open brawling between hundreds of humans while cops stood there, did nothing for almost 4 hours. Right. So I agree when it's like, bro, the internet is the internet.
I mean,
but I'm pretty sure college isn't real life.
Colleges are, yes, but every college isn't UCLA. In fact, the vast majority aren't. And that's when you pull back and go, yeah, so that's happening at that college, but how many colleges is that actually happening at? Like, is this an epidemic? Is this just a college mindset? Or is it an issue with that particular college?
Are we counting the number of colleges with encampments, or just all colleges across America which had weekly protests? Because I can tell you there was quite a few with encampments, and the number that had weekly protests was like all of them.
No, it was not all of them. All of the colleges didn't have protests.
Maybe not University of Texas, if we're keeping it straight, but come on now.
No, I'm being serious. Like,
did Berkeley?
There's probably a large number of universities you've never even heard of that just went about business as usual. But that's the thing. You've never heard of them. Are they as big as, UCLA? Probably not. But do you have any idea how many universities there are in the country? And to say every one of them had a protest? That's a massive amount of protest. That's just not realistic. That's not reality.
If you want me to rephrase it, I'll rephrase it. We saw at least 10 with some form of encampment. We saw UCLA, we saw Berkeley, we saw Penn, we saw NYU, Columbia. We saw. I mean, we can. That one's easy to nail down. The number that had people just come out in general in large numbers to protest, quote unquote, for Palestine, that's definitely hundreds. And if you're talking about colleges that had students, that felt the need to express their contempt for, quote, genocide. We are talking about pretty much every college.
I
and
mean,
to
if you're
pretend,
talking about their
wait, hold on. To pretend that at some college neither one of us has ever heard about, there weren't students wearing Free Palestine hats. I mean, that would be...
Okay, well, I guess now I have to define what constitutes a protest, because if we're in protest clothing, is what you're going to count as a protest? Well, then that's not what I'm talking about.
Well, and again, I'm making a distinction, but I think I was being hyperbolic intentionally, because I think when the argument has to be, well, there's probably some place out there that's in the middle of nowhere that we haven't heard about, and that one had nothing going on.
I mean, I can think of a few in my
but
state
hold on.
right now that had nothing going on. I know that for a fact.
Well,
and
granted,
they're not small
I mean,
colleges.
the University of
They're
Texas
universities,
had their cops come in right away and get rid of the first one that tried. But again, it deflects away
we had
from
a
the
few of
very
those here.
real. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, we had a few of those here where they were just sent away, kind of University of Texas style, where the cops were like,
Sure.
"Yeah, you're not doing that here."
Sure, but it deflects away from the obvious acknowledgement that clearly when colleges have quote-unquote encampments for months and they require an all-night bonanza of cops, and that wasn't just UCLA, let's be honest here.
I mean,
NYU had...
I'm not downplaying the protests at all and pretending like they don't matter, because they do. And I'm not trying to act like it's not a problem. I'm just trying to put all of it into perspective as to how big the effect is and how big the problem is. Okay, let me ask you this, so that we can see like where we're at.
Sure.
Do you think there's a problem with the cops? Do you think that most cops are racist or quote unquote bad apples?
Woof. I'm gonna answer as best as I can here. I don't mean woof to you. I just mean like woof.
Yeah,
it's a hard one.
It's a hard question.
It's a hard one. So can't we go back to all the other stuff? What happened? No, but so look, here's my assessment of cops in a nutshell, and I'm sure that there are
cops in
distinctions.
general. Yeah.
Yeah. It doesn't matter where you live. If you pick a job that will inevitably, like a job that inevitably requires you to experience danger, enforce action, be quote unquote strong, especially in a traditional masculine sense, whatever that means, right?
Yeah.
Like you do fit a certain kind of profile, and you're certainly not. You're not of the opposite suggested profile, which would be timid, afraid. What I'm trying to get at is...
Yeah, you got a tough skin.
And that's not really what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that the person who becomes a cop probably is a person who is... This is a hard one. They're unique because they either seek power or they seek to guard, and there's really no way to delineate. So I'd say probably something like that. Half of all cops would throw themselves in front of a bullet to save a little girl, and half of all cops are probably there because, hey, this is badass.
Yeah.
And then maybe, what percentage trickled down into true evil? I don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean that goes back to my question is like, do you think there's a overall problem like with the cops, and like, do you think most cops are racist, or do you think that there's an overall problem with how the cops function? Was really the question, like view on cops as a whole.
I'm going to go with the answer nobody gives. I don't really know, because all my data would be just YouTube videos that I've seen and TikTok. I'm the kind of guy, I see one video where the cop is horribly racist and I'm like, cops are racist. Then I see another video where the suspect is genuinely dangerous. The cop is the good guy. I say, oh, well, the criminals are dangerous. I just flip-flop, and what that means to me is...
You can find YouTube channels for both. You can find YouTube channels that are going to highlight nothing but the worst things cops have ever fucking done. And then you're going to find YouTube channels that are nothing but body cam footage of cops being heroes. Like, you can find both.
What I'm saying is, I don't think the answer is in anything other than data with the modulum. Modulo some data needs to be accounted for in a different way. Not all people report crimes that cops commit. We need to account for some stuff, but at the end of the day,
and
I really also one last thing. One last thing, though. I mean, it's too vague for America. Which state? Which county? Are we talking about cops in the middle of small towns in Vermont?
Well, I make the distinction of cops in general because that's usually where people's mind goes.
Yeah, but nobody in Vermont, I'm going to generalize. Nobody in Vermont is like anyone from Texas. I mean, come on now.
Right. Exactly. So you've got a more logical, like, realistic view than most, but that the reality is, if you want to know the correct answer, I'm just trying to figure out, like, where your headspace is at with that question, because that's a question.
I'm down to go back to the other thing is where my head, but go ahead.
Yeah. Which we're gonna loop back to that, but the whole point was that that's kind of my, like, litmus test to find out, like, how far down the rabbit hole have you gone, because that's a question that does have an answer. There's a documented number of police officers. It's something like 100+ million in the entire country. How many of them commit hate crimes? How many of them are bad cops? How many of them are quote unquote bad apples? When you start to look at the numbers, it's something like 2%. The average everyday cop you're probably going to run into, and I'm not talking about Vermont, Texas, like just literally anywhere in the country, your chances of running into just a normal cop who's just there to help out, who took the oath to protect and serve and lives by it, the number of cops who are just genuinely there because they believe in the justice system and want to be a part of it, the number you're going to find that are just normal people that happen to have a uniform is pretty high. Even if you're black, even if you're a minority. Now, it's probably not as high if you're a minority. I'm not going to act like there's not a difference. But the chances of most people finding themselves in a George Floyd situation is relatively low. But you wouldn't know that talking to most people. So that's why I asked that question, because there's people who are, oh, fuck cops. Oh, they're all fucking racist. Cops are racist. Like, that generalize the entire group. Well, that tells me where your mindset's at.
But that's what your analogy is for, just to be like, don't generalize the quote anti-Zionists.
Well, no, it's to find out, like, how disconnected from reality are you with your online stuff. Like, do you have the ability to see stuff online and then apply it to the real world? Or have you gone so far down the rabbit hole that online stuff is now your reality? And you've become completely disconnected from the real world and how things function in the real world. I'm not saying that online can't sometimes be a window to that, but it's a window through tinted glass. It's a small piece of a very, very larger puzzle.
Well, respectfully, though, and I mean this, not just because we're in an argumentative style kind of theme, but like, let's just say a more robust dialogue theme, but like, the reverse, to be fair, would be, have you looked into this topic? Because I just told you a phrase that went, what starts with doesn't end with. That was new to you, but that's pretty much.
Well,
like,
I mean, I can get.
It's not really new to people who study the
what I'm saying is I've never heard that specific quote, but do I know what it means and what it's driving at? I can delineate that from context.
I'm saying it's a common phrase in people. It's a common phrase experienced in those that study anti-Semitism.
Yeah, well, I mean,
like, let me give you another one.
Study anti-Semitism, so I'm just not familiar with that specific quote. But I mean, I'm sure it's real, and I get its meaning just from hearing it.
It's not a quote so much as it is a principle of this type of hatred. If you can find me any example in history of something that started with Jews are bad, let's get them, and ended with just Jews are bad, let's get them, I would immediately capitulate my point.
Yeah, like I don't doubt that at all. I don't doubt the validity of it. Like I said, I get it just from hearing it, and it's true. But
okay, let me ask you something, Death. Check this out. Let me make an analogy. So you would say that anti-vaxxers are a real problem, yeah? Meaning, like, there's a lot of them. It's not just a couple people on the internet or in their mom's basement. Quite a lot of folks have refused to take the vax, and it's had an observable effect. We actually see that in Republican states.
I'm trying to delineate the difference between, like, didn't take the COVID vaccine and anti-vaxxer, because there's probably a high percentage of people who didn't take the COVID vaccine as a political statement, but aren't actually anti-vax. They probably had every other vaccination. Someone who's actually anti-vax isn't going to have any, and they're not going to let their kids have any. So,
well, in the interest of brevity and not, being overly complex, I'll simplify it. Some people would say that in response to quote unquote vaccine misinformation that was spreading on the internet, the Biden administration took the position that, quote unquote, these are just some people on the internet. Their opinion has no effect in the real world. Right? And actually, as it turned out, had a huge effect. Right? So I would say, just as an analogy, I would be very wary of saying the radicalization of youth that you're seeing through social media based on the aforementioned topic of anti-Semitism is not something we should write off as just some nut jobs on the internet.
Oh no, I'm not saying write
I think
off. I'm just trying to keep perspective. Like what I'm saying is I don't think we're as close to World War III as you probably think we are.
Well, but those are two separate subjects. I could make the argument for World War III going down without anti-Semitism, although it doesn't help that the Middle Eastern conflict is intertwined with other nations, right? I mean, they are technically two separate subjects, but I'd be looking a little bit at the kind of stuff that is happening, because just taking it back to the conversation that led us to this. I mean, the Twitch thing, maybe it involves the subject we're talking about. Maybe it involves the normalization. And I think what you're seeing now, by the way, like just as a complimentary thing, the backlash to Frogan, albeit appropriate, contains, I don't know, quite a lot of anti-Muslim sentiment, not very good for humanity, right? When we're having tons of people respond with bacon pictures to a Muslim chick, that's pretty offensive. That's clearly hatred towards Muslims.
You'll get no argument from me on Frogan being a piece of shit.
But that's not my point, is that we are allowing anti-Muslim hate, which is not okay, because of an allowed amount of anti-Semitism. She gets to say, Hassan gets to say bad things towards Jews, which normalizes bad things towards everything.
Zionist.
Well, sometimes I would dare to say that, quote, anti-Zionists forget every now and then, right? They just so happen to, they say Zionist when they're talking about anti-Israel, but what's amazing is they actually always know tons of Jews. Their best friend is a Jew. They got, dozens of Jewish friends.
Yeah,
which,
I'm not racist,
considering,
I have a black friend. Jesus.
Well, it's not even just that. It's Jewish people make up 2% of the whole population of Earth. So if there's a group of people that you're statistically unlikely to have a friend from, it's Jews. And if there's a group of people you're statistically unlikely to have tons of friends from, it's Jews.
Well, that depends on where you're from. I mean, sure, you can look at the population of the whole world and say, well, they're only 2% of the population. But
No, 0.2.
Okay,
0.2%.
Well, I'm not sure how accurate that is, but even if that's the case,
15 million Jewish people on Earth does.
Even if that's the case, like it depends on where you're from to make the statement of you're not very likely to know one of those. If you're in Japan, yeah, you're probably not very very, very likely, because you're right. They're a small percentage or percentage of a percentage, but that entire group is kind of concentrated to a few areas. It's not like that 0.2% is spread out evenly across the whole world. So if you're living in one of those places where they reside, hey, there's a not small percentage that you might know.
That's my point. That's my point, right? You go somewhere, right, where they're having like University of Michigan's having a protest, and the main anti-Zionist speaker is talking about his dozens of Jewish folks. Oh, you know all them Jewish folks living up in Michigan, right? That's where y'all be chilling. Like, what? This is not New York. This is not New York. And even if it was, what you have to remember is, okay, so yeah, a tremendous amount of Jewish folk live in certain areas, 46% in Israel, but there's still a tiny percentage of the population of Earth.
So when I see something like the Michigan thing, to piggyback on your point there, I guess I come to a different conclusion. Like, I don't see this huge problem that everyone else sees. All I see is a group of college kids who want to be part of something, and they're virtue signaling. I don't think a lot of the protests, especially in those places like Michigan that are, out in, as you put it, middle of nowhere colleges, I don't think a lot of the protests that happen at those places were serious protests. They were just kids who wanted their 15 minutes of fame, who wanted to go viral, or who wanted to virtue signal. They did it for points. They didn't do it for purpose.
Say more.
Okay. This has always happened with groups of college kids, that they'll become like, I mean, you can even go all the way back to the 70s, 60s and 70s. There's always going to be those groups of college kids who they just want to be part of something. They just want to be an activist. Doesn't matter what they're an activist against. They just pick whatever the most popular cause is, and they want to be part of it. They don't actually believe in it. And if shit hit the fan, they'd probably bail. But they're there because it's getting them points. Whether those are points for a guy to get laid by some girl that's into it, or whether it's a girl to prove that she's a good person to somebody else. It's points, especially now that the internet's a thing and you can post clips of your awesome deeds to prove you're a good person. It's virtue signaling for a lot of those places. It's not real activism.
So, couple things, right? I mean, I've heard this argument before, and I do think it has some merit. That being said, notice how these particular protesters and this particular cause hasn't actually gone away. In fact, it seems to be still the most talked about thing, while also currently other events across the world have been happening and are worthy of protest, meaning you'd think they would hop over to the problems in Sudan and what is going on there.
So,
right? Wait, hold on. Let me just hear me out here. The other thing to notice, genuinely, is that these protests, unlike the ones of the past, involve a lot of, let's say, accusations against shadowy organizations, quote unquote, run by Zionists, and face covering because they're super worried about COVID. And most importantly, do you think that during the rise of fascist Italy, Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, people didn't say things like, well, yeah, little Otto is spending a lot of time at these rallies talking about, Das Juden removes Straßen and all that. But, it's really just this hip new thing. I mean, I'm not trying to make, fun of you in a sing-song voice, but I think that these kinds of analysis, well, they're just having a good time and doing their thing.
The world's a different place now than it was then. Like, the internet changes that entire mindset. The ability. So basically, you're saying, well, they're still talking about this thing. What you really should ask is
I've said some other things too, to be fair.
But yeah, but I'm just saying anything, just whatever insert thing here is, and they're still talking about insert thing here. What you really need to ask is Hassan still talking about insert thing here? Because as long as he's still talking about it, then it's going to happen, because there's going to be a percentage. I don't know how big that percentage is, but there's going to be a percentage of them who are going to virtue signal because my clip might get shown on Hassan's stream. And that's an instant claim to fame. And we live in a world now where one viral clip could be a career. I mean, I can prove that with 2 words. Haktua. Everybody wants their 15 minutes, man. Everybody wants their 15 minutes. So there's this added layer now with protests, especially when they reach this wide scale. And like you said, they're happening in places where, like, why would this place care about that? It has zero bearing on this place. Like, why would people in Michigan, in a place where there's, you know, like a very small number of, most of these people have probably never met or even going to see a Jewish person. Why would they care all of a sudden? And that's
why indeed.
Yeah, and that's kind of the answer, for attention. For a lot of them, it's probably for attention. I'm not saying there aren't some who genuinely care, but for a lot, it's probably attention. Whether it be attention
can I
from
point something
Hassan
out?
or your chance to go viral and make a career out of it, because that happens far too often now.
But do you see how in the same vein you're saying, like, these giant protests are really a small fraction of nobody, and nobody really is that interested in it? I mean, which is it?
Well, not nobody. It's I don't know how to explain it so that you can just, like, instantly see it.
I ain't gonna see it. We disagree, but I mean, I'm interested in
I'm
hearing
at the
other
point
people.
where there's a lot of times I can tell. Maybe I'm just good at reading people, but there's a lot of times I can tell. I can see someone on the news protesting a thing and talking about it, and I can go, "Oh, he doesn't give a fuck about this." Yeah, no, he just wanted to be on the news. I can't tell you how I'm able to read people like that, but there's times when I can just look at a person and tell, this isn't real. This is an act. He's acting.
Okay, so I'm gonna press you here. Why doesn't this apply to the far right?
Oh no, it does. I'm not saying it doesn't. It does. There are absolutely
Clearly
grifters on the far
January
right.
6th shows that it doesn't, right? So January 6th shows that what people hear online on their TikToks and from Donald Trump's tweets is that they do go out, try to overthrow a country. I'm making the same argument, right?
Oh, I'm talking about the people, like the people at the January 6th protests. Well, some of them were an act too. Like, they didn't all go into the Capitol. Like, some of them, like left. Like, they were there and they wanted to be part of it, and then when they realized this shit's getting out of hand, they bailed. There was some of that there too.
Come on, Death. Now you're being the pro bono far left.
I'm being realistic. Of course that happened. Just like, of course, it happened on the other. Like it happens both sides. There are people who just wanted to be a part of a thing, and they didn't think it would go there. And then when they got there and then it got out of hand, some did leave. A lot stayed.
I mean,
way too many stayed, but a lot left too. Like, I'm not about to demonize an entire side or be unrealistic. Like that happens. You can have a look at the crowd size during the march, and then you have a look at what it looked like after the whole thing's over. It's a much smaller crowd. Clearly, a lot of them just left. They were just, nah. This isn't what I want to do. Way too many stayed for me to be comfortable with it. It's still a problem, but it'd be disingenuous to act like every single person that went there was there to, went there with the intent to storm the Capitol. I think some of them genuinely went there because they viewed it as a party. They were having a good time. They just wanted to be part of something. And then when that something they were part of went off the rails, they had the wherewithal to leave.
I wouldn't argue that some people didn't leave, but I mean, and I say this respectfully, right? I don't think we should minimize. And just hear me out, because I don't want it to sound accusatory. I don't think we, the proverbial we, should minimize either. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that January 6th, regardless of nuance, was people that wanted. They kind of were saying out loud what they wanted. Like, we're coming for you,
I
Pelosi.
agree. I absolutely agree.
I think when you see thousands of students, and if you're talking about protests in cities, I mean, we should fact check this, but I heard that the protest in London very quickly after October 7th was one of the largest protests in their history. It's same for, I think it was Norway, but I could be wrong. We should fact check it. But my point is that when you see these rallies and they are quite openly saying what they want, sure, maybe a couple people leave when they fly a literal terrorist flag, but I think the fact that too many stay means it's not worth point. It's moot, as they say. It's moot to point out some people left on January 6th, and it's moot to say.
Well, the point I was making was you said that they're. How come you don't see that on the right? And I'm like, well, you do, but they don't show it. I mean, it does exist. It's not like it doesn't happen. And there's a lot. Like, I could probably point to famous ones too. There's a lot of grifters on the right, just like there's a lot of grifters on the left who are putting on an act. They don't really, it's not real activism.
But I was saying the far right, particularly, right? I mean, we don't need to rationalize. Remember, the Jews won't replace us, the tiki torches. Nobody there had anything else.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're right. To be fair, you did say far right. And far right, yeah, by definition, they're probably the most extreme. And all of those people probably were there for that reason. But not everyone there was from the far right.
Some people might say one of the biggest mistakes the right ever made was failing to acknowledge that they had a radical far right growing within them. And some people might say that the biggest mistake the left is making right now
is
to assume that there isn't a far, and I do mean growing.
And it is. And to be fair, I will give credit to the left where it's due. There are those on the left who are calling it out. Whereas there's no one on the right calling it out.
Well,
like a famous example is Bill Maher is constantly calling it out. Like, he's kind of famous for calling it out. Just he is no stranger to wagging the finger at the left and being like, you guys are being ridiculous. Why are you doing this? Stop doing this. You're making us all look bad. We don't agree with, like, you're being retarded. In so many words, but yeah. Whereas you don't see many on the right. I'm not going to say no one, but you don't see many on the right talking about there being a problem with the far right.
Well, I won't. I mean, I have one example I want to bring up, just kind of as a half joke, but let me say this.
Don't say Joe Rogan.
No, I wouldn't. Wait, you don't watch Joe Rogan?
No, I watch Joe Rogan, but him calling out Alex Jones as being a crazy nut job because he's far right doesn't count, I was Alex Jones is his friend and he believes what he says.
I was gonna say Alex Jones calling out Kanye. Did you see the Kanye Alex Jones interview?
I did.
So I knew the interview was gonna go viral because what was the moment? Alex Jones said, he's like, I just want to be clear though. You're not saying Hitler is good, though, right? You're not a Nazi.
No, he has some good ideas.
Well,
yeah.
So there you go. There's the far right calling out the far right.
Yeah, but that's an accidental call out. That's not real.
He
didn't expect him to say what he thought. He thought he was giving him a softball question.
Well, he was trying.
Yeah,
the bar was pretty low.
You've reached a new level of crazy when even Alex Jones is surprised at your craziness.
The Alex Jones, the voice of reason.
Yeah, when this guy has become the voice of reason in the room, something's gone wrong.
Yeah, but okay, so I don't know how the left. Have you ever heard the phrase something like, only in retrospect was it obvious.
Yeah, that one.
So here's my thing, right? Okay, you're gonna hate
Hindsight
me.
is 2020.
Right. Well, not sometimes it's less if they're resentful, but So okay, I'm gonna say this. I don't know if you like it, but you tell me if you think I'm wrong. So I'm pretty sure Trump is gonna win, and here's what in retrospect it was obvious will be. Okay, Kamala right now. Okay, let me establish some ground rules. Trump is not losing anyone that's going to vote for him. I mean, that people who are going to vote for him are not switching within the next 2 weeks because
I'll agree. They're
right?
Because they're cold. Yeah, you can call it you can call a spade here. They're cold.
Well, so Kamala though, by contrast, right? She has many different factions, and when she says one thing, it makes one faction happy, it pisses off another. So she says, Hamas is a terrorist organization. Okay, well, there's a lot of people that go, thank you, we appreciate that. And you guys don't notice there's the growing group of people that says, okay, so you're a genocide enabler. And this is basically a problem she has across the board, right? No matter which position she takes, she's going to piss someone else off. I mean, for Christ's sake, we saw David Duke endorse Jill Stein. I mean, that should tell you everything right there.
Jill Stein, the paid Russian asset?
I've actually haven't heard that rabbit hole yet, but I'm sure it'll...
There's an interview I can show you. There's
she has some strange positions, but...
She refuses to... There's multiple interviews, and when someone makes a compilation of it and points it out, you're like, oh, shit, she's really doing that. She is refusing to call Putin a dictator. She won't say it.
All right. That's definitely a point towards the World War III. No, I'm just kidding. So, but here's my thing, though. Really, I mean this genuinely. She's just pissing off everyone on her own side. Of course, I'm being hyperbolic, but in reality, I mean that's all she can do at this point. And here's where I think the left is coping. Like, if you guys think you're a monolith, where some of the issues that we've been talking about tonight are not extreme enough for them. Like, I'm just going to stop beating around the bush. There's probably a lot of left-wing people who say, you know what, Trump is a misogynist, possibly racist, definitely dictatorial asshole. But despite the fact that Trump is a bad man, I don't want to agree that all of the issues I presented tonight, that there's clearly people on the left that don't want to hear. I mean, in a nutshell, terrorism is good. I never understood biology to begin with. I'm always going to be bad no matter, and I'm not, my brain power is lowering as we continue into the night.
I'm also getting tired. We've reached 6 a.m. I've been up all night at this point, but.
We'll probably call in the next 10 minutes or so, but yeah, I just don't think that they, humans are biological creatures. This is not popular to say in the modern world. Nobody wants to hear that there are still powerful evolutionary techniques at work, right? They just don't want evolutionary biologists to write papers about how these could influence things like consumer decisions or choices in a mate. It's just all that stuff is taboo now. Culture is everything, and there's only some cultures that are worth having, I guess, according to most.
Oh,
yeah, according to Asmongold.
Sorry, I thought you were doing the Asmongold meme.
Well, everyone's got some position on it now, and since it's the only thing that matters, like according to the world, like or whatever, our little part of the world we call America, it's overridden the biology.
It's okay to admit that America is just the world. We're the only thing that matters.
So what's my point in a nutshell? Well, evolutionary biology says something like Trump bad but strong, Kamala good but makes me feel insecure about my future, something like that. You put that together with human intelligence, where the issues are being contentious and disagreed upon, and And then you put that against a guy who's got a permanent base, who, and let's be honest here, Electoral College decides a lot. Popular vote be damned.
Yeah, that's
right?
how it works.
So I think in retrospect,
That's
it'll be
how
obvious.
Trump won in 2016 because Hillary had the popular vote.
I mean, that would be really sad, by the way, if just every time we had a woman candidate, they lost, and it turned out that humans were
Because
just
of
so
the
friggin' primal.
Because of the Electoral College, yeah.
No, just because of biology. But you know what? That sounds stupid because there's tons of countries out there that elect female presidents and
we
prime
already
ministers.
like that's already been disproven in 2016. Hillary had the popular vote, so already more than half of us were fine with a woman president.
I mean, Pakistan had a woman prime minister or president for quite a while. She was extremely popular, and that's like a very male-dominated society.
Yeah, I mean, we would be fine with it here. Hillary won the popular vote, so that's already like disproven. Like obviously, we would be fine with it. We, the people, would be fine with it, but we, the Electoral College, clearly were not.
Well, that's definitely a sign of my failing brain power. So a couple more minutes, but it was cool meeting. I mean, it was glad. It was nice to talk.
Yeah. This was fun. I'm not sure what we accomplished or where we got. This conversation kind of got away from it.
Well, I mean, again, just personally, the cabin, I see violence in this future. I don't know. And there were lots of topics we didn't talk about that I talk about often.
Even with your cabin, there's violence in your future. You know, bears live in the woods, son. If I've learned anything from TikTok, it's that bears are only slightly less dangerous than men.
Yeah, well, bears don't premeditate murders from thousands of miles away, so...
You can't prove that.
I can't, right. Well, you know what? Jurisprudence, bro. I don't have to disprove what you haven't proved. You have to provide evidence for it first. Get it?
I saw a cocaine bear. I got my evidence.
Well, I guess that'll be a very, very bad cabin choice. It just happens to be the one that they lose the cocaine near. That'd be bad luck. No, but in all seriousness, I mean, we don't have time to talk about other countries too, which I wish we did. But yeah, I see violence in the future of mankind. I don't say it to. There's no glory in this. There's no happiness in that statement.
Yeah, like
I'm still very
not quite as doomer-pilled as you yet. I'm not sure we're quite on the cusp of violence. I mean, I do agree with you. I think Trump might. I don't know. I think I've kind of gone back and forth with this on my wife because I called it the day he got shot at. Like the minute I saw the picture of him throwing his hand up in the air after he got shot, I was like, oh, that's it. He just won. I was like, that picture is going to become the face of America. Like he just became he just became the poster child for America. Like that's it. That's the winning. That's the kill shot. If you'll excuse the phrase, probably inappropriate here, but yeah, that's him winning. But now
think
he's done. I'm shocked because I was like, oh, that's it. Like he just became the face of America. Like that's his mural moment. Like they're gonna make paintings of this. Like that's gonna be like the fucking soldiers raising the flag moment here. You know, the famous painting of all the soldiers fucking pushing that flag up even though they're losing, even though they're in the middle of a war. Like that's the spirit of America here. But much to my surprise, after like 2 weeks, it just disappeared. It's like no one cared anymore. So I don't fucking know anymore. Like I thought I had accurately called it, but much to my surprise, it didn't become like this staple of America image. It's just like suddenly no one cared, and it's not. They don't show that image on the news anymore. It's not brought up anymore. I don't.
Here, let me try to make one last argument for my point before we call it here. And is that okay?
Yeah. I'm still here. Go ahead.
All right. So one last point. So I'm going to piggyback off what you said. So The photo that you're talking about happened on the island of Iwo Jima. It was shot by the photographer Joe Rosenthal. I believe he was with First Company. There's a book about it called Flags of Our Fathers, right? I had to read it for a college class, but that's neither here nor there. So the story is about the soldiers who raised the flag. It turns out that that's not the actual raising of the flag during the battle. What had happened was, I think it was either a congressman or a senator told the Marine Corps sergeant that he wanted it as a souvenir. Marine Corps sergeant decided that basically that was unacceptable, so he told his men, specifically First Company with, the photographer Joe Rosenthal, to take it down, put a new one up. And as they're putting the new one up, Joe Rosenthal takes the picture. And after that, it became so famous, right? Won a Pulitzer, that they actually recalled those specific soldiers in that photo home to do tours for war bonds, right? Now, the point, and sorry if this seems heavy-handed.
No, it's not my favorite. It's just the one I'm working on right now.
History is very complex and long, and thinking about violence in the context of one country is small-minded. There are many places right now with many complaints, many series of unrest. We are watching events that we have. I wish you were in crypto, because it's like there are events that can tell you certain things. Like sometimes you see addresses on chain, to put that in normie terms. Sometimes you see wallets send money, and the wallet hasn't sent money for a long time. It's basically the normie translator. But these are wallets that are dead for years. People who held a coin for, 8-9 years, right? They have a ton of it. They could tank the market.
Yeah,
when you see something,
there was that famous thing where the guy had like a bunch of Bitcoin he got when Bitcoin first became a thing, and he had like lost access to his wallet, so he couldn't get all that money.
No, I'm sorry, bro. You sound like a normie. No, I'm saying like a blockchain is a database amongst other things, right? So you can see every single. We normie speak as wallet, but they're really just called addresses, right? And so you can see every address.
I was citing the story about, wallet's probably the wrong term, but that's how it's reported. The guy lost access to his wallet, so he can't get all his Bitcoin. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying.
But what I'm saying is sometimes there's an event that happens on chain that can tell you what's going to happen in the future. Just like when North Korea, which historically hasn't sent troops anywhere since a very long ass time ago in a very nasty war, which admittedly I don't know enough about to lecture on, but Korean War wasn't great, right? When they send troops to Russia, which has been in a war basically of aggression, Ukraine, a potential NATO country, and all kinds of chatter has been happening around it. You're in for some bad times, right? I mean, we are one. Did you see Xi Jinping made a statement? China needs to be ready for war.
Well, I mean, the whole point of me bringing up the picture thing, to roll it back to that, wasn't about like what the picture was of as much as what it represented. And I mean, sure, you can look back at the history of Trump getting shot. It was, it grazed his ear. Is he a hero? Blah, blah, blah. Probably not. But that picture looked like the kind of picture that would symbolize what America is supposed to be, and it would be used as a symbol despite its context. Just like the picture from the Japanese, from the soldiers, is used as supposed to be like the spirit of America, even though the context of it kind of undermines that. People don't remember the actual picture. People just remember what it stands for, what it represents. And I thought that we had a new picture that would represent, modern America, the new version of that, with that picture. But much to my surprise, no one gave a shit. Like 2 weeks later, no one gives a shit. So, I don't know. I thought Trump had won the minute I saw that picture. Now I don't know. Now I'm not so sure he's going to win.
Nobody might give a shit here in America, right? In our respective states.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about America because I was talking about you know, Trump winning the election. Like America's all that matters there.
Yeah, but I'm also pointing out that unrest in America comes, especially as of late, from world stability. I mean, that in a way is every country. Sure, each country has its own unique issues when determining, you know, whether that society is going to engage in violence. But I mean, undeniably, if anything we've been talking about for the last hour is that other countries and how events are unfurling there have direct impacts on apparently the sanity of Americans, if that makes sense. And then you compile that with our own inner issues.
Yeah, I don't
like,
know what this guy's going on about.
how about this last thing for the night?
All right, go
the
ahead.
Trump
Shoot your
guy.
shot.
I know, right? People always say that and they go on, but the guy who was before me, right? He was obviously going to, based on what you said, in my opinion, engage in violence if Trump lost.
He was definitely not shy to make sure that was known. Yeah, he was very clear on that.
Okay, so what I'm saying is that what
I'm
are the
multi-streaming
odds
on
that
Kick,
guy's
YouTube, and
life,
Twitch.
right, are rather his psychological state are being impacted by world events right now? I bet you it's pretty high.
I'm not sure he's impacted by world events as much as he's just impacted by right-wing media. Like, I'm pretty sure that this guy was he's probably an Alex Jones fan. Like, he sounded pretty deep down the rabbit hole.
Did you check his timeline?
No, I probably should have. I didn't think about that. First Twitter space. I forgot I can do that. I'm so used to doing talks in Discord where I can't see people's stuff. I can just talk to them.
Here's some fun things you can do on Twitter moving forward. Twitter's great for stuff like this. Okay, so you get people in your room. First thing you do is check their timeline, right? You can check for all kinds of keywords. I'm sure you're already guessing, how to rule out.
This, just like glazing over it. I mean, I got a co-host here. I probably could have got him to do it, but I'm pretty sure he is just straight up falling asleep at this point. I hadn't heard from him in a minute.
But it'll give you a really good idea of how people truly think and then how they speak to you. So they'll come up to you and be like, oh, I don't have any bad feelings towards, brown or black people.
I got a pretty good read on him early, even though I was able to get the truth out of him. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, no, you think you got the truth out of them, but what I'm saying is you check their timeline, and sometimes it is just the worst things that can come out of a human's mouth. They will on stage.
Oh, I got a good read on him. I'm pretty sure, without looking at his timeline, I can almost predict what's going to be on it now. Especially after, fuck, I can't remember. I'll have to look back at the video, but or does it?
Maybe I can check the profile.
Does it show a history of people who've been in the room? Again,
it does once you end the room, but if you open the space, you should have. I don't know why it doesn't show your space on your timeline. If it did, I could. Oh, it's because it's an at. Maybe it says a reply. Oh, there it is. Let's see here. No, he didn't respond to the space. Then I could take a look. Do you remember the first couple letters?
No, I don't remember anything from his name. God, I want to say it started with an R, but fuck, I can't remember. It was hours ago, and he didn't stay in very long. It didn't take me long to get him to take the mask off. But I got, like I said, I'm pretty good at reading people. I can't explain how. I can just listen to a person and how they're talking and the tone of their voice, the way they speak, even though I don't know them personally. I can typically tell when I'm being misled, when I'm being purposefully, I don't want to say lied to, but purposefully not given all the information or being led in a direction. I can usually tell when someone's placating me and trying to lead me somewhere, or when someone's trying to tell me what I want to hear, that kind of thing. And he had all the signs I've seen before of someone who has gone down the conspiracy rabbit hole, but they have the wherewithal enough to know that if I say these things, right off the gate, people are going to think I'm crazy. So I got to lead them into it. And that's exactly what he was doing with the conversation. He was trying to lead me down that hole with him. And as soon as he figured out I wasn't going to go there, it was immediate, just like turn heel, threats of violence, personal attacks. You know, it was oh, you're a fucking idiot. You're beyond help. Yeah, it was what I would call projection. All of the things he's probably heard people say to him before.
No, see, definitely. Let me interrupt you for a sec. And I mean this not to win an argument, but one, because I believe it, and two, I think if you stay on Twitter long enough, you're going to see this too. If he was saying things like "you're an idiot," "you're beyond help," you shouldn't be too surprised if what he really meant and what he would really say, if the dialogue continued, was like, "You're dead," right? If you go into people's timelines, you will see things that, like, let me give you an example. I've seen people come up, say, "I don't hate fill in the blank. I have no bad feelings towards fill in the blank." Then they'll make a bunch of arguments and they'll end it with something like what you just described. "You're dumb, you're beyond help, goodbye." You go into their timeline, you see stuff like, "All of you should be slaves. All of you should be gassed. All of you
see
should..."
all the crazy shit, yeah.
That's my point. Like, don't
None of it
think...
would surprise me.
Don't think that they're nut jobs. Think of them as what they are, dangerous. And then you'll see what I see, which is violent. If you stop thinking of everyone...
Both things can be true. Most nut jobs are dangerous.
Well,
they
sure, we
have the potential to be dangerous, at least.
I mean, granted, yes, we can both be right here, but all I'm saying is the moment you put on the glasses that say everyone right now is basically on the verge of putting up their dukes, then of course you draw the conclusion I'm drawing. But I think, granted, there's a saying. I have a roommate, right? We have a saying, which is less than me, more than him, right? Meaning I'm super paranoid, he's not very paranoid. I think we have a similar dynamic. I mean, granted, less than me, my assessment's definitely too high. But I think you might be lowballing this one. But that's just, maybe that's just me coping and being like, I can still convert death down my path. He'll be in the cabin next to me.
No, I'm a little too glass half full to go down the doomer pill route yet.
What you're saying is we're halfway out of water before we dive.
I am what you would call cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, I remember being like that. This last year is bad on the internet. What's really insane to me, tying all of it together, is like, I mean, hello, Elon's allowing it. Whatever the Twitch guy's name is allowing it. The Kick guy's allowing it. They're all allowing it. Everyone is allowing the most nonsensical stuff now across the board unilaterally. They just don't care. And when you have basically it comes down to one statement. Where are the adults? Who is in charge? Where are the adults right now? It sure as hell ain't Nick Fuentes and Myron. And granted, like...
Myron's an idiot.
Elon Musk, genius or not, like, I don't feel... I don't feel very represented by adults right now. I really don't. I look at most people who make decisions for the everyday person, and I'm just like, I can't relate to any of them. They are not worldly in the sense that matters. None of them, are really down in the dirt with the regular folk, myself included. And yeah, it's like we don't have time for it. But even the groceries thing, I'm sorry. Like, what am I supposed to do? Pretend? I don't think it's a Trump talking point to say food prices have gone up. Everybody I know, and I've been living across multiple states over the last year. It just the complaints are nonstop.
Yeah, I see them too. This is probably where I'll do the full disclosure thing. I actually do pricing in a grocery store for a living.
Really? What a twist.
Yeah, I am the marketing manager and the retail coordinator. So
I guess the only question left, Death, is are you going to look right in my face and tell me my goddamn grapes aren't more expensive? I'm just going to go.
Individual
Sorry, go ahead.
items, sure, but when it comes to like tracking them as a whole, I don't think the price is the problem. I mean, there's always going to be some fluctuation. And maybe it's a little higher than normal. I don't think it's extreme, though. I don't think it's as big a problem as people are like, hyping it up to be. Because I see like, sure, like 1 week I'll raise the price of milk and eggs, for instance. I'll raise the price, and we'll have to put up sale signs, and we put up new tags, and we raise the price by $1. But then the next week we're lowering it by $1.50, and then the week after that we're raising it by another $1.50. So it just keeps going up and down, and it just hasn't found that average yet. So I think the real problem, like what I'm noticing more of, if you want to go down that route, the real problem is the paying the same amount and getting less. So I don't think it's that stuff particularly cost more on average as much as it's just you're having to buy more of it more often.
Bro, I'm sorry, but maybe it's my brain melting. That was very double speaky. That was some new speak stuff, my friend.
So when I say paying the same amount and getting less, I'm talking about products changing the sizes of their products.
I know what you meant. It just seemed like a lot of words to make the... Have you ever seen the meme? Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. It's the same picture meme.
Well, what I'm saying is it's a matter of perception. Things can seem way more expensive if you have to buy them way more often. So like is a 10 to 20 cent increase on macaroni and cheese a big deal? Probably not.
Let me try this a different way.
Most people would even notice it. But if the price of macaroni and cheese goes up 10 cents, but the size of macaroni and cheese is reduced by 25% and the box just changes shape, well, now you're buying it more often and it costs 10 cents more. So two things combined make you feel it a lot more than you normally would have, which make it
let me ask you this.
Like a bigger problem.
You don't have to answer this, but I'm 37. How old are you?
I am 41.
Okay, so you remember when Carl's Jr. came out with the $5 burger and people called it outrageous?
I do remember. I loved it, by the way. I think it was huge.
Yeah, it was a huge burger for $5 at a fast food place, and it was still pretty good. Now, how much does a burger now cost anyway?
Yeah. Only they're not the size of the $5 burger.
Well, that's the point. They're more than $5 and they're smaller than the burger.
Yeah, and that happened over time. It didn't all happen all
yes,
at once. But the difference here is that
hold on. Like, we're not even talking as two intellectuals here. We're talking as two Americans. You saying, let me code switch. I want to code switch. You saying to me, when you go out with the fam, you don't be looking at the menu being like, God damn, this is a shitload more than what I remember. You saying that ain't real. You saying what we all seeing, we ain't seeing.
Oh,
Come on now. Like,
no. I'm not saying you're not saying what you're saying. I'm saying there's a difference between looking at it and going, prices have gone up, and looking at it and going, that's a shitload more. Those are two very different reactions.
Bro, burgers at any restaurant are like $20 now with fries. If you want a Coke, it's come on. What is inflation supposed to be?
I pointed it out to my, and by the way, that's not true. Me and my wife went out to Red Robin the other night. They're not $20. Like the burgers are $20. But
with fries?
Yes.
Wait, with fries?
Yes. But what I did point out to her was the fact that the burger was smaller. So it is slightly more expensive than it used to be, but significantly smaller. And that's how the companies are making up for it. Like, they don't want to raise the price by a lot because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for a business to do this massive price increase at one time so that their prices go up a shitload, because then less people are going to buy their product. It's too noticeable. It's bad for business. Like, just from a business standpoint, that makes no sense. But if you raise the price a little bit and lower the size of the product enough that maybe they won't notice or it'll seem acceptable, then now you can sell it for slightly more and you're spending slightly less, or you're spending significantly less to make it. So you kind of get your profit from both ends instead of trying to pull it all from just the customer-facing price point.
Well, one, I'm dying to Google this, but I'm gonna take it on faith for now. Death. If we just go by what they tell us, right, which is inflation's supposed to be what, 2 to 3% a year? That means in
roughly 2%, yeah.
Okay, that means in let's say 20 years, because that would be about the time I was 17, and you were 21, right? And that was like, around after the release of the $5 burger. Okay, if inflation is 2 to 3% a year and we go high, which is 3, then 20 years is 60%. But a $5 burger going to 10 is 100% increase. And on top of that, if the burger is smaller and you want to add the equivalent amount extra per pound per price to make it the same, then you are kind of talking about a $20 burger with fries. Now, granted,
kind of.
Hold on. Granted, I'll take the L on it not being exactly 20. I'm not obviously not going to gaslight you and tell you what the Red Robin costed yesterday when you went out, but
yeah.
But what I'm saying is, like, we both remember gas being $1.25. In some states, it's over $6.
Glad you brought up gas, because I was just about to bring that one up.
Let me tell you a little something about myself, because we'll probably never meet again, right? And
I'm live every night, so pop in anytime.
Meaning, I don't usually go online. It's the first time I've reached out to other humans for weeks, aside from my roommates, because I'm awake and I'm bored. So what can I do, right? But it was fun. But look,
glad I could hopefully restore your faith in humanity.
Well, you were a nice guy, but violence is a thing that happens with humans. But look, so those stupid packet high schools parents sometimes send their kids to, like, you just go there, you fill out packets all day till you graduate.
Yeah.
Okay,
we're
so
still
I
doing that
went
for our kids now.
Well, hopefully not forever, but I went to one of those places. My parents were weird. I didn't need to be there, for the record, right? Talking the way I do didn't win me any points with the other students in that place. So my point is that I didn't really care for the packets, and I could fill them out fairly quickly. So it was basically graduate early or get to sit there and quote do nothing, which for a depressed 17-year-old is like the same as anything else. So they had a very small library.
It's basically purgatory.
It's basically, yeah. So they had a quote small library. They got 1984 Animal Farm, Of Mice and Men, and Go Ask Alice. I read those books dozens, if not quite literally hundreds of times. And there's a line from 1984, which is, you will be told to disregard what you see with your own eyes by the party.
Oh, I thought you were going to do the you will own nothing. Okay. No.
Well, now, ironically enough, 1984 is one of the it's in the top ranks of quote books that people quote that they've never read. I've read it. I've read Animal Farm. I've read Brave New World and Fahrenheit 451. Admittedly, Animal Farm in 1984 the most. Let me tell you something.
Didn't do Lord of the Flies?
Well, we had to read Lord of the Flies, but that I believe was actually middle school. Maybe it was 9th grade or something. I did packet school for 11th and 12th. But yeah, we were sucks to your Asmar. I know Lord of the Flies. Dude, I was talking to my roommate about Lord of the Flies the other day. It's grotesquely depressing, and it's actually very similar to what the world is turning into, right? Jack, the leader child, doesn't want to give the child they keep referring to as Piggy his inhaler, right? There's no reason for this. There's no strategic advantage to Jack keeping the inhaler from him, right? There's no value that it gives Jack. It only serves to hurt. I can't remember the kid's actual name that they keep calling Piggy. And the line sucks to your asthma, right? After they constantly make him try and do things that aren't good for his health. But anyway, and they're also picking a child who is not suited to the task, which ultimately harms all of them, right? Like,
well, the value in it is the power trip they have over the child.
well, that's the value that Jack perceives he's getting, modulo the fact when they all break down and cry like broken children upon being rescued, probably shows that Jack deeply regrets the power he abused. So, I mean, but anyway, I'm cheating because I've just read similar books over and over, and I don't have a robust literature library under my belt, just same books over and over. I only read the books I've already read. It's basically another way of putting it. Look, 1984 is very unrealistic and unpragmatic in a lot of ways, but this newspeak concept, right? Doublespeak, newspeak, it is shockingly accurate in not only some of our dialogue, I mean, maybe even on my side too, without even noticing it. It's kind of how it works, but in general across our society, right? I mean, so that stuff.
Yeah, it's
that, like, we are just like trying to tell ourselves that what we all see, and we don't just see it, but we feel it in our pocketbook. That this is normal and it doesn't mean anything, and it's just kind of, the way it's always been, which is like a huge theme in this book, right? Hey, are we at war with Oceania or are we at war with East Asia? Well, we're always at war with East Asia. I could have swore that we were at war with Oceania. No. Oceania's always been our ally, and it's this other place, East Asia, that we've always been at war at. They've always been the bad guys. Like, it is just this telling the general public what you know to be true. Even the small part, we're like, hey, come on, just tell us that we're not crazy about our food. Nope. You don't even get that cookie.
No,
None of you. The right, the left, nobody.
You get the cookie. It's just you don't get to pick the flavor. You're not crazy. Things have changed, but it's not this catastrophic. Like, people have inflated. The irony is that people have inflated the inflation problem to the point that it's not representative of reality. Is it happening? Is inflation happening? Are things more expensive? Yeah. Are they so much more expensive that like people can't afford it? No, it's not a catastrophic change.
Well, I'm gonna tell you this.
Higher than normal, but it's not like, oh, things are double the price. No, they're not. Nothing's double the price. Calm the fuck down, okay? Just calm the fuck down.
Let me tell you, let me see eye to eye with you here. I lived in Houston for 2 years recently, and I'm not gonna lie, gas is a lot cheaper there. I moved to Houston from Oregon, and before Oregon, I was in California, right? If we're talking about HEBs in Texas, right? Like, yeah, there's a pretty decent selection, especially for meat. It's very high quality meat for a decent price. Gas is definitely low. There's trade-offs, sure. Little wind comes by, you lose your power. I don't know how it is outside of Houston, but that's how I remember it. But if you want to try and extrapolate that to, as you pointed out earlier, a giant country, 350 plus million people. I lived in Oregon before I came to Washington. So it was basically California, Oregon, Texas, Oregon, Washington. And that's like as of the last kind of 8 years or whatever. But
Yeah, I lived
Oregon,
in Seattle for a spell.
I mean, Oregon rent, New York rent. There are places where if you grew up there, you are not getting by on your
No,
whatever.
I agree. The big city prices are a problem. Like if you want to talk about real problems, it's not like someone screaming. There's a reason why they always go with percentages in the news. Oh, the price of ramen noodles went up 20%. And I'm like, oh, so it went from 65 cents to 70 cents? I mean, you're talking about cheap
But
items.
in the bodega in New York, it was already $1.50 before it went up 10 cents.
Yeah, but they talk in percentages because telling you that an item went up 10 cents, no one's going to give a fuck. Not really. It's a dime. Dime's not breaking people. But when a low priced item, like $1.50 item goes up 10 cents, well, to 10%, well, 10% sounds a lot bigger than 10 cents than a dime. Yeah, there's a reason why they feed you the information in percentages instead of in numbers. And the real problem is, I would say, rent. Like it is. I left Seattle I left shortly after my second child was born, so I'd say about 9 years ago. And it was becoming unsustainable then. I can only imagine what it is now. Like it's ridiculous. I'm sure that there's apartments in New York that are probably like the size of a broom closet and don't have any walls. They're just one big open room, and people are paying, probably $3,500 a month for it. Just something ridiculous. No, I'll agree there.
And
the rent problem is a
one,
way bigger problem than quote unquote inflation. I mean, inflation is a problem. And
well, but I mean, is it? So two things. Let me just two things real quick. One, it could be semantics to say it's not inflation; it's technically rent. But that aside, just to go further than that, yeah. And remember when we were 17 and 21 respectively, right? We were thinking about how a house was in our future, right? I mean, it's one thing to watch the food, the rent. I mean,
well,
do you play Warhammer by chance?
I haven't in a while. I mean, I've played the video games. I haven't played the actual board game in years.
Did you play Fantasy or 40K?
40K.
Ugh, darn it. Okay, never mind. My analogy won't work then.
But I mean, I separate rent from inflation because
why though? It's the cost of living.
But they're vastly different markets affected by vastly different things. So to equate the two is disingenuous. Like they're not the same.
Not from the perspective
of
the person trying to make it.
Of the person paying, but to call that inflation, like what causes what you would call inflation, that's on goods. Rent is a completely different market. So typically when they talk about inflation, they're talking about like items you buy. And then when they're like,
well, correct me if I'm wrong though, but houses are built out of items that you buy, and those determine the value of what said house.
No, that's not what determines the value of said house. That's
part. It's certainly part of it.
I mean, I'm sure. Yes, but it's a small part compared to like the purchase of
well, I mean, a foundation for a pretty reasonable house costs what, 25 grand?
I mean, it depends, but the landlord market and the way housing's done, like okay, someone sells you a box of macaroni and cheese. Every time you buy a box of macaroni and cheese, they have to make a new box of macaroni and cheese. When they build a house and rent it out, they're not building a new house for every person that rents it. So the cost of materials is null and void after the first tenant. That's it. It's
correct.
It's already paid for.
Correct.
So it's a different market. It's a different pricing structure. Like it's affected differently by when they talk about inflation and they talk about raising the interest rates.
Hold on, let me just get a word in. There's a lot of
differently.
It's a lot of different points. Let me just get a word in here. I mean, Yes, you don't build a new house for every renter. I mean, that's obvious. Albeit, if the cost of materials to build a house that's 30 years old went up, then one could argue that the value of some of that house has gone up too, because the materials to recreate it have gone up. Number two, right? Inflation, a lot of people would say, which we don't have to go down this rabbit hole, is the purchasing power of the dollar going down, a dollar being worth less and less than it was before, right? Some people would argue that that's kind of the meaning. So if the value of the dollar, hold on, let me finish. If you need more and more dollars to pay the same apartment building's rent, time, right? You could argue that the value of the dollar going down, which is what a lot of people actually call inflation, right? It's the purchasing power of the dollar losing value.
No, I'm giving you the normie perspective. The news itself, the news media, when it feeds this information, they separate inflation as goods and the housing market and landlord as its own thing. They are two separate reports that they'll give. They don't talk about them in the same breath. People, normal people, like my parents, for instance, when they think inflation, they think trip to the fucking grocery store. When they hear housing market, now they're thinking rent, mortgage, that kind of thing. They don't factor in rent and mortgage into inflation. They aren't thinking about the value of the dollar. Like, you're giving me the definition of inflation. You're not wrong. It is the value of the dollar. That's not the way the normal person's going to see it. That's not the way the media is feeding it to them. That's not their understanding of it. When they think of inflation, they're thinking of gas prices. They're thinking of trip to the grocery store, the price of stuff at Walmart. And then the landlord and housing market is its own thing.
But surely you're not... Okay, so let me just try and see if I can understand what you're saying well enough to where my response makes sense. You're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, trust Steelman it, that when people look at food, gas, and rent, they split off food, gas as kind of items, consumer items, and rent as a completely separate category, and that the normies do not think of inflation as it pertains to the rent, but they do to the food. That's what you're saying, right?
What they do is they look at their money at the end of the day, and they go, I don't have enough money for food. But they don't think about the fact that rent has gone up. So they pay for rent, and what's left over, it's obviously going to be your food money, your bill money, etc.
Okay, Death, can I make a counter proposition?
So they don't think, and I've seen it 100 times, they don't think about, like, a lot of normal people don't think about their money until they're almost out of it. Especially people living paycheck to paycheck. All they know is their paycheck isn't going as far. They'll spend their money willy-nilly, and they won't think about their, like, budget. Most people don't, like, your normal person, especially a person living paycheck to paycheck, they're living paycheck to paycheck, and they're also bad at budgeting. It's a weird dichotomy thing that they do, where they keep running out of money, and they're trying to figure out why. And they don't factor in rent because, well, rent's the thing I have to pay. And it always goes up. Because it's always gone up. That's the thing that always goes up. That's happened forever. Every time I re-sign the lease, the rent goes up. That always happens. But I used to be able to have my rent go up and buy groceries, and now I can't. What they're not looking at is how much the rent's gone up, how the housing market has changed. All they're looking at is, by the time I got to the grocery store, I didn't have enough money to buy as many groceries as I used to. Price of groceries must be too high.
Well, I'm not sure I can steel man.
It's almost childlike in the logic, but a lot of people work on feels, not facts. A lot of people aren't sitting down acting as accountants and crunching numbers.
Death, you got to get me a word in here. It's been like, respectfully, it's been like almost 45 seconds. Can I get a word in?
Go ahead. I'll stop myself.
I can't steel man all those words in that order, but
yeah, but a lot of middle class people.
I'm not sure.
People who
I agree with your assessment. I don't think we'll see eye to eye here.
Most middle class people
my assessment.
are bad
Most regular folk
And they want to blame
don't
everyone
have the
but themselves,
time
so they look at inflation. They
to
look at the they
debate
blame the landlord.
what
they blame-
constitutes the exact precise language of inflation and what it counts as. Most people, let me finish.
Go ahead.
Most people making less than, I don't know, let's say minimum wage to start, and then depending on their living situation, up to 50 grand a year, are very concerned with how little their money means these days. When people don't have anything to show at the end of the day, they do not usually want to be told that they're, and hear me out, I know it's going to sound bad, but just say it, they don't want to be told that they're bad at budgeting, they can't figure out, what parts matter, and I just, you seem like a very smart and nice person. It seemed like a very harsh assessment of the huddled masses. I don't know where that came from.
No, it's
no disrespect.
I could sit down with most of these people and look at their budget and be like, well, last year I didn't have to pay this much, and I didn't run out of money, and I could buy this much food, and I could look at them and go, yeah, but this year you now have a Netflix subscription, a Disney Plus subscription, a Hulu subscription, and an Xbox Game Pass. Why do you have so many new subscription services? Did you not factor that stuff? Well, I mean, we wanted that. Yeah, exactly. You're not thinking about your money. You're spending it, and then you're going to the grocery store and realizing you don't have it, and it can't possibly be your fault. So it must be inflation, right?
Well, Death, I mean, can I ask you a clarifying question?
Yeah.
And please take this with respect. Are you, and if it needs clarification, just ask me. Are you worldly?
Define worldly.
Have you often traveled outside of, starting with the following: your city, your state, your country? Have you talked? Wait, let me just define it.
Jesus
Have you
Christ.
talked to many people that you are describing hypothetically?
I get the gist of what you're saying. You don't have to spell it out.
Well, I'm not trying to be rude about it. It's a real question.
Right.
Because if you're making the assessment
I'm just
about
saying I get it now. Do you mean if I physically traveled all over the world? No. I have physically traveled to all 48 continental states. I fresh out of college. I'm glad I don't have that job now. My job was actually tech support for voting machines. I'd go to every state and verify the voting machines and get them ready for elections. And I went to all 48 states. I didn't go to Hawaii or Alaska, but I went to all the ones I could drive to. Now, as far as talking to people from all over the world, feel free to join my Discord, where I have someone from New Zealand, someone from Australia. There's a few Canadians. I've got some Italians. There was a guy from Brazil in here last night. Yeah, yes, I do talk to people from all over on a very regular basis.
Respectfully,
I do stream every night.
Everyone on Discord talks to everyone else from the world. The point of my question wasn't to or expose or judge. The point was to say, I mean, I'll take it face value if you're just claiming the reason why most people struggle with finances is their own foibles. I think that is part of it, but I don't.
Most paycheck to paycheck or middle class people it is just a fact that most of them are just bad with money. I'm not saying that's entirely the reason. I'm not acting like inflation doesn't happen. I think that the panic over inflation is unwarranted, is what I'm saying. I don't think that it's this poverty-stricken level that they make it out to fucking be, when you can look at these same people who act like they're on the edge of poverty because milk went up 50 cents, but then you can look at their budget and find out that they're paying for 20 new frivolous things that they weren't paying for last year.
I don't think the situation you're proposing is implausible or that it doesn't exist. I just would feel more affirmed in taking your assessment if you were saying to begin with, I have talked to a ton of people across America, or just in my state.
I didn't realize I had to qualify that. I thought it would be
you don't have
a context. But yes,
I mean, again, it's.
I do see this everywhere I've been. and I do still travel. I mean, it was only a few years ago. I was in Seattle. I've lived in Oregon. I've lived in Seattle. I've lived in Florida. I currently live East Coast, Georgia. So I like it's, and I got family in Alabama. I've got family in Texas. So it's. I'm no stranger to travel, and I still regularly talk to people from all of those places, as well as, you know, all of the people on my stream. I do hear these complaints, but then when I stop to ask them, well, okay, like, let's break down everything you spend your money on every month. All right, so you got rent, you got electricity, you got your cell phone, you got your internet. Okay, so you got the stuff needed to keep your house and everything functioning, and then you got food. What else am I missing? Is there a Netflix subscription? And then when you start like pointing, and they go, no, that's everything. I'm like, oh, really? So you don't subscribe to Netflix? And they're like, oh yeah. Well, there's Netflix. What about Game Pass? Do you got a Hulu or Disney Plus? All right. Like, how often are you going out for recreational activities? Like, I mean, let's start accounting for every dollar. And when you sit down and make them start accounting for every dollar, and they go, oh, because for some reason, food seems to be the last thing you spend your money on. And by then, you don't have a lot of it left. And you're noticing it doesn't go as far. Does it not go as far because inflation is insane? Or does it not go as far because you spent more? Because now there's more subscription services you feel you need to subscribe to. Because 2 years ago, Hulu and Disney Plus were a bundle. A couple years ago, Disney Plus and Paramount Plus didn't even exist. But now there's these new things. So is it all the new stuff that you think you have to pay for that you don't really? Those are luxury items? Or is it the fact that, like, oh, milk's almost double in price, which it's not, but you feel like it is? A lot of people function on feels. So that's what I'm getting at. A lot of people function on feels, that when you actually do sit down and look at the numbers, it's the same thing with like the border quote unquote crisis. A lot of people feel like it's a crisis, but then you sit down and you look at the numbers, and it's not in reality. That the number of immigrants coming in isn't significantly higher than it was 4 years ago. But you just feel like it's a problem because they keep telling you it's a problem.
Let me ask you, just for my own clarification, what do you think, let's say, I don't know, a family of 4, right? Mom, dad, 2 kids. What do you think is an acceptable income for that situation in general?
Well, you're talking to a family of 4. I have a wife and 2 kids. As far as what's an acceptable income for a family of 4, that's not a blanket answer. Like, that depends on where you live. There are places in the country where a family of 4 can live very comfortably on an income of $30,000. But then you place that same family of 4 in New York, and they're on the streets. So it depends on where you are.
Well, obviously, I meant it in the spirit of the cop question earlier, right? It's kind of in general. But okay. I mean,
I would say an acceptable income. If you want to talk numbers, then I can maybe blanket it this way. An acceptable income for family of 4, hell, family of 2, family of 1, an acceptable income or budget for anybody would be that your bills should, you should always have 20 to 30% more money at the end of the month than it costs you to maintain your living situation that month. That's a proper budget. You should have enough to pay your bills, buy food, and have a few luxury items. Not go insane, but a few. You should be able to live comfortably and have 25%. We'll just say 20%. 20% of your money left over to put in the bank for some kind of savings. That would be a proper budget.
I guess the reason I'm having your answer be so unpalatable is it went against your prediction model. Like you know what a prediction model is, kind of thing.
Yes.
So like it was at a place, and granted, this is the first time I've met you, and I'm tired and stuff. But your prediction model, it didn't seem you would take the position that, and I'm using some vague language here, but the huddled masses saying there is a problem, and it's affecting them would be so.
So I'm not saying it's not a problem.
Well,
What I'm
let me
saying is that they're dramaticizing the problem. Most people don't live on a proper budget. Most people don't live on a budget. Most people. So to just clarify, most people don't live on a budget at all. They don't look at their money and plan it out at the beginning of the month for the month. They spend it as needed. So where they should have been saving 20% of their income to put into the bank for savings, now they can probably only save 17%. So, or 15%. Hell, I'll be generous and say there's a 5% increase in inflation. But if you were living on a proper budget, it would just mean you're saving a little less at the end of the month. It shouldn't be breaking you. Not at the rate it's going. It's slightly higher. Inflation is slightly higher than normal, but it is not catastrophic. And the way that they talk about it makes it sound like it's fucking catastrophic, and it's not. I change these prices every day for a living in a grocery store. Like I know the price of food. Like it's not a catastrophic increase. And for every item you can tell me that's gone up an unreasonable amount, I can give you 10 that came down.
Okay, Dad, let me try to be super blunt with this. I'm gonna give you a little info about myself. I'm not rich or poor. I've done decent in crypto. What that means is I don't worry about my rent. I don't worry about my food. And I'm pretty much like I can float. I can't float till I'm 60, but I can float for a while, figure out what I want to do. Right?
Do you function on a budget at all?
Let me finish, please. Right, so I'm not even affected per se by the scenario, but what you're missing, I think, at this point, is me just straight up telling you, nah, dog, you can disagree, but I see it with my own eyes. I remember what food prices were 4 years ago, 8 years ago. They do not match what the official numbers of what inflation should be. They do not follow the predictive models of how pricing should go up for things in general.
Well, yeah, I mean,
COVID
had an effect on that. So
let me finish. So what I'm saying is, everything you said about them could stand, albeit it wouldn't apply to me. And so I don't think, and I know you weren't making this personal to me, but I don't think I'm dramatizing it.
No.
I think I'm just seeing it.
When I said you, I meant the royal you.
I know that.
As far as your predictive model goes,
I know that. That's why I said it.
There is not.
That's why I said it didn't apply to me.
Right.
I literally pointed that out.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
But
I disagree. You understand that, right?
Yes. There is not.
Okay.
There is not a predictive model in the fucking world that could predict COVID. Nobody saw that coming. That, of course, had an effect on every economy.
What? You coming at me hard for no reason.
Because you're making it sound like why are you going back to like prices 8 years ago and referencing? Yeah, but like you're completely ignoring the global fucking pandemic that changed everything. Like, why are you going back eight years ago and
I'm
saying
not even
that a
able to
predictive
respond
model?
at this point. You're giving me 10-second sound bites after 60 seconds.
No, I'm not trying to dude, I've been super patient with you, but you have talked the majority of the time, and you keep accusing me of interrupting when I'm not. I need to finish.
I don't think I'm accusing you, dude. I don't think I've been very aggressive at all here.
No, you're not. You're not being aggressive, but you can kindly keep telling me to let you speak when I'm not even interrupting you. Well, but I haven't been able to finish most of my thoughts during this entire thing.
All right, go ahead and finish.
There's no reason to go back 8 years and talk about predictive models and then talk about the economy, one that you admit doesn't even really affect you, and say that, and then also have the stance that inflation is out of control or something. It's not out of control. I'm not saying you said it was out of control, but everyone acts like it's out of control. Is it higher than normal? Absolutely. But it was also affected by the global supply chains that were stunted by COVID. So COVID affected everything. And since COVID, if you look at them, yes, there was bad inflation after COVID. That has steadily been coming down since. So I'm not sure how closely you pay attention to the prices at the grocery store since COVID, not 8 years ago, but since COVID, but they've steadily been coming down since COVID. There was a spike after COVID, and then they started coming down little by little. Which is why I go back to the bigger problem. The thing that hasn't changed is, in order to try to get a grip on inflation, these companies reduced the sizes of the products they were selling at those higher prices. And as their prices have come down, the sizes of their products haven't gotten bigger anymore. So those are just going to be the normal sizes of products. That's the real bigger problem, is people are going through their food faster because they're getting less of it. But they're not getting less of it because it costs more. Getting less of it because they're being sold less.
Okay. Can I respond?
Oh, yep. I think I've spelled that out for my chat here, so they know where I'm coming from. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Well.
Oh boy.
When you talked about they think,
this guy's not living in reality.
We kind of had that part. Then I kind of try to delineate, or excuse me, whatever the word is, distinguish you arguing with the entity known as they, and just spoke for myself. And what I said, and I thought I was being polite, but forgive me if I wasn't, was that respectfully, I disagree. And perhaps mentioning my opinion on a long-term time scale came off as esoteric. But the spirit of the message I was trying to receive is that, hey, it's okay to disagree, but just I clearly think prices are way too high to be telling folks, but I'll just speak for myself, to be telling me that what I see is just not that big of a deal. Hold on, let me finish. And you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, but I do find it. I don't see why there's so much venom to the position I take, and just
I'll try to explain it. All right. Couple of things. One, I don't give two shits about politeness. Feel free to be as rude or as loud as you want. It is fine.
I just don't think it's conducive to actually having good dialogue.
Yeah, it's fun though. All right. Secondly, it's in the wording. Like, way too high isn't a number, and that creates the feeling that it's worse than it is. The rent's way too high. What does that even fucking mean? Most people don't know what that means. They hear way too high, and everyone has their own definition for what way too high is. And that creates this like perception that it's way higher than it actually is. And when you could just give a number. You could say, well, inflation's at 5%. It should be at 2%. Oh, but over the last few years, it came down from. But numbers are fucking boring. People don't like numbers. They don't want to see them on the news. So the news also uses terms like it's way too high. Inflation, out of control. These fucking headlines, they create that feeling that it's way worse than it is. Nobody's saying it's not a problem, but it is not a fucking like end of the world problem that these headlines make it sound like. Inflation out of control. Is it? Is it really? Is 20 cents extra for ramen out of control?
Can I respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
But who are you arguing with, me or the news? I can't even tell at this point, sincerely.
No,
I'm not trying to be a dick.
I'm not arguing with anybody. I was just like showing you that you're using the same wording as the news and the effect that
Well,
that has on people.
Actually, I tried earlier to point out what inflation percentages per year should be, and then what prices actually are. But I don't think that
and that
got
equals way
across.
too high to you? No, that came across. I remember the numbers, but is that what you think is way too high? Because you haven't defined what way too high is.
I think it's high enough to respect the masses when they say it's affecting them.
No one's saying it's not affecting them. What I don't respect is it being labeled as way too high or out of control. It's above average. It's not way too high. And it's definitely not out of control. Perception matters, especially to the general public. So while I'm not going to like downplay it and act like it's not a problem, I'm also not going to placate them and like justify their like doomer mentality that it is fucking out of control. I'm going to try to reel them back to reality and be like, it's at 4%. It should be at 2%. It's slightly higher than normal. It's not like it's at 10%. It's not way out of control, and it's coming down. Try to give those numbers, but most people don't want to hear the numbers. Like I said, numbers are boring. Most people don't want to hear the reality. It's the stuff you buy may be more expensive. Also, have you thought of maybe not buying the name brand chips and just buy the store brand? Maybe just change your purchasing habits for a little bit, and you have an effect on the market with your dollar. By the way, you can affect inflation too, but no one ever wants to take any personal responsibility. Just change your habits. If that thing's too high, don't buy it. You know what happens if you don't buy an item? If enough people don't buy it, they lower the price. They can fucking sell it. It's a buyer's market. But most people don't think like that. They have to have the thing, just like they have to have the Disney Plus and the Netflix and all the other stuff.
I mean, so you tell me if I'm wrong here then. Based on your analysis, not very many people struggle financially for any reason other than they've failed with. That's why I said correct me if I'm wrong. But perhaps if I finish, you'd be more able to correct the parts I'm wrong about, right? So basically, with the nuance, most folks who are not doing well financially could actually, through some version of manifest destiny and capitalism, their futures for the better. There are exceptions, but the majority is all the things we've been talking about.
What I'm saying is they aren't as powerless as they like to make themselves out to be. For most people who are, struggling, there are probably some changes that they could make. They're just not willing to. That would help. And inflation is coming down. And hopefully it'll get back to normal levels soon. But there are changes that they could make that would help their budget. There are things that they could do to get better with money. There is some level of personal responsibility. Now, inflation is a problem. I would say rent's the bigger problem. And then it's a compounding problem. It's not just inflation, but most people just view it as inflation. But they don't think about, the fact that housing works differently than inflation. You can have an effect on the items you purchase. For instance, don't buy an item if it's too expensive. Buy an alternate brand, buy something cheaper, or just do without that thing and get, change your eating habits. You can't have an effect on rent. That's why I say it's a different market, because inflation isn't handled the same with rent. You have to have a place to live. You don't have to have name brand Oreos. You can buy the store brand. There are changes that you can make. And I would say that the absolute biggest thing that they should be focusing on are jobs not paying enough for the lower level workers. Even with the changes, someone like Target's made, where they made their starting pay at 15, still doesn't feel like it's enough. Like that whole 15 being the minimum wage thing probably should have happened 10 years ago. Like that's still like probably 10 years behind. I mean, inflation has always outpaced the quote unquote livable wage because they haven't raised the minimum wage in this country since, goddamn, what was it, the 70s? Like it's been like 50 years.
Well, but without meaning to interrupt, this is where I'm confused. It seems now, maybe I'm just too tired to see it, that you're arguing against your earlier self. Now you are pointing out that long scale time and how much money you earn versus how much things goes up makes a dramatic impact, and that it has not been updated enough.
Well, no, I said it was, well, that hasn't been updated, but it hasn't been updated on a government level, but it has been updated on a company level. Federal minimum wage in this country is still at $7.25. I don't think there's been a singular job in this country that's paid anyone $7.25 since the early 2000s, maybe. Like the companies, like they haven't had a need to raise the federal minimum wage because companies don't even pay that anymore. Most companies pay more. The problem is the companies aren't keeping up with the pacing. I'm not saying that alone has a dramatic impact. As I mentioned earlier, it's one of many factors. But people don't look at all the separate factors. They just look at the thing they're spending their money on, not where the money's coming from, not how they can budget the money, not how they can control the parts of the money they can control. They don't look at their part in it versus, you know, the actual market itself. Most people remember that it's higher, just like you earlier. You remembered prices from 8 years ago. A lot of people function like that. They remember pre-COVID prices, but they don't remember immediately after COVID prices and see that they've come down. They just remember, box of macaroni and cheese used to be $1. Well, yeah, 6 years ago, but COVID happened and now it's $2. Oh, but now it's come down to 50 cents. Since, well, it was $2 right after COVID. Now it's $1.50, and they don't think about that. $1.50, still more than $1. It's still too high. That's where their mind goes. No one factors in COVID. No one factors in the supply chains, and no one factors in the fact that, well, I could just not buy Kraft mac and cheese, and I could buy the store brand for $1, and then Kraft will be forced to lower their prices because their product's not fucking selling.
I mean, I can agree, but also maybe you can see the kind of double entendre here.
Well,
I mean this. Wait, hold on. Let me finish. I meant by double entendre, I meant what I'm about to say. I just didn't want to say it like a snake without letting it be known. I agree in the sense that, yes, a lot of people buying macaroni and cheese out of a box, worrying about food money, are not thinking about the impact they could make. I agree with you, but I'm sure you can see the irony of it. They're really acting rather human.
I'm not saying that they're not frustrated and that they're looking for answers, because that's exactly what is happening. The truth of the matter is, screaming inflation is a gross oversimplification of the problem. It is a complicated problem that 99% of people don't understand. They just know that their money's not going as far and they need something to be mad at. And inflation's what the news told them to be mad at, so it's what they're mad at. Their anger doesn't match reality, but that doesn't matter.
Well, I mean, again, not to kick a dead horse, my position on it, and maybe I'm not the best example, but I can speak for myself. I'm not coming from a position of anger on this. I don't have to worry about those things. And yet, I mean, what you think I've just been psyoped is basically the explanation?
No. I'm just speaking on behalf of the normal person. The normal person is angry, and they need something to be angry at. And the news said be angry at inflation. So that's what they're angry at.
Okay, but what I think you might have missed, I'm saying that even if you disagree with me, I think these prices are a bit whack, to put it, the scientific term?
They are higher than normal, but we're still recovering from COVID.
Okay, but again, I'm not asking you to agree with my assessment. I'm just telling you, you are talking to a person who genuinely disagrees, but you also can't attribute some of the things you've been saying to me. I am not in a position where I need to be angry and lash out at something, especially as it pertains to finances. I'm just looking. I'm just looking and saying, and I like your pre-COVID versus post-COVID argument. I do like that. It is making a lot of sense. I do also, and you correct me if I'm wrong, remember gas prices in California going to what, $9 over a year after COVID ended?
Yeah, I'm trying to think, when did they do the gas? Gas was kind of its own thing for a second there. When was it? I can't remember how long after. It was because of the gas prices. Like, it was because of COVID and the fact that we were running out of oil, and the oil companies kept raising the prices until they finally approved use of our reserves, and then that brought the prices back down. So that's one of those, markets that the individual person couldn't affect, and everyone does need gas. We need gas to make everything work. So that was one of those, the government had to step in and finally say, okay, we're tapping into the federal oil reserve so we can bring these prices down. They probably should have done that sooner, but it seemed like they were trying to see if the supply chains would recover because, obviously we get a lot of our oil from overseas. COVID just kneecapped most every supply chain in the fucking world. So oil was one of the big ones affected. So gas prices shot up. That's abnormal, and that's an abnormality caused by, an abnormality, a global pandemic. That was a result of a pandemic. That's not a result of inflation. But any of these news companies, any of the news outlets or the headlines talking about inflation, they never mention COVID. They never make that delineation of this is a result of COVID, not inflation. Like they don't separate normal inflation from COVID impacted.
Yeah, again, I'm definitely not disputing that. Again, I said I'd like to price of gas, California average right now $4.64. A year ago it was $5.45. It's down, but just to the point I've been trying to make earlier, and I understand what you're saying about. At least I thought I understood about it. The long term doesn't matter in a lot of these senses. But for the record, I was 17, you were 21. Gas in California was $1.20. Now it's $4.60. That's almost 400% in 20 years after it's down from COVID. I just don't see a reason to say that.
So the California gas prices are not a result of inflation, though. And California is not like it's weird you keep going to California for the gas prices thing.
Well, it is where 55 million Americans live.
Yes, but it's not representative of gas prices on average in the country. California is
It's representative of 1/7 of all people for their prices.
Or if you want to look at it through a different lens, since we're playing the numbers game here, California is also representative of one state among 50. The reason I delineate it as a state, and I'm looking at it as a state, is because the main reason that California's gas prices are so much higher than everywhere else is California has a larger gas tax than any other state. So the state made it higher, not inflation. You're paying more in taxes.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm genuinely asking you, do you think that much of an increase in a 20-year time scale fits what the public is told about inflation in general?
No, it doesn't. But it also has nothing to do with inflation. That's just California imposing a higher gas tax. That has to do with taxes, not inflation. California has a higher than average gas tax, the highest in the country. In no other state is it that price.
You're saying no other state has gas rates as high as California?
Not off the top of my head. There may be another one, but that's not the average. It's definitely not the average.
But the question would be, in the states where it was 60 cents when California was 120, is it now 240 instead of 480?
It's under $3 where I'm at. And pre-COVID, it was right at, I'd say it's gone up. Let's see, pre-COVID where I'm at, it was just above $2. And post-COVID where we're at now, it's just below $3. And I got a guy in chat saying it's $3.09 in Florida. What was it before
correct
COVID
me
in
if I'm
Florida?
wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's a 60% increase.
Yes, but that's expected because COVID. It's not that's not inflation. That's COVID. COVID had a catastrophic impact on global oil supply chains. So prices
Well, admittedly,
went up on oil around the world.
admittedly, I'm out of my wheelhouse a bit here. I hear what you're saying. Believe me, I'm very aware of the mentioning of COVID at this point. And if you're saying I should take the L on it's not inflation, it's results of a global pandemic, I guess linguistically I will, albeit when you then take it to the next level, hyperbole, and say, well, the general masses should just understand that it's not inflation. Wait, let me finish. It's not inflation, it's COVID. You might want to remember that from the perspective of prices going up. To them, it's the same.
Well, yeah, I get that that's the same, but they should, and it's more the fault of the media than anything, is they're right to be angry, but their anger is misdirected. COVID causing gas prices to go up makes sense. It affected a global supply chain. Even the stuff at your grocery store and at Walmart going up, those also are affected by supply chains. What's not affected by supply chains and that still went up and COVID had no impact on is rent. There is zero reason that rent should have shot up with everything else. Rent wasn't affected by COVID. Rent wasn't affected by a supply chain shortage. Rent went up because they knew they could make it go up. They piggybacked off other inflation. There was no reason. Rent should not have been part of inflation because it doesn't function the same way that everything else does. It's not affected. Rent was one of the few things not affected by COVID. But it went up anyway. That's where the anger should be. And to their credit, there are people protesting, landlords, and mad at that stuff. And Kamala does have bills to get that under control. You know, she does have legislation planned if she's elected, which I haven't heard Trump mention once. But rent kind of price gouged people off the back of COVID. There's a term for that. I'm trying to remember what it was. A term for when you capitalize off a disaster. So they're right to be angry. They've just somehow been tricked into, a lot of them have somehow just been gaslit or tricked or told to focus on the wrong thing, either by not understanding what inflation is and getting confused, or by the fact that like nowhere properly broke down the effect that COVID had, so people knew what to be mad at. Everywhere just calls all of it inflation, when all of it's not inflation. Rent wasn't inflation. Rent was just them capitalizing on a disaster.
I'm sure you've heard well, let me just ask you to say more on something. So just to clarify, you're saying landlords raising rent prices wasn't a result of them needing more money because money was less valuable. You're saying they did it because they could and they're greedy?
To the extent that they did it, yes. I'm not saying that they didn't maybe need to raise it some, but to the extent that they've raised, yes. Absolutely. Like John Oliver's done a whole piece on it. Like there are thankfully now people who have broken it down and done pieces on it, and that's why there's people protesting landlords. They're okay. If you look at the percentage they raised versus the percentage value the dollar quote unquote lost, they far outpace it. They dwarf it. It doesn't there's no reason to go as high as they did. They did because they knew they could, and they've kind of got a grasp on the market. They do work together. Again, John Oliver's done a piece where he breaks down how all these different housing markets and all these different rental markets work together to set prices, to make sure that they're all kind of on the same page, so that people can't just okay, well, my lease is up, I'll go to a cheaper place. They make sure that there really is no cheaper place, and they do it by region. I'm pretty sure there's a lawsuit, like an antitrust lawsuit, I think, or a monopoly lawsuit. Landlord federal lawsuit. Is that what I searched for here? Complaints against landlords. It looks like there was a complaint against the landlords filed by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development.
Real question though, but you say the landlords. I mean, you're referring to an entity, I'm assuming, but you're not referring to just regular people who rent their homes and apartments they own, are you?
No, but they don't make up they make up a very small percentage of renters. Like, most landlords are corporate at this point. Like, there's very few individual landlords. Here the federal government is suing a major corporate landlord. What is this? Fed sue major corporate landlord. Here's what it means for renters. Oh god, it's a big ass article. Yeah, they're suing them over, here we go. Let's just look at this. All right, so this is a landlord that owns nearly 80,000 homes across the country, including 12,000 in California alone. So it's a big rental company. They took advantage of tenants in numerous ways alleged by the FTC. The company, for example, would advertise monthly rates without including any mandatory fees, including, after COVID, adding a number of quote-unquote junk fees, including fees for application, fees to reserve the units, pet fees, fees that could cost almost $2,000 a year on top of their normal rent. So all of these extra fees got added. The quote-unquote rent they advertised didn't go up that much, but they added all these fucking fees that they didn't need to add. Like, here's a fee to fill out a form. Here's a fee to have a pet when they didn't have pet fees before. Here's a fee for this, a fee for that, totaling an extra $2,000 a year on people's rents. That's not an insignificant amount of money. That's not normal inflation. That's not, I'm just trying to keep up with the value of the dollar. That's me seeing an opportunity caused by a catastrophic event and capitalizing on it. That's what that was. And that was done systematically by big companies that are nationwide, coordinating together.
So, in summation, they should be angry at these corporations.
Yes, they should be angry at the things they can't control, because those are the things that are screwing them over, really. We can kind of control the things we buy at the store. Gas prices, you shouldn't be too mad at, because if you've been paying attention to them, they've been steadily coming down since COVID. Immediately after COVID or during COVID, yeah, they were like $9 in California. They're at like 4 something now, so they're steadily coming down. Those are all normal behaviors for a pandemic. Like, they should be mad at the people capitalizing on it. And rent's one of those things that's like had a delayed effect, because all these new fees and all this new stuff they're doing to capitalize on COVID, you didn't see for like a year or two after COVID, because obviously the people who were already under lease. They couldn't just add fees to an existing lease. So they had to wait for those people's lease to go up and then add all this new junk stuff to the lease they're going to re-sign. So it was a delayed effect on when you noticed it. That's why it didn't seem like a COVID problem or seem like they were, capitalizing on COVID. That's why it felt like normal inflation, because by the time people felt the increase in rent, they'd already been feeling the effects of the other inflation. So this just added to it. When in reality, this was the bigger problem. You were probably able to still get by with the slightly or the above average inflation rates you had after COVID. A lot of those people were probably doing okay immediately after COVID. It wasn't until their lease was up and they had to re-sign that now they're suddenly broke. So that's not inflation. That's your rent just shot up because your landlord threw a bunch of fucking bullshit fees on there because they knew they could.
So what percentage of their rent went up, let's say, due to these fees? Meaning if they paid $1,000 a month, 20% would be $1,200 a month.
All right, so if you got, just whip out the calculator here real quick. Let's say they pay, let's say someone pays $1,500 a month. All right. So 1,500 times 12. All right. That is $18,000 a year. So with the increases, they added an extra $2,000 of fees per year. So that would bring their total up to now $20,000 a year instead of $18,000. So that's a
10% increase?
Yeah, right at 10%, a little bit less than 10%. It's a pretty big jump.
So, it's not a small jump, but and forgive me if this seems...
It's a far cry from the target inflation rate of 2%. Even at the inflation rate we have now that's increased, it's still way under 9%.
So can I make a point from earlier? And I understand that COVID has its effects. As we discussed with the price of Texas and gas, 60% increase, 10% on rent, 60% on gas. Perhaps in the end, if we're going to allocate these things to corporate rent gouging, it might not be so unbelievable that these people might point to their government and say, well, how could you allow this and still continue to allow it? And
Absolutely they should. The one other factor not being taken into account here, because you do bring up the 60% increase in gas prices, which is high, and that was probably the worst thing affected by COVID was the oil change. However, gas prices have been steadily coming back down since they opened up the reserves and they've been trying to get it under control. The only thing that hasn't been coming down since COVID is rent. Everything else affected by inflation has started coming down little by little since they increased interest rates and opened the Federal Reserve, since the government made those steps to try to get inflation under control after COVID. But the one thing that seems unaffected by it and just keeps going up, or at least staying the same, it's definitely not going down, is rent. And they're right to be mad at their government. They're right. They should demand that their government do something about it, which Kamala has a plan to do if she's elected. She's the only one of our two candidates I've heard talk about it. So there is an actual plan she wants to put in motion. And it looks like this lawsuit by the FTC is part of that. So,
well, I mean, hearkening back to the very beginning, I mean, no disrespect. I mean, I think we found the one issue that we disagree upon, but I mean, out of whatever 7 that we went through, it's not bad odd. It's not bad odds.
No, I'll take that bet.
Yeah, man. Well, take care, and you do you.
It was fun. It was fun. Thanks for popping in, man. And like I said, I stream every night. I'll try to do more of these Twitter spaces, but feel free to pop back in sometime. Say, hey, one of these days I might pick your brain about that crypto and how much money you actually made, since you kind of glazed over that part. You glossed over
I
that.
mean, I'll be honest. I mean, crypto's one of those things where, how do I put this? My brain is like melting so fast, fading
I'll
fast.
admit, yeah, I need to go too because I've been up all night at this point. But yeah, I'll admit, crypto's probably that thing you know way more about than me. I know every time Elon Musk would tweet about that dog coin, it would go up in value. So I clearly don't understand the crypto market.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. I think, ironically enough, it holds some values that are, I don't know what the word is, juxtaposed some of the positions you've held. Like it is definitely a place where Kamala's policies might be verboten, right? Like any version of control is kind of banished, right? I really wanted to ask, what do you mean when you say, because I don't admittedly know very much about that. It's out of my wheelhouse. What do you mean when you say she has policies that will fix these things? And the only reason I ask,
well, the rent specifically, I don't know about what other things, but I'm not
but
sure
the only
what the policy itself is. I remember her mentioning it during speeches that there was a plan to try to get rent under control. I'd have to look up what the actual policy was and what it outlines.
I mean, the reason I ask is because I'm just not sure I support any version of a plan that says I mean, granted, I don't support land barons making their rent situations for their tenants unsustainable. That being said, I also, we'll save this for another day maybe, but I'm also very aware that when you tell people how they have to operate their businesses, they just don't, in a way. Like,
Well,
if what it all
they
boiled
don't
down to,
unless regulated by the government, so they have to.
but that's what I'm saying is, like, there's a lot of people in the world who are the purest form of capitalists, and so therefore it's not a surprise that they have rental industries. And one of the hallmarks of those kinds of, whatever you want to call them, corporate capitalists, is that once somebody gets in their way, that they can't. It's, you know what, it's a good analogy is like the Walmart thing. Walmarts don't adapt to the needs of their communities. They close. Right? And I'm not making an ethical judgment on it. It just seems to be what they do, right? And so if you're a billionaire land baron who has the options of dealing with essentially what they don't want to do, right? Or just saying, fuck it, I'll do whatever I want, pardon my French. They usually choose the second option. I mean, look at Elon. He didn't like the policies Governor Newsom was making, whether or not he understood them. And he said, you know what? Screw it. Move an entire factory to Texas. Who cares?
Well, rent's a little different. There are regulations around. So there are regulations around necessities. Just like they step in and they regulate electricity, because electricity has no competition. You have to use the electric provider that provides the electricity to your residence. There are no other options. And because of that, the government has to regulate it so that they don't do whatever they want. Because what they'll want to do is make as much money as possible. But people need electricity to live, to survive. That is a necessity. That's part of food and shelter. So obviously we can't let you just go crazy and do whatever you want there. That affects people's lives. You could be creating homelessness. You could be doing all kinds of things. Can't allow that. So obviously some government intervention is needed. And the government has intervened in telecommunications. They've intervened in electricity, water. They've intervened in everything in your house, but not the house itself. And maybe it's time they did. Now, I'm not sure what that policy looks like. I'd have to look it up. But yeah, you have to have a house. You have to have a place to stay. And if the housing if the rental market is now increasingly being consumed, like, God, I forgot what the rate was, but there was a rate at which, like, all of these apartment complexes and all of these, like, housing development things were being bought up and purchased by, like, one of 4 companies. These massive companies that have just been going around the country just buying up as much housing as possible so that they can control the prices, so that they can control the market. And that's why the FTC's looking into them right now. So hopefully Commons Plan does something about that, because I do see that being one of the things. That's one of those things I would say, yeah, it's not out of control yet, but it has the potential to get very out of control if it keeps going in the direction it's going.
I mean, but as we looked into it, I mean, it seemed, and maybe it's just my adult brain, it seemed a 10% increase, which, I mean,
well, the
surely
part for me isn't really the increase. I mean, 10% is a lot. That's already an unacceptable rate. But the scary part for me isn't so much the increase as it is the control they're taking over the market itself. Because I know, like I would have to look up how many companies it is, but it's a handful of companies buying up all of these apartment complexes. And I've seen it in the town where I live. 4 apartment complexes around me have been bought by the same company over the course of the last 2 years. They all put up the sign that says under new management, and then they finally move the new management in. They make no changes to the buildings. They don't upgrade anything. They don't change anything. They don't even change the staff. They just want to own it. And all they do is change the sign on the door to say what the new company's name is. And they're all the same. So it is definitely happening. There are, these big companies buying up all these housing development places. And yeah, sure, there's going to be some like privatized renters, how homeowners that want to rent their homes instead of Airbnb them or whatever, but they're a very small portion. And they're worried about this becoming a situation you had with the telecommunications back in the day, where 1 or 2 companies were buying up everything and own everything, and the company had to step in to break up AT&T because they were buying up everything. Otherwise, AT&T would own entire markets. And they tried to be like, well, we'll separate by... They tried to self-regulate, which seems to be what the housing market is doing, where they separate themselves by region to try to, be like, see, we're not a monopoly. We all agreed to have different regions. But if you're all still working together, if you're all still having meetings to agree on what to charge in your regions, it's still a monopoly. Or I guess the more appropriate term would be oligopoly, but still. Regulation needed, because people need places to live, and people need to be able to afford those places to live. And yeah, you could increase the minimum wage, and all these companies could increase their pay. But if they increase their pay, then all the companies know that the people are making more money, and then they charge more for their products, and you decide to charge more for rent off the back of that, then we're right back where we started, only now the number got bigger. So.
Well, forgive me for having to run. Just falling asleep at the keyboard here. But,
no, you're good. I'm doing the same. Yeah, no, but I stream every night. I'm actually off work today, so I'll probably take a nap and then prepare for the night stream. But I'll probably clip this conversation into a YouTube video, and hopefully we can have more like it. You're a fun conversation. I'm dying to pick your brain about crypto because I know absolutely nothing about it. So that won't really be a debate as much as it would be just a fascinating talk into the world of crypto, because everyone else I've seen talk about it uses the very generic terms that you've already corrected me on, such as wallets, etc. So, like, I know the base level stuff. I mean,
what
a blockchain is.
Wallets are a real term. I mean, they're pieces of software, but at any rate, yeah, I'm a bounce, but it's good meeting, and take care.
All right, thanks a lot, Mike. See you. Okie dokie. Well, there's my first Twitter space. So that was fun. Conversation kind of got away from me. No, I'm not a communist. I'm a fucking American. What, do you not like America? Rogue. If you're looking for communists, you should go to one of them Russian chat rooms, friend. You'll find nothing but patriots here. But that was a fun Twitter space. I'm going to go ahead and close it down. How do I... Oh, end. Okay. Well, there we go. I did my first Twitter space. I'll cut that into videos for tomorrow. Twitter space ended. Okay. Cool. All right. But fun conversations. That's what I want to do more of on this stream. So, I don't know. Guys like him, man, it sounds like he's kind of detached from the average everyday person. I don't know how much money he made on crypto, but as the conversation went on, I'm realizing I'm talking to a crypto bro, one of those guys who made his money on crypto, and now he doesn't know what it's like to be a normal person anymore. He's kind of become detached from it. I mean, he's right. Prices have gone up, but I think he's just... I don't know. He couldn't see the whole big picture there. We kind of agreed on everything else, so it wasn't like a complete Twitter fight like I'd planned. But anyway, we are almost 8 a.m. I am way past my time here. Over 8 hours already. So this is where I'm going to end the stream. I want to thank all of you wonderful witches for watching. If you are new to the stream, we try to do these every single night. And I'm definitely going to do more of these Twitter spaces. And there'll still be some video gameplay and, some just meme time. And it's not all debate all the time. So we do a variety of content here, but I'll try to keep it interesting. Now, for now, though, I am going to go see my kids off to school and then take a nap because I'm off work today. So all the socials are above my head. Twitter will let you know when I go live. The Discord's where the community's at. You can get in there. You can get in on some of these conversations. You can get in on some of our game nights. And YouTube's where you can find the videos, the clips from the highlights of the stream, and all the interesting conversations and fun bits. Get your daily dose of Death Witch. Yeah. I don't post daily, but there's enough stuff there that you should be able to watch every day. Anyway, thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Enjoy that outro theme.
Death Witch in the spotlight, highlights in his eyes. Fingers dance on the joystick, lost in the digital buzz. Sexy moves with the gameplay, epic through the night air. Screens light up with desire, fans trapped in his snare. Sweat drips from the brow, excitement off the scale, man. Virtual games replace me, fall hard and fast. Shots explode in frenzy, craving the next move. In Death Witch we trust joystick, master of the groove. Joystick fever drive us mad, wow. Streaming seduction, fever gets tactile. Death Witch the king, leading us astray. Joystick fever, night melts away. Game of scream, ignited passion rises steep. In game world fantasies we plunge deep. Eyes glued to the screen, can't break free. Death Witch seduction, with joystick destiny. Pixels burning slow, seductive flare. Lost in the madness, no need for prayer. Together we ride in this electric storm. Joystick fever, our hearts reborn. Joystick fever, drive us mad wild. Streaming seduction, fever gets tactile. Death makes the king, leading us astray. Joystick fever, night melts away.